Okay, today let's start with a simple subject, like to be aware of it is not to be above it, one of my core logical razors, so it's always going to be that the human mind is capable of objectivity and infinite thought. So don't specify the idea and say like, oh, well, look, this person is defined by that idea because they discussed it at one point or had it at one point, or even to say you originated an idea isn't a good claim because it's like, well, maybe somebody probably thought of that before, but they never wrote it down, or they never said it, or they didn't want credit for it, or now it becomes like, oh, you get to become famous off of it, or, whatever. But an idea is objective. Anybody can think it. Anybody can have it. Anybody can, go from one idea to the next in a minute. That's completely contrary. So if you're defined by an idea, then 1 minute later you could think something else, and then you're defined by that. Even based on your practice or personality, people say, well, it's a variable. You can change from moment to moment. People don't realize their own power in that way, like the absolutists would do. An absolutist can do anything at any time. They're not dug in. They're not defined by one idea or one way of doing things or anything. Even the term absolutist is exactly the point. It's not a label. It's that you're not defined by any label. It's that you can't be pigeonholed into one thing. Even like with the term, it's not that, oh, you're absolute in what you do, although you try to be consistent. You have to be consistent. It's that you don't believe in absolute, so now you have to rely on human ability instead of, religion or God or something like that. And so now, what else do we have here? Just the fact that you're able to, it's not about you. So you can have a discussion objectively and say, okay, that might apply to me as well, but it's still a valid point, or it's not about you. You happen to be the one saying it, but that's always very unfair, right? Don't shoot the messenger. You might be the most flawed, idiosyncratic person ever, but the idea speaks for itself. Whether it has merit or not, you can discuss. And the same thing with the opposite. You could be the most impressive, least idiosyncratic person, least flaws, most accomplished, most perfect. That might give you some credibility. This is another logical razor I use is, these are all ones that I either made up or used in my debate format. Just your stature and experience and credibility is why we give you the microphone, but it doesn't obligate us to listen or agree, right? It doesn't make the argument for you. So the reason why you're up on stage and you have the microphone and you're getting the interviews and you're a famous celebrity, whatever, that credibility is why you're up there. It's why we listen to you in the first place. But it doesn't mean that once we start listening to you and why you're up there, it doesn't make you right. So don't make the argument like, oh, I've been doing this for 50 years. That's not an argument. That's why we're listening to you. That's why you're up there. But now once we listen, you have to make the case for yourself. So that whole credibility shouldn't factor in, because you have the ability to consider that, you still have to make a good argument. So you might, regardless of your experience, the argument speaks for itself. Otherwise, by that logic, everything you say is right. You could say 2 + 2 is 8, and because, you have more experience in math than somebody else, you must be right. No, it's just, again, it's why we listen, but every individual claim and idea and argument should be considered on its own. So again, don't make it about the individual, because that's the most common fallacy that happens, is either ad hominem or even something not quite as direct as that, but just sort of this general discrediting basis, like, well, not so much attacking you that, what your opinion is invalid, but, no, but you're not a woman, so you don't really know about abortion or pregnancy, or you're not this race, so you can't sympathize with this race's issues, or, it's like the emperor has no clothes fallacy. So, like, okay, you're pregnant, you're discussing pregnancy and abortion, and then somebody will say, well, you're not a woman, so your opinion's discredited. But then if somebody who is a woman disagreed with you, what would you say then? Oh, well, maybe you just haven't been pregnant before, or you haven't had the same experience with pregnancy as you have, or you're just this label or that label or whatever. So no matter what, you'll always be discredited. I have an analogy like this with sports that's pretty good. Like, a sports commentator will say something that somebody doesn't like a player, about a player, and then that player will say, well, you've never played the game, so you're discredited. But then, so like a sportscaster who hasn't, a sports commentator who hasn't played that sport, right? Or they've never been a high-level athlete themselves. Okay, so Stephen A. Smith says something about somebody, and then they say, well, you've never played the game at a high level, so you're discredited. Okay, but then somebody who has played the game says it, so now what do you say? Well, you're not as good as me, right? Like that player said, oh, you might have played, but you weren't that good. And then somebody is as good, and they say, well, you played and you were as good, but you never won a championship. Like Charles Barkley, they'll say, oh, but he never won a ring. And then, oh, if you have won a ring, then, oh, well, still, such and such, right? So you see how no matter what it is, the way that you're trying to discredit somebody isn't even valid in your own eyes, because no matter what it is, you'll keep changing the goalpost. So it's like, well, first it's the fact that you never played. That discredits what you say. But then it's the fact that, well, maybe you played a different sport, not the same one. Or maybe you played, but you weren't that good. Or, you were a role player instead of a star. Or maybe you were a star, but you weren't a superstar. Maybe you were a superstar, but you didn't win a ring. So the point is that's an endless fallacy that just goes on and on and on. Why not just address what it is exactly that they're saying? Right, the claim itself, rather than you'll just keep finding a different way to discredit them. So, like, even with, again, let's do the race angle, like, oh, well, you're not the same race, so you couldn't know what it's been like to be through what people have been through, blah, blah, blah. But it's like, again, then it's an emperor wears no clothes fallacy that you can never, right, you're keeping these, like, little cliques of identity that nobody outside of that identity can ever have anything to say about it or any idea. It's always just insular, right? And it's just not a good criteria to use, that we can't, as human beings, we can't experience everything ever throughout history and every possible walk of life. So you can be objective in your mind and you can experience it to an extent there, or not so much experience it, but you can understand a concept without personally experiencing yourself. Otherwise, what would be the point in learning history and this and that? So there's this false credibility of that, like, well, we're going to take pride in this, the fact that, oh, we're the same race, we've been through the similar thing, but the whole fallacy there, too, is that that's overbroad. That doesn't mean that everybody has been through the same thing that way, or why take comfort in that as like a nearness postulate, non-choice reaction, insistence fallacy that I've spoken about before. So, yeah, I don't know. It's just a lot of pretty obvious things, but it makes you realize, again, you cannot dissuade with reason when it came about by desire, or even like a functional razor that I use, like, objectivity isn't useful. So everybody is capable of being objective and considering something logically, but it doesn't matter. It's not useful to them, and in fact, it's even beneficial sometimes to go for a more tribalistic short form approach, because again, the mind can operate in long form and objectivity and infinite thought, whereas the physical body is limited and narrow and flawed and short form, reactionary, all of that. So it's like there's an art in society of reducing the mind to that physical state as much as possible, as if that's a good thing. That's why thought is condemned. That's why objectivity is considered bad. That's why social contrivance, which is like a lowest form of thought possible, right, reducing it to a lowest common denominator, and all this other external structure and reactionary basis. That's why that would be glorified, and thought would be condemned, because it's like this unwillingness to be puzzled, or this functional half-mass basis. But even that is not very valuable or very good. So now you have the ability to consider that the standard is very low. But then the problem with that is if the standard is too high, then there'd be an unwillingness to even pursue it in the first place, because it's not, you have to reduce it to a lowest common denominator for anybody to then value it. But then that defeats the purpose, like veiling it in folly favoritism, like entertainment escapism. Then you lose the meaning of what you were trying to do in the first place on the spectacle. And then also, again, thought is condemned for that reason alone, even as a defining trait of human beings. Like, what defines a human being compared to an animal, etc., or inherently? It's not the soul, which doesn't exist. It's not the heart, which is just, pumping blood. It's not the, body, which animals have bodies too. It's not morality, which is a construct. It's actually the mind, the ability to think, much of which those things are associated with, that I just mentioned, technically comes from the mind anyway, like the heart. Oh, emotion. Yeah, emotion does technically have a lot to do with the mind, but it's sort of an irrational insistence upon the self. It's not really true value for the self. You're just kind of insisting upon it. Like, true value for the self wouldn't do that. It would, it would realize that insisting upon yourself isn't going to do any good. You'd rather focus on some actual practice that you can do, an action that you can do that's actually going to have impact. So it's just a way to feel better about yourself. It's kind of like a person, screaming to the universe, like, why doesn't everything revolve around me? Why isn't everything going my way? Why don't I get what I want, kind of a thing. That's all emotion is. Even to best achieve your self-interest, non-based of self, you would rather suspend that and then think about what the practical best way to actually go about it is, instead of just, again, insisting upon it mindlessly. So even if the goal is the same, both of them have self-interest in mind. One of them is self-insistence, and one of them is actual self-interest and value and practice. So it's almost an overcompensation. Like if you're powerless and you can't do anything about it, you just insist upon yourself to make yourself almost feel better, right, in the absence of practice. But that can be a bad thing, because then it's like you're placating the desire you would have normally to take an action that would actually have an impact, and instead you're replacing it with just the emotional insistence upon it. Like instead of actually doing something, you're just insisting upon yourself, and then that tries to make you feel better. But there's a reason why you feel bad, and that could be addressed by actual practical action. So it's sort of a placeholder. It's like saying, well, society is going to restrict you in so many ways from actually doing something that would be in self-interest and value. So now you have to do a placeholder like social contrivance to make yourself feel better about it, and do that to placate it, to say, well, now you can't actually practice self-interest fully. It's reduced to a half-mast state and controlled in so many ways that now we're going to try to overcompensate with social contrivance and self-insistence, emotion, or etc. So you do that to almost, again, to overcompensate and try to make up for the lack of self-value with self-insistence, but it doesn't actually have a functional impact. So this is where you get enslaved by the mind in that way. Things that don't have actual impact are valued above things that do have impact, and then a lot of things are valued in appearance and pretense that don't have impact either. It's like an imbalance overcompensation basis and the vanity, and that's like a whole character type that I've written, like somebody who's controlled through the vanity to others. Like they don't really care about something, but then they can be easily manipulated because they care about others' perception of them, so they uphold something for that reason alone. And that shows you the power of social stigma, that many things that you think maybe are real or have value are only as real as acknowledged or enforced or, again, stigmatized. So that's the layer of indoctrination. So there's multiple layers. Like enforcement would suggest that that's the threat, like, oh, you'll go to jail if you don't do something, right? Or if you do something. But when you can't rely just on enforcement, what do you have? You have indoctrination. And in the indoctrination, you have the recognition that you have the social stigma layer, where it's like we try to get people to do something without needing to force them. So now we pressure them, like, oh, well, you want to be, subject to the social control. It's kind of sad when you think about it, because people treat these things like they're a positive, but really they're just a means to control you. Like, that's all it is. The social structure is just a means to overextend self-interest to a collective basis, to prevent you from, just to keep you in a behavioral state that is according to contrivance, but that people aren't even thinking about truly or defining, or in fact they lean on as a proof of their lack of thought about it. They lean on absolutes, like, oh, it's not just a means to control people. So you bypass their cognitive dissonance that way, and you say, well, it's actually true objective morality, or oh, it's just the right thing, or oh, it's just meant to be, or oh, it's just a normal thing to do. They won't really think about or analyze and realize it's just a construct and a functional basis. So this is where the mind can both be a very powerful thing, but can also be used against you. You're appealing to all these things that don't really You're appealing to all these things that don't really matter, or you're appealing to all these things that are like superficial in basis, and I kind of like the social layer. Oh yeah, you're trying to bypass the critical factor, so you say, well, it's not just a means to control people, whether that could be debated, whether it's worth it or not, or whether... See, the problem is that most of these same people would come to the conclusion that, oh, well, if they thought about it that way, then they just wouldn't go along with it anymore at all. But instead, oh, it's a layer to bypass your cognitive dissonance, like, well, it's actually absolute or morality or God or something like that, instead of, oh, it's just a means to control us, and then debate whether it's worth doing or how best to do that. But then I love when it comes back to, oh, the solution to it is just to like raise people better, like in childhood, etc. So the problem with that is you're deferring at least to the non-inherent nature of it, like that it's a contrivance response and a mode of control and artifice, etc. And so what happens there is you're acknowledging that, oh, you just got to train an animal better if you want it to behave the way you want it to. Nobody's denying that, and people are animals, we get it. But that's the point, is that don't tell us then that, oh, it's an absolute standard by God, or it's an absolute standard by something else, like, absolute morality or something, but then it depends on subjective human practice and enforcement. The whole point just being acknowledge that it isn't a inherent or an absolute or objective. It's merely a human construct that we're trying to struggle to uphold. And if you can do that, then you're basically in a position to look at it actually how it really works, but then it's somehow easier to control people from a perspective that you don't do that. Like, make them think, again, appeal to their ego and say, oh no, you're not doing this, something, reducing your life to a half-mast state where you're not fully valuing yourself in any way, and everything is reduced to a structure where you're deferring to a collective which consists of individual selves that also value their own self-interest, so that's why they buy into the collective to get self-interest back. So it's the same measurement process by which you are still operating under non-base of self, but this collective consists of self, so the collective wants the other selves to sacrifice their self-interest for the collective because the collective consists of them as well, so they think they'll benefit from that by extension. So it's kind of a trick. But it's the same way, like enforcement. The way you get somebody to not kill people or do other bad things like that isn't by appealing to morality necessarily and saying, well, it's just bad, so don't do it. Oh, be a good person, don't do it. It's actually by appealing to their own self-interest yet again. The reason why they might kill somebody or hurt somebody is in their self-interest somehow, right, for their own benefit. So you appeal to that same self-interest and same benefit by saying, well, we're going to put you in jail and enforce it and punish you. So the real way to stop somebody from doing something in their self-interest, in harm of others, is to actually appeal to that same self-interest and say, well, that you'd basically be able to, you appeal to the same self-interest by saying, okay, we're going to threaten you and say we're going to put you in jail or do something like that to prevent you from doing it. So to prevent you from doing something in self-interest, we're going to appeal to that same self-interest, not some higher standard or higher measure. And so now you're in a position to you act like, oh, it's a higher standard, like morality, but then it comes down to non-basis of self. It's easy to say that, too, when you've been indoctrinated into a state like that, and it's easy to say it when you've basically been in a position to, you live in a position where you're already accountable to enforcement and social stigma. So, of course, if somebody asks you within that context, oh, is that the reason why? Or like, why don't you do it? Of course you say, oh no, it's wrong and I would never do it and I'm a moral good person, but you're not realizing that you're a product of that very same process. If you take away the enforcement and accountability and anything like that, and if you created a scenario where you had some benefit to gain, now you'd be much more likely to do it. But if you were to ask somebody now, not only would they not acknowledge the process, but they would also say, oh no, of course I would never do it no matter what, I'm just a good person. But it's easy to say that when you've been indoctrinated and you're socially accountable even with that very answer, and even when you're accountable to an enforcement state of behind it, knowing that, well, I wouldn't do it anyway, even if the law didn't exist, but you only say that because the law does exist and because you're socially accountable, stigma, this and that. So you see how the incentive is invalidating, that you're accountable and created by the same process that you're trying to objectively assess, right? And so now there are so many contradictions with that. Okay, so here on another random YouTube session, I'm going to watch some random clips, but some of them I've been watching the last couple of days have been this channel, like Top-Notch Idiots or something, where they keep going to people in potentially dangerous areas and saying, like, you want to catch a 2-piece, and it's like a 2-piece chicken combo that they pull out of their pocket from KFC or whatever. But like, they keep doing these really dangerous things that, at least one thing I like is when something like that is real, which it seems to be, because they're really putting themselves at risk. Some of these people pull out guns. Like, it's a good way to maybe get people to reveal their guns, I guess. As you have that person on camera with a gun that maybe they got illegally, or to reveal, imagine you're a big gangster and you get caught by some clown fucking prankster, basically, because now you could use that video against them as legal evidence, potentially, that, oh, this guy has a gun or whatever. So that might prove that it's actually fake, or but whatever, it seems really dangerous. And so I was watching a lot of those. I guess there's not much to really react to with them, but throwing gang signs in the most, I won't even say the title of them because I won't be able to see it, but like, he's throwing gang signs. These ones I don't really like, because it's kind of not believable that you would really, like, a gang sign is so vague that I don't know how seriously that would be taken. But it doesn't really stay on the same thing though with these shorts. Yeah, I unsubscribed even from Crunchyroll just because I'm not really using it right now. I was trying to watch those, but I can't stay focused on one thing that I really want to watch. And there's so much good variety to go through that you would probably, you don't want to be limited to it, but then you also feel like you're in a position to, I don't know what I really want to do. Krillin's new girlfriend. This is like when he's going out with Marin. We're not boyfriend and girlfriend. And then she takes it literally. We're free to date other people. And then she talks to Yamcha. And then Bulma gets mad. So Bulma and him were still together at that point. That's the biggest fumble ever because of how rich Bulma is, more so than anything else. Like the whole Capsule Corp and everything, even at this point. I mean, she seems rich even in fucking Dragon Ball, to have the freedom as a little kid, basically teenage girl, to go around and do what she's doing. That's one good organic element of the story, at least, is that you would expect Bulma and Goku to actually end up together, and that might actually be more believable and kind of better for the story in a lot of ways, because they're such good friends, but they stay friends. And then obviously Chi-Chi is kind of a short-lived character, I think. Like, she appears once and then they get married randomly, and then that's almost less deserved, but it's good that the most predictable outcome wasn't the case, I guess. And then one other organic element that I praise in the story is the Gohan thing. The fact that Gohan is foreshadowed. See, this is one of those good examples of writing that isn't necessarily true. Or, like, Toriyama didn't think ahead, because Toriyama said at one point Vegeta was going to be the final villain and didn't expect the series to go on that long or be that popular. And then he said that Frieza was going to be the last villain and all of this, right? So the point is, it's not like he thought that far ahead, but he does give Gohan these little moments of brilliance that foreshadow properly the fact that he could be Super Saiyan 2 and he could beat Cell, right? He always had those moments, right, where he would have like a freak display of power ever since Raditz. But that's one of those good plot lines that sort of is left out there, and then it makes sense later, even if he didn't plan that far ahead, right? It's still a good little bonus to have, where, that's adequately foreshadowed. So when Gohan suddenly becomes Super Saiyan 2, even though that is still a bit extreme because he just became Super Saiyan 1 in the time chamber, and now he jumps all the way to Super Saiyan 2. But But the fact is that at least there was some element there. So that's what good storytelling from a different perspective. He didn't plan out that was necessarily going to happen because he didn't know the series would last that long. But by having these recurring moments, like against Raditz, and even against, I think, Vegeta, and even against Raditz and against Vegeta, although that's mostly because he goes ape form, I think, but still. And then against Frieza even, he has a moment like that. So all those moments would go to tell you that it's being foreshadowed, even if you don't know what's being foreshadowed, even if the author doesn't know, you're leaving something out there that could be used later in a believable and organic way. So at least that's a good point where, like a lot of these moments in the series and as you go on, where characters just get more powerful just because they have to, right? So like when Gohan becomes Mystic Gohan, that's so stupid, right? I hate that because he just picks up the Z sword and he that's garbage. There's no deserved way for why he was that powerful. Whereas at least this foreshadowing was kind of true, right? And the way that it happens kind of makes sense at least, right? So they were at least building towards that a little bit and it was a great way to mix up the story too, that Goku isn't strong enough to beat Cell. So it's not the predictable outcome that, Goku's going to beat them again, right? It's that Gohan has to take over, and it's that Goku dies, and then Gohan will go on to be the hero of the Earth and protect everybody, and to be the strongest character. But then they ruin that by, now Goku comes back, and the whole Majin Buu thing with Gohan struggling. Right, but it was set up in a believable way, kind of like my Avatar 2 rewrite ending, right? Which I feel like Sully Jake should have died at the end of Avatar 2. And then the kids take over, and so now going into the next movie, they have to take his place and sort of, that would have been very nice, actually. It would have made sense. It would have been organic. It would have been high stakes. So I don't know what I even want to watch here, but yeah, I can listen to my own stream that I'm doing now as well, typically when I'm not at home unless I'm uploading something. So I have 16 followers now, so I had 9 last night. So in the span of one stream, I got 7 followers. I don't know how this randomly happens, but even if they're bots, obviously random bots come in and post messages message me on Discord, blah, 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 and I'll help you get 1,000 followers. So they might be following themselves and saying that, but I don't really see why they'd have to. But whoever it is, it still makes it look better. And it's not like I'm asking for it either. Let me actually play off of this. So I'm playing Split, my reaction to Split. Which again, these are long sessions where it doesn't mean that that's all I'm doing in that session. It's a 7-hour video. So it combines several different ones. So it's somewhere in there. It's kind of like the main event. But it's not the only thing I'm doing there. So again, these are just all my YouTube videos that have come to good use. And I put the thumbnail up there. I wish I could put the timestamp, but it's kind of hard to do that. To actually show the whole thing, but I'm just showing a base still image. But I verbally say the timestamp, but then if somebody joins in the middle, it makes it hard for them to figure out. Unless I say exactly what's happening or whatever, because I'm not showing it and I'm not even showing the timestamp. I'm watching Free Fall right now, which is what? Is that that one stupid horror movie that's it's that stupid movie where the girl is having a dream or everything's going to be different now, right? The guy says. Free Fall. 35 minutes in. Rose and somebody arguing in the garden. This is like where the husband's trying to keep her trapped in the house or something, and then he turns out to be the devil, I guess. Where the husband's being all evil. All the girl has to do is go outside. Assuming that there's an illusion there that's being broken. But no, I'm very encouraged by that, considering I'm just replaying shit. Like, and there's nothing against that, too, because I even put it in the title that it's like a rerun, watch along, because it's hard for me to do it live. Like, how would I do it otherwise? And certainly not this much. Whereas on YouTube, for some reason, on one hand, you say on YouTube it should be better because, you know, on YouTube it's there forever, but on here, you are getting a certain influx of active viewers here and there. Nobody's really saying anything in chat, though, besides that, like the bots or whatever, so that's like a bait. You're a low viewer streamer, so now you're getting more viewers because of bots trying to tell you, oh, message me on Discord so I'll get you more viewers and followers if you pay me money. But the problem is that they're giving you viewers in the process of doing that. Obviously not very many, but beating up thugs in the hood. What's up, dog? What are you doing over here? The way you're sitting here, the way you're standing here. He has like the Beats by Dre thing. You want to get beat up? And then he has like the punch, like fruit punch. Then he has some other can of something. And then he has like the fried chicken. Some of these are pretty clever, but very risky. I mean, one of these days he is going to get shot or something, and it's going to be not surprising at all. That one guy got shot at a mall for like going up on somebody by like a delivery driver, and he actually got off. Goku is the only person in anime that can introduce a transformation, and it's iconic every time. I feel like Super Saiyan 2 wasn't iconic at all. Like, I guess he didn't introduce it. Gohan introduced it, so Super Saiyan 1 was iconic. Super Saiyan 3 was pretty iconic. I haven't seen, I guess, any of the other ones. It's showing like all these ones from fucking Super. So I guess that means Super has like 4 of them, I guess. It doesn't even show Super Saiyan 4. That was pretty iconic. This is showing like a red, blue, and then like 2 more blue ones. It really is the thing that makes it seem almost like a parody of itself. Oh yeah, we're going to have Super Saiyan 11, Super Saiyan 50. Like, people would almost joke about that, but now you actually have it. Super Saiyan Rose, I love that. Even though I should probably just watch fucking Super eventually, but Super Saiyan Rose, like, what are you, a fucking type of wine? Like, rose wine? Like, what the fuck is that, dude? It's literally becoming a farce. If I would have told you this shit originally, like, when you see Goku first become Super Saiyan, oh, someday there's going to be Super Saiyan Rose, and Super Saiyan Blue, and Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan, what a great name, and this and that, and 100 other ones, and little kids are going to become Super Saiyan, like, you would have ridiculed and said, oh, that's a stupid-ass fan theory, but honestly, when you bloat a series this much in sequelitis, I'm not trying to pick on the dead here, obviously, rest in peace, but I think you can criticize their work still, obviously. I'm not going to go easy on a movie just because, or a show or whatever. So I think it's just sequelitis and bloat. I'd rather see you do something else, but that's a lot harder. Like, just move on and do a different story instead of, you know, don't just keep doing the same thing over and over. There's just something in good series that you can just tell. Like, there's a certain dynamic, or there's a certain formula, right, that you can just tell very early that, oh, this is going to work or this isn't going to work. So I think of like Full Metal Alchemist, right? There's just something about it from the very beginning that I could just tell, like, wow, this is going to be special. I want to watch the 2003 FMA again and really show my appreciation for it and do a whole thing like to show how underrated it is. The tone of it, the pacing, everything is beautiful. The only thing that's missing is some of the narrative in the middle is a little bit wonky because you kind of get caught up in some convoluted stuff just because the story doesn't have a clear guide of where to go because the manga wasn't finished, which is fine. Or yeah, that's why I gave like Dragon Ball Z an A instead of an S when I was doing like a tier list, and people got mad at me. And this was right around when Toriyama died too. But the problem with it is, the reason why it gets an A instead of an S, and I think I can stand by that, is yes, it does a lot of things really well. The animation was revolutionary for the time, certainly even more than I think, because it was, you know, when it came out in Japan versus when it came out for me. But whatever, it's revolutionary animation. You know, all the characters are pretty well done. A lot of the fights and everything are very good. So it's an amazing series from those perspectives. The story isn't always the strongest, but more to the point, the pacing is what really I think is fair to say. Even people who like the show would admit that it was dragged out on purpose just to keep up with the pace of the manga. That's why there's so much filler. That's why there's some of these episodes that drag out, like the transformations and the fight scenes and the standoffs last so long. And that's why, because... And some of the fights do start to get repetitive after a while. It's not always like a new technique or ability. It's just kind of like raw power and we're just fighting. It starts to lose some of its identity. It's kind of like with the Star Wars lightsaber duels. People will come up with all these theories like, oh, this happened because this guy's more defensive and this guy's fights in this style. They have all these different names and Vapid and this and that. But in reality, it's just a bunch of random shit. Like, nobody's really putting that much thought into the choreography. It's just whatever looks cool, right? Why was it so slow in A New Hope versus how fast it is in, like, fucking Revenge of the Sith? Oh, just because they didn't have the technology for it then. Like, I love all this shilling. Oh, no, there's some other in-universe reason. I can understand you trying to justify it like that, but... You know, so it's the same thing here. Like, as good as it is, you can acknowledge the pacing is a little wonky. And you might say, well, that's the difficulty of having a series that's like almost 300 episodes. But that's my whole point, is that when you are that long, it's a double-edged sword. It's a good thing because you have a lot more time to handle your material, but it also drags out. So you're culpable to be, you know, you can be criticized for that too, that you're dragging it out too long. There's a lot of filler. There's a lot of slow-paced scenes, right? There's filler in multiple ways. Like episodes like where Goku and Piccolo learn how to drive. Like, that's fine, right? 2003 FMA, speaking of which, that had a number of filler episodes too, right? That's fine. I'm not saying you can't have it. I'm saying that even the pacing of the episodes that aren't filler are slow in a way that sometimes the fights drag on and, you know, the transformation. Sometimes I like that and it can be kind of novel, but, you know, it's just not... Like, how many pages of a manga does it really take up to do a transformation? Right, because you're just kind of padding it then. How, I don't know all the nuances of manga, even though I've read some before. Like, you take up half the whole fucking edition just with that. Just with the, fucking pictures of the transformation, but that's not how the pacing of it really goes. It's like when they adapt the Lord of the Rings movies from the books. The book might spend a couple pages on a fight, and they'll spend like 20 hours, half an hour of the whole movie on that fight. Like, it's not the same level of pacing. I really don't know what I want to watch. There's all these like 90s flashback videos that are like Teletubbies, all this kind of shit, and it plays this aquatic ambience music with it, Pokemon cards. I'll try to debunk these videos because, you know, all these things still exist, or you can do whatever you want. So it's almost like glorifying having less options and less technology. Don't blame technology for making all of your experiences obsolete, right? They're only as meaningful because you had no choice, or that was the best you had. That doesn't mean that having something objectively better makes it worse. That just gives you more options. Or it's like saying the internet versus TV or something else. You just have more options now. What you do with it is up to you. But it's just a net positive that, oh, you have more options. anything you could watch on TV, you could watch on here too. When Bro said a person born in Garden, what? In Garden would never know the value of flowers. Okay, that's a good quote, even though he wrote it kind of wrong. A person born in a garden would never know the value of flowers because they take them for granted. But again, this is potentially a bad rationalization too. Like, right, you shouldn't need to censor reality and say, well, we should lower our standards now that, you know, just because you're in a good position, we should lower our standards for a collective state. No, it should always be that we have high standards. So if you're born in a worse situation, that should be condemned and prevented by an absolutist mindset that I've spoken about before, rather than just insisting upon whatever's in front of you just because it is. Life with that 8th grade friend group, set to Forever Young. Life when rainbow was just a rainbow before the LGBT. 69 was just a number. That was never the case. Taking a shower was the main problem. Kissing was disgusting. When sleeping was the worst thing. Why is it showing like Carmela Anthony and shit? Style wasn't important. But see, all of this when life was actually life. You don't realize your own power though. See, you're controlled by a machination process in a way that makes you a mindless human function. You can still do all of those things, right? Nobody's stopping you. Like, imagine you can live a minimalistic life now. You don't have to go up with the uptick in technology. Live in a commune, minimalistic, you know, so many different things you can do. You're taking it for granted that, oh, you have to go along with something. The battle every Dragon Ball fan waiting for. I'm not going to watch that. Gohan really just like his dad, like an idiot who throws senzu beans to his enemies. He's fighting Bojack. What does he even say at the beginning there? I didn't even catch that. You forgot one thing, I'm my father's son. So this is obviously... the timeline of when these movies take place is so stupid because... you know, the one that makes the least sense is Broly, because Broly, Gohan becomes a Super Saiyan, but not a Super Saiyan 2. Now, the way I could explain it is, maybe Gohan's not really comfortable going Super Saiyan 2 at will, but then again, Goku would be dead, too. So yeah, that's a contradiction. The Broly movie could not have happened in any... I know you'll say, oh, it's not canon, but whatever. Like, you try to place it somewhere in the timeline, it's impossible for the Broly movie to have happened. It would have had to have happened in between when Gohan and Goku exit the time chamber before the Cell games start. Because if the Cell games happen, then Goku's dead, and Gohan's Super Saiyan 2. Even if he couldn't become Super Saiyan 2 at will, like I said, maybe that's why. But yeah, the fact that Goku's alive and they're fighting, and the fact that Gohan can go Super Saiyan, remember, he becomes Super Saiyan in the time chamber for the first time, Super Saiyan 1. So the fact that he's able to do that means it must be after the time chamber, right before the Cell games, but it can't be after the Cell games. So in those few days between exiting the Hyperbolic time chamber and fighting Cell in the Cell games, it's so stupid. I get why they have to show that he can at least go Super Saiyan, but... and yeah, after that, there's never a time where Goku's even alive until he comes back for the Majin Saga. So like, and even then he has the halo over his head. So there's no other time that could possibly be, aside from immediately after he exits the Hyperbolic time chamber and before the Cell games, which is only a couple days worth of time. I like that moment when he exits the time chamber and he's like, everyone's telling him, or he says, I think I'd get destroyed by Cell. And then everyone's like, what? But oh, you can still go back in, that's okay, you can go back in. And then he says, no, I don't need to go back in, because he's so confident in Gohan, but everybody's kind of shocked. Ro tells me that he's going to Thailand because of their amazing food and culture. Something to do with little kids. I know what kind of man you are. Top 10 lines to do in Thailand, age, consent, whatever. Like Mark Wahlberg in The Departed, where he says, last I heard he was happily married on a beach in Thailand to a 12-year-old boy living on a beach in Thailand, something like that. That's where your knowledge of such things should come from. Someone calmed the poor cat down. But no, I was trying to watch like almost some of those trivia things. Like I should watch Jeopardy and play along with them and try to answer, and I should have like some permanent condition with it, like if I fail, get X number of questions wrong. This is proof that children are the future. How I look at bro when he says gayat. I don't even know how you say that. Gyatt. Gayat. I don't even know really what it means. It means like you have the big butt or something. There's a 3-year-old in front of us who isn't going to understand it because even I don't understand it. I love all these things that we attach meaning to that like it's all made up arbitrary shit and it's all a preservation of stimuli acme. That's how you came to be because your mom had a big gayat. So therefore we fucking... I really don't even know how you say it. I've never heard anybody verbally say it. This one is like some Japanese compilation of like Majin Buu versus Cell in all of their forms, which the only one that, you know, Buu might not win is the last one. Evil Buu versus Semi-Perfect Cell. I mean, they're all gonna be Buu, obviously. Oh, that's dirty. Super Buu versus a fucking Cell Junior. What? That's not even a form. Perfect Cell versus, oh, what the fuck? Versus like Buuhan slash Buu-Tengs Buuhan. I mean, that must be the strongest, I would say, unfused fighter, but it is technically fused. Kid Buu versus Super Perfect Cell. And I like how that's really the characterization of it, too. What's the difference between Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan 2? Your hair gets maybe like a little pointier, but also you get the little blue lightning around you. That's basically it. Right? It wasn't... You know, and I had this theory, too, that I kind of like better as a game theory explanation. But then again, Super Saiyan 3 is an asshole that fucks it up, too, all the more. But pretend Super Saiyan 3 didn't exist, and Super Saiyan 2 was actually treated with some respect like a big deal. Right, Gohan goes Super Saiyan 2, then we skip ahead in time, and Vegeta and Goku have been training all that time, right, obviously. So, when Goku powers up against Yakan, right, the guy who absorbs the light and everything, he has a moment where he shows that he's stronger than Vegeta, and Vegeta gets all mad about it. I thought he revealed that he was Super Saiyan 2 in that moment for the first time to Vegeta, because he didn't know that. And so now Vegeta's upset because he's not as strong. He's not become a Super Saiyan 2 himself either, because you got to think how anticlimactic it is. We don't ever see them become Super Saiyan 2 for the first time, and we saw Gohan do it, so now we just treat Super Saiyan 2 like it's not a big deal, but it should be a big deal. So I thought that Goku had gone Super Saiyan 2 off screen, and that was a big deal, and then Vegeta realizes that only in that moment, and gets mad that, oh, he can go Super Saiyan 2 like his son did against Cell, even though his son's weaker now, so I'm not really worried about that. But I'm going to go Goku can go Super Saiyan 2, and I can't, so now I'm mad. So that's why he decides to go Majin, so that he can catch up and become Super Saiyan 2. And you know what makes this make a lot of sense in the context of the anime, assuming you don't see it anywhere else in the manga. The first time we see Goku and Vegeta go Super Saiyan 2 is in the Majin Vegeta fight, where they power up against each other, right? They never do it before that. I think every other time they're Super Saiyan 1 and we're not seeing the blue lightning and stuff. So when Vegeta goes Majin, I thought it was to unlock Super Saiyan 2 that he was able to not get to otherwise. But I guess the reality is that, oh no, he was Super Saiyan 2 anyway, just like Goku was Super Saiyan 2 anyway. Well, I mean, we know that he's Super Saiyan 2, but I really like that as a game theory thing, but then obviously Goku was also Super Saiyan 3, so they, you know, this is kind of bad writing where you're kind of overdoing it, but it's a case where, you know, Goku had become Super Saiyan 2 off screen, and he revealed that by powering up against Yakan for a second, he goes Super Saiyan 2, I guess, you know, would be the implication, and then Yakan blows up, and then Vegeta realizes, wow, he's Super Saiyan 2, and I didn't know. It's my first time seeing that because he's been dead all this time. And so now I'm jealous. and now I want to go Majin so that I can reach Super Saiyan 2 as well and close the gap. I like it from a game theory standpoint because it's kind of a big deal then. You're treating Super Saiyan 2 with some respect. Like Goku trained all those years in Otherworld to try to achieve it, and it's a big deal, even for him. And then he tries to hide it from Vegeta so he doesn't get jealous or something. And then Vegeta now feels inadequate, and then he's like, okay, I gotta find a way to do it. So he has to go Majin in order to unlock that. And then once he is no longer Majin, he maybe retains it, but like, that's what it took. It took him going Majin just to go Super Saiyan 2, because it's that big of a deal, and he couldn't do it otherwise. Like, that treats it with some amount of respect, right? So he doesn't go Majin just for power in a raw sense. That would have been the necessary element. He wasn't capable of going Super Saiyan 2, and he needed to go Majin to do it, right? That pushed him over the edge. And again, that scene is so consistent with that, the fact that Goku and Vegeta are about to fight in the Majin Vegeta part of the show, and they both power up to Super Saiyan 2. It's like, wow, as the audience, that's the first time we've ever seen them go Super Saiyan 2. And the reason why is because they've never had an occasion to do it. Again, Goku's been dead, there's been a time skip. So as far as we know, Vegeta goes Super Saiyan 2, and Goku's all shocked. Like, wow, he can go Super Saiyan 2. That must be because of Majin. But I guess, see, it's just clumsy the way it's actually, like, when Vegeta's surprised against Yakan, when Goku powers up, what is it that we're expecting as the audience? He must have gone Super Saiyan 2, and that surprised Vegeta. Because, oh no, he just powered up a little bit, and he's surprised by that. Why would that be a big deal? No, he powers up to Super Saiyan 2, and Vegeta didn't know he could do that. So that makes sense. And the same thing there. We see Goku and Vegeta go Super Saiyan 2 for the first time. Obviously, assuming Goku had already been able to do that, I can grant that. Or even we as the audience discover that he can go Super Saiyan 2 against Yakan, I guess if you interpret it that way. And then Vegeta hasn't been. So the first time we see Super Saiyan 2 Vegeta is, when he's Majin and Goku's all shocked, what's he shocked about? Not just that, oh, look, he's powerful, but look, he went to Super Saiyan 2 that he couldn't do before because he wasn't Majin, that he needed that to push him over the edge. So I like that as a game theory explanation because it makes a lot more sense, and you're treating the transformation with some amount of respect that it's kind of a big deal. It's not a small accomplishment to do that. Flying through the store. So he's like holding on to the cart. I don't know exactly how he's doing that. Does he have some wires or something? Okay, dude, okay. Me on my way back from the casino to tell my dishwasher and kids we're going to move into a bigger place called the Streets. I guess it would be bigger, though. That's accurate. Tame Impala song, which has been used a lot in chess videos for some reason. What's your biggest weakness? It's like some interview clip. Sometimes, I don't care. Every answer starts with a P. Pluto, but according to Neil deGrasse Tyson, it's not a planet. Explore an area. Pioneers. First, explore an area, pioneer. I got it. Yeah, I got it. Praying mantis, insect known for that. Pearl Harbor. I guess you don't know exactly what procrastination. Well, I'm getting these all immediately, but I guess I can kind of read them before. We ran out of P, so we're going to go to U, but it ends there. So I got pretty much all those pretty quickly. Carl Sagan predicts the world as we know it today. Two kinds of danger. We've arranged this society based on science and technology. Nobody understands anything about science and technology. But that's only inevitable because everybody's gonna... No, but it's only natural because your physical state, it's like with aliens, right? If you met an alien, he might be ordinary and flawed and idiosyncratic and stupid like you and me because the net sum machination process of technology in an era does not match the individual state of every person at that time, right? On average, you might be educated or whatever, but right, the individual is just an individual. You're flawed, you're weak, you can't do any of the things that technology allows you to do. So you're not that impressive as an individual, but collectively, your technology is very impressive, so you can't expect, because people are specialists, they'll specialize in one field. Nobody is going to be an expert in every field, so one person will be an expert cook, one person will be an expert, astronaut, one person will be this and that. So it's only natural that the collective accomplishment of humanity and technology is going to be substantially greater than any individual thing, so that's the whole point of society in the first place. Who is running science and technology if the people don't know anything about it? Science is more than a body of knowledge. I'm quoting him here with all this. It's a way of thinking. Yeah, leave it up to people to be religious instead. Ask skeptical questions. But see, this is the whole basis of society and government. Nobody does this, really. For the next charlatan, but that's how society works. You have to actively be vigilant and uphold it. You got to hold your rights accountable. The point there is you have the ability to make it a functional, kind of cynical, absolutist society where don't fall for emotionalism then, and if somebody has good policies, good plan, that should be enough. It shouldn't always be don't fall for emotional things, right? Just be fact-based. Like, everybody's cynical, zero-sum, self-interest, whatever. So just get the job done and just do it, right? Don't worry about, focus on functionalism. I gotta maybe reread the Bible with as much as I talk about religion, but I have so many good logical reasons to do with it, though, that it feels like a shame not to. And see, that's ultimately my position on it, though. Still, I'd say it can still be useful to people and give them structure, but that doesn't make it true. You've gone back in time, stay a while, and then there'll be all these fallacies in the comments, like rose-colored glasses. Everybody always says that all the time about everything. Like, people during this time that you're looking at, which is nostalgic to you, would have complained, oh, things were so much better before. Or that's always an antiquated thing, that older people will always glorify things that are no longer necessary. Like, back in my day, we were so hardworking in such and such way, but now we no longer need to be as hardworking in those ways because of technology. So it's kind of like, you're glorifying it just for the sake of doing it then. So go ahead and do it the same way. If hard work is inherently meaningful, make it harder for yourself just so you can show off about it. But you're not realizing the functional contrivance of that, and people don't want to admit that. Like the nearness postulate. Like, you don't want to acknowledge that, it was a zero-sum process for a zero-sum end. And the only reason why you were brainwashed or indoctrinated or whatever, convinced yourself into believing it's meaningful to do that, is only because that was good motivation, because it was necessary at the time. Now that you have better technology that you don't need to do that, now you say, well, it's still meaningful, look at the hard work, blah, 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 but now you wouldn't do it either, or it wouldn't be necessary, or it would be sort of redundant and self-defeating. So the point there is like this, that you have, it's like, you'll glorify some functional standard. Like, it was only glorified because it was necessary at the time. Now it's no longer necessary. So in other words, it wasn't meaningful at all. You just had to trick yourself into believing it's meaningful just to motivate yourself to do it. And now you feel bad because, it's removed the need and it's become obsolete. So you realize there's no special meaning attached to it. It was just a zero-sum process. And the same thing is true of, again, nearness postulate. Back in my day, before dating apps and before, social media and stuff, we used to meet people in person. We would ask the girl at school to go to the diner with us and take her out to the diner. And that's how we fell in love. So in other words, you were so limited in your options that you had no choice but to insist upon them and glorify them. So wouldn't you rather have had an option of anybody in the world, and it could still end up being the same option? If that person was still the best for you, you could have still chosen them and still been with them. So it's a net positive. Having more options still includes the options that you have before. But you want to glorify that like that's somehow a higher measure. We had less options and we liked it, versus now you have more options and you could still come to the same conclusion, but it's invalidated. It's one of those sensory reality fallacies, like you can't watch adult films because that might make you unhappy with your marriage, but that just exposes that you're unhappy with your marriage. You shouldn't need to censor reality or censor imagination and fiction and whatever just because, you watch too many movies, so now you're bored of your job and you're desensitized to that. Or you watch too much adult films and now your marriage is no longer good. But you can realize it's fantasy, and you can realize that simply some imagination or fantasy shouldn't invalidate what's in front of you. That just means you have to censor reality and imagination to accept the lower standard that you have before you, right? So pretend like there's nothing better than what you have by censoring any mention or sight of it, or anything else that you could potentially want. So it's the same thing with that nearness postulate. Like, the only reason why you were happy with those low standards or the nearness postulate is because you didn't have another option, so you just settled for it. Not that actually was, if you could meet anybody anywhere in the world or communicate with them, what would you have done then? So you see the internal fallacy. And the other issue is the simple fact that you have back in my day, we would meet the girl at school or in the diner and we'd ask them out in person and this and that. Again, you can still do the same thing today, right? Nobody's stopping you from doing that. But also number two is the fact that you just simply have more options. If you can communicate with anybody all around the world, isn't that a net positive? So now you have 8 billion options, potentially, whatever context, you know what I mean? Never mind age, never mind whatever. You have billions of options in the world compared to only a couple people in your local community. Isn't that better to just have more options? And again, you could ultimately come to the same one. So you're just glorifying something just for the sake of it, not because it has any inherent value, or you're trying to create undue emphasis and undue value by censoring reality or insisting upon a state where you didn't have those options. So you didn't have the option back then to communicate with anyone all around the world so easily. So you're going to act like your lack of choice, non-choice reaction insistence, is superior and better, even though having that option would not preclude or prevent you from doing that. It might make you have higher standards and more options that would invalidate it, but you don't want to acknowledge that. You want to pose it as a false absolute to specified stimuli acme, but then also you have the ability to consider that, you're able to just do it in such a way that you can, not for value, but honestly for lack of value, try to overcompensate. So you can have all those options. What's the problem with having the options? You don't have to use it. You don't have to rely on it. It just gives you more options, right? What's the problem with that? It's like the internet versus TV or something like that. Anything you could do with one, you could do with the other. So you can still do the nearness postulate, but it just shows you're placing undue emphasis just out of non-choice reaction, not any actual standard that you may or may not have. And regardless of what the standard is, it's unlikely that it would be met in the highest way by your immediate local environment, right, versus anybody else around the world potentially. So I'm going to end up recreating like one of my short stories or something in all these recordings because I'm too lazy to actually do it in a formal way or make something longer out of it. But basically, there's a character who both of their parents killed themselves in some major display, right, that I won't get into too much. But basically the point is that another character is advising someone, right, who's going to fight against them, right, the character who had their parents kill themselves, and he tells him that, like, for the first time, and he learns it about him that both of their parents killed themselves, and this character comes back and says, well, that doesn't justify anything they did, like he's saying it like that. But then the other character says, that's not why I'm telling you this. I'm telling you so you know who you're really going up against, as in, like, that this is a man to be feared. I'm not telling you that because, feel bad for him and sympathetic. I'm saying, like, imagine who you're really going up against, and that's why he's such a man to be feared, because look at what he understands about the world and how he would view it. But of course, he's a much more objective and disciplined character than even that. But it just sort of reveals, he's the character who says, actually, it could only reveal to me the nature of this world, right? It doesn't matter. You could have the best parents ever, but still, it's just subjective. Like, you could have the worst, most abusive parents ever, but that inspires you to be the opposite, as far away from them as possible. Or you could have the best parents ever, or be spoiled, or whatever. However you want to interpret, like, it doesn't matter. How you react to the world around you is what defines you, not the world around you. So you'd say, it's because of this influence, but the way you react to that influence can be its whole other aspect here. Let's see if I can watch the videos here. I don't even have my headphone properly set up, but I wasn't even a lot of these are like that. I'm not planning to do a session. I'm doing sessions a lot less often now, and I guess I'm streaming a lot more often, even though I'm not actually doing it. It's like the ultimate cheat, and you might think, that's somehow something wrong with it, but it would be impossible for me to stream this in a cohesive way, so this is so much smoother. And again, I'm not expecting a ton of interaction from the chat anyway, and I guess it just works out. Like, it just makes sense. It's just better like that. Let me see if I can maybe set this up. I hate doing, like, really super short sessions too. What's another good... I hate doing it like that, but it's the kind of thing, like, I'm too lazy to actually do it in, like, a formal way. But the one thing that's kind of encouraging is, like, a book it might only be 300 pages, which might seem like a lot, but, if you write, like, one page every day, the secrets to it would be, like, okay, start off with the storyboard, right? Start off with the premise and the characters, right? What is it about? Who are the characters? Give them names, give them basic, outlines of what they're going to be like. And then for each one, as you're writing them, you got to just think, like, what would this character do in this situation, and let it kind of write itself rather than, going in some other way. But you go and you have the premise, you have the title, you have the setting, the characters, right? Then you go ahead and you go in the premise, you go in, like, the chapters or the storyboard, and now you go event by event. Right now, I understand sometimes there'll be, like, a scene or a couple scenes that you've already written or you have in your head, and that's a big inspiration for the story in the first place, and that's fine, but don't try to just go scene by scene like that. That's kind of how I am, though. I'd want to go raw. Like, let's just go scene by scene and just write the whole thing, and that can work, but go storyboard and say, okay, these are the events that are going to happen, and then you can obviously adjust it and change it later, but these are the events that are going to happen in this order, and how we're going to tell it, and then you fill in now with the dialogue and the exact moment-to-moment storytelling. But it's a case where you fill in that, so you have the storyboard, the major events, fill in the dialogue, and this is very hard, it's very overwhelming, and it's hard to imagine that any other way, so you do it like that, and then you have major events, you have, lines of dialogue, so all that stuff you can fit in later, but the most important thing is just the overarching, like, that's what I call George Lucas. George Lucas is a master of the storyboard, where if you look at his movies, especially like Revenge of the Sith, it's a really good storyboard. Like, the events that are happening are pretty interesting, the order in which they're happening, whatever. But the dialogue and the actual manner of execution is pretty bad. Right, like I can't imagine some of these lines of dialogue being any less interesting given how interesting the subject matter and the, everything is going on. So what's going on is interesting, but the way it's presented in the dialogue is a little bit lackluster. So, you start off, you have the storyboard, and then you try to write through each scene, get through the key events and key plot points and what you want to cover, and like pretend almost like you were analyzing somebody else's work, right? Like you're studying it in school. That'd be thinking you're going through, this is the theme of it, this is the plot of it, this is the point of it, and every character kind of has an aura to them that, like, you want to introduce this one guy and he's a bit of a dick, and but really smart, and so you want that aura to pervade the scene in addition to simply being a scene where they accomplish a certain goal, right? So you have that in the back of your mind, like, okay, I'm going to portray it this way. And it's all these things that are obvious to you kind of when you're looking at somebody else's work, but that's hard to do when in your own, because, or you just try to do a template, but you come up with like an original way to do the same thing that you've seen in other works before. Right, like it feels like, oh, everything has been done before, but that's, at times, it's sort of demoralizing because it feels so random. Like fiction is just random. You could make a whole cast of characters named after vegetables that just do a bunch of random things whenever they feel like, that randomly get more and less powerful, and that just randomly fight each other and randomly kill each other, and they're named after vegetables or household fucking, what do you even call it? Like appliances. And literally, that could be one of the most popular series ever. If you couldn't guess, I'm talking about the Dragon Ball universe. Name them after instruments like tambourine, and that's one of the biggest tells actually in fiction. Even some of the best stories have like generic names for characters. They don't feel like real names. They feel like they're named after some gimmick or some like little pun or something like that. And then it turns in, like Darth Vader is a good example. At that time, did George Lucas really think about the Darth label and all that? They were treating that like that was his name. But anyway, Vader is like invader, and Darth is just, makes them sound bad, like Dark Lord or something, something like that. So it sounded like a very generic template sort of bad guy name that just by hearing it, he's bad. And again, they presented it almost as though it was his name. You might try to retcon that later, but effectively, whatever. And I love that. Obi-Wan calls him Darth. Darth Sidious, Darth Vader, Darth Maul, I know there's only two at a time that they're supposed to be, but it still would get a little bit confusing. Darth Dooku, or more like Darth Tyrannus, so they never really call him that. But, you know what I mean? Like, it's not important because It's not important because that that's just something they didn't think about. It'd be one thing if you called him Vader, like in New Hope, Obi-Wan calls him Vader because Vader is at least his title, his name as a Sith. But Darth is like calling somebody, I guess you could say Sir or Mister, like that. But, you know what I mean? Like, it's different because it makes no sense, right? It's just a generic, but I guess it'd be similar to saying like Jedi, calling somebody a Sith, but like, you Jedi are so pitiful, you Darths are so pitiful, all two of you. The rule of two is such a contrived thing too. You would think, as strong as that seems like an idea, you need like a lot of followers and other things going on. It seems like a stupid idea to limit yourself to two and be like, well, wouldn't you have a better chance with more of you out there? Like, you'd rather toil in obscurity rather than have a better fighting force, a better chance to overtake everybody if you just like decided to just have more people fighting, and then once you win a battle, a war, take over the universe or whatever, then you can try to whittle it down and do a purge there. But the whole rule of two inherently is kind of stupid. Or it comes probably from a position of more power. Once they're in a position of power, then they'd say the rule of two. But when, you're trying to take over everybody, now you have to rely on subordinates either way, like the droids and the whatever, You have to rely on everybody like that, and you have to make it General Grievous and stuff. So where does that factor into the rule of two? Obviously, they're not strong enough for anybody to care about, but I should end off in a way that sounds like it doesn't get cut off, so I know that, because sometimes it feels like that happens, but it'll just cut off in the middle of me talking when it feels like it shouldn't. It's like, here, clearly I'm ending this segment right now. Okay, so here's a good technique to sort of trick your enemy, let's say in a hypothetical battle sort of environment. And so it'd be like, you have the royalty dress up like common soldiers, and you have the soldiers dress up like royalty, based on the number or whatever would have to make sense. But so they would misconstrue it because appearances can be deceiving, and obviously, right, that's what people go on. So on an initial level, if they don't know exactly what you look like or something of the sort. So, there's sort of a low-tech setting that I'd be fascinated with, like similar to Earth, but a little further advanced, but also somehow limited in some way. That it'd be kind of cliche to say, a nuclear kind of holocaust happened, and then therefore a lot of technology has been lost, a lot of infrastructure, and then they slowly recover it over the course of the story. Right, there could be all kind of events like that, but yeah, just to sort of show a low-tech environment that's similar to Earth, but not way too far ahead, where it's like laser guns and stuff like that. Not quite that. So I can watch a whole bunch of random clips here. I don't like doing this just feeling like for the sake of doing it, but I don't know what I want to watch. I have no idea. Kissing Thugs in the Hood. I've seen this, I think. Back up. Are you trying to kiss or what? My favorite line is like, the way you standing there makes it look like you want to get clapped, or the way you sitting there, the way you sitting, like you're just sitting. Hershey's Kisses. I like your chains, kind of cute. They give them good advice too. You can't be playing like that. Although a kiss is kind of more innocuous. Don't forget the stimuli acme. But like, sometimes you're going up in a potentially dangerous neighborhood where everybody's on edge and everybody seems to have a gun most of the time. And you're saying stuff like, you look like you want to get shot, or you want to get popped, or you want to get clapped, you want to get clipped. Like, that's probably not a good idea. Somebody might just shoot you. I mean, people shoot people over less than that all the time. So you don't think, like, what happened to that guy at the mall, the prankster getting shot by an Uber driver. Like, when you look at the body of work, like, Your Honor, I'm presenting this guy's channel to my, case in court to show that it's not like an isolated incident. Like, he was just messing around one time and somebody shot him. How could they possibly do it? Look at how much he's doing this and asking for it. It wouldn't be a surprise at all if that happened. And, you never wish that on anybody, but it's kind of like you're doing something so stupid in such a stupid place that, I don't know. When you get pulled over in the U.S., but your English is as lost as you are. Then what does happen if you don't understand English? I kind of want to watch some of those liminal space type videos, but I don't know what the commentary I could really do along with it is. you need to get a translator, or you could always play dumb, or but just use like sign language, like pull it, wave him out. But a lot of these don't seem like they're real. Like, why would you end up posting this? I don't know. Things you remember if you grew up in the 2000s. I mean, what is it going to be? Generic stuff. Nintendo, GameCube, Twistable Crayons, which I don't really remember that. This book, Touch and Feel Farm, I don't remember that. Pillow Pets. I mean, I wasn't born in the 2000s, but I don't know any of this shit. School naps. I guess we did that in a very young grade, like kindergarten. This commercial, I don't know what that is, 805. I don't know any of that shit. Okay, here we go. Let's do a quiz. I killed the last one. Okay, hang on. Okay, we're starting with like 1 second in the video because it's very hard to scroll all the way back. So it's like, only a genius can solve all these hard riddles, I assume, by some, whatever it is, information at your fingertips. And it's kind of cheating on the first one, but we're starting in 3, 2, 1, so you get minus 1 point from me. Google, information at your fingertips. Google. Google. So they're giving L-E as the clue. Oh, that one's easy. She answered it in a direct way. Bright, happy, sunny. Yellow. Okay, fine. That one's a little vague. Are these all going to be colors? White and wispy. I don't know. Oh, Cupid. C-U-P-I... Or no, it's U-D. Cloud. C-L-O-U-D. Cloud. You gotta give those clues. The chick on the left is like a worse version of me. Jacket, blanket. Oh, I got it before her. I'm so good at this. Fuck. What? She beat me with Narwhal. I wouldn't have even... Tinder. Okay, she kind of got it before me at the same time. 3 to 3. Volleyball. Spike ball. What does that mean, a holy ball? What are you talking about? I didn't get that one. Santa Claus. Wow, I said Santa Claus. Watch out for the sharp points. Oh, she got a cactus. These are pretty hard. Damn, they got so fast all of a sudden. High up in thin air ends in IN. What the fuck? Wow. I started off pretty good. She got it. I thought she was going to say, I now pronounce you winners, but it was a tie, and then she won that. It got really hard towards the end. They were struggling with some of the easy early ones. It got easier as he went, but I wasn't ready for it. Badminton and good mitten. Never judge people. Like, what are these videos? Like, who actually watches this shit? I just have no idea what I want to watch. And watching shorts is one of the worst things to do because it's hard to even do it with the timestamp, and it's kind of, who needs TikTok when you have this shit? A lot of this stuff might be on TikTok anyway. Japan's first lady made a surprise visit to Pearl Harbor. Japanese are big on surprise visits to Pearl Harbor. Yeah, all 2 of them then, according to that. Okay, I can't even read the title of half of these, as I'm driving. Okay, I'm going to ask you a trivia question right now, but there is a twist. Who is the smartest person that you know? My dad. If your dad answers this question correctly, call him. They'll be like, phone a friend, but at least let me have a chance at it. They're saying call the dad before you even do anything. I like how the dad just immediately agrees to it. Term for animals that can survive on land. Amphibious. Come on, that's a joke. Amphibious, you clown. What kind of NA education shit is this? What if you answer it? Now he'll Google it or something. You're waiting too long. He'll suddenly get it. I like that. So, give an example. So fucking brain dead. What kind of question is that? He's lying, or why did you take so long? Sis is playing bootleg welfare fucking phone a friend who wants to be a millionaire, who wants to be a hundredaire. Fucking clown shit. That's always wholesome though. I love the one where call your dad and tell him you're pregnant for like $100. But most of those seem fake, or I think I've seen most of them. That one is brutally funny if it's a real clip. Like, go up to people and ask, obviously a girl, and ask them, say that you're pregnant, and I'll even pretend to be the guy that you got pregnant with, or whatever. You could just use some excuse. And I'll give you $100 if you do it, to see if they're mad. And then you can obviously tell them later, but then they might never trust you again, because it'll be like, you could just be saying that covered up, and then you'll have an abortion. But I guess they would know that, too. But, if you lie about something like that just for money, you're kind of a shitty person. But I would love to expose that nonetheless. These are kind of fun, I guess. But the first one is kind of cheating sometimes with these questions, because I can't, I try not to look. So this one is called, Only a Genius Can Solve These Hard Choices, or whatever it is. It's the one that starts off with sushi and magic, with a guy on the left and a chick on the right. And so we're starting in 3, 2, 1. So she already got magic hats. So hats and sushi are sushi roll, R-O-L-L. Hats. Okay, she got the hat, so she's beating me. Off season, off sale. Sale. Off SP. Okay, I got the roll T. Roll Tide from The Mentalist, I know that. Off. What is Roll Tide even? I don't know, but I know it from The Mentalist. Tide Pod. I literally only know that from the... Oh, shit, I got it wrong. It's pool. Pool T. Table. Off speed? No, it's pool table. It's pool table. Off speed. Like, what does that mean, dude? Speedboat was a good guess. Table tennis. Fuck you. speed bump, and then table tennis. I'm rolling these fucking people over, dude. Bump, bump itch. I don't know what that means. Or what did I say? Table tennis, but it's different. Table talk. What is that? What is that? Or I guess the person on the left could be talk softly. Bump into. Some of these are kind of dumb. Talk show. Bump into. Into, I don't know, some of these last ones are dumb. Up into action, ACC, into accounting, I was going to say that actually, acceleration. Bump into accounting, talk shop, talk show. Oh, I said it like right when she said it. And they don't even show you the right answer at the end. Some of these are kind of dumb, honestly. Like, there's not too much rhyme or reason to them. The first couple made a lot of sense, right? Just instinctively got them. Inside a mall in the 90s. Yes, malls, the mecca of consumerism. We get this nice little aquatic ambience thing every time. Kind of like malls right now. People are still doing the same shit. Instead of using a Kodak camera like that, you're using people always blame technology. Technology just simplifies things and makes them easier, or gives you more options of doing the same thing. It's like even when you say, oh, people are on their computers and phones all day, but a lot of the time they're talking to other people the same way. So it allows you to talk to people the same way you'd be talking to people anyway, but it just gives you more options and more convenience and more reach. So I'm not saying you should do that or as an alternative, but I'm saying that, what the fuck is this? These ones are kind of dumb with the letter. 97% of Harvard graduates get this question wrong. Oh, these have been suggested to me a lot too. I don't know why I even get some of this suggested. Ranking best moments in Family Feud. Best moments in Family Feud. Number 3 is outdoors in the shed. Somewhere you might be caught with your pants down. I almost want to play a version of this, like where I could watch along and I could say it, but the problem is they say it too quickly sometimes. Right, like give me a second. I guess I could pause it and do it like that, but then it might not make as much sense, or I'll kind of just narrate it to you what's happening. But or I can do it right here. Like, okay, outdoors in the shed. Like I'll read it, but they'll spoil it. Okay, I won't look. Okay, I'm not looking at it. I haven't heard it yet. She hit the buzzer. Your girlfriend has the best body and the worst breath. So just give her a mint, or unless that's already on the board. I'll list off a couple. Give her a mint. Tell her to brush her teeth. Give her a mouthwash. Give her a mint, give her a mouthwash. Tell her to brush her teeth. Make her eat something that tastes, that smells good. Get her a breath mint. Why is this even a big deal? Why is that like a funny or crazy answer? That's so normal. Name something that follows the word pork. Pork chops. So she said Hugh Pine, or whatever, like pork Hugh Pine. But I would just say pork chops or pork, some kind of pork dish. Somebody... Steve Harvey's birthday, what did his wife give him? So I already saw the answer is a car that she gave. It doesn't mean it's even right. But what would I guess? I don't think I would have guessed a car. I would just say a new pair of shoes. I don't know. Socks/clothes. Okay, he was right. So I did say like shoes. Name something a divorced man hopes his ex-wife will do. I already heard that he said die, but I would have said booty call. You know, you come back for a booty call or a little suck job. This could be kind of fun. You know where I always would see this? The only time I've probably ever seen it is like in the laundromat. When I would go to the laundromat to do a thing, a load, this would always be playing in the background on one of the TVs. There's so many things, it's sad, like, there's so many things you could watch. I could watch anything in these trips in existence. I could watch a show, I could watch a movie, I could watch Dragon Ball, I could watch Dexter, I can watch Game of Thrones, anything. I'm not limiting it at all, and yet I'm choosing to do this. Like, what the fuck? I don't know what it is. Like, I just can't quite stay committed to it. But no, I'm taking this as a very good sign. Let me check on my stream. Like, I'm up to 16 followers. Again, maybe they're bots who are just trying to post shitty messages, but I don't think you have to follow really to post messages, so they're just doing it at will. Like, whatever. It still counts, and it makes my channel look better. So this is me reacting to Split, which is probably over by now, because that was a couple hours ago that, you know, this video is almost over, and so I can't remember if I did another part of this or it'll just replay, you know, part of it. But not only is it a rerun of a video that I already have, but it'll even repeat the beginning of it because I won't get home in time, possibly. How many times have you killed a dog in a movie, in a horror movie, is what I'm talking about. So yeah, that's pretty fun to see, and, you know, I'm glad that people appreciate this. It seems like people appreciate when you do these really long streams or regular streams. Like, wow, I just did a 24-hour stream and I'm not even live. That's what I value too in this. Like, just give a running commentary even while I'm reacting. That's the point of it. Like, react harder. That's literally, you know, I'm not doing a review. I'm not doing a sophisticated thing the way that I would used to do. Or I guess it still creeps in, but, you know, I'm giving a running commentary, first look, first thing. Slicing up thugs. Slicing up thugs in the hood. Starting in 3, 2, 1, but you won't know which one it is. What you staring at, B? Why is it like cut so? Get sliced up pizza. It's gonna be poison though. That one is kind of edited too fast to make sense. But no, it's a case where, you know, if I'm walking in a direction and you're walking in a direction, who's cutting who off? Like man slamming. If I'm walking in a straight line, you're walking in a straight line. You should be walking on the right side. I should be on the left side, but everybody's afraid of the camera, or they at least simmer down. Like, I don't give a shit, dude. Yeah, do you ask the people who pull a gun on you whether it's okay for them to whether it's okay for you to post a video? Because probably not. Because they might have gotten the gun illegally and now they'll get in trouble and that could be used as legal evidence in court. Like, fucking, you know, you're really asking for a lot of trouble here. This will be how somebody busts a criminal operation because they'll get them on some charge like that. And they would have never expected it to be a cop or any sort of big issue. So what you can do now is you can consider the fact that, again, like if I'm hugging the right side, right? Let's say we're on the sidewalk or whatever. Or no, this happened to me in Walmart. And like I heard some incredulous reaction after. I'm walking into the store, right? And I'm walking in a straight line. So I'm going in a straight line. I have all the right of way justified. And then they're coming from the left side or from my right side. Like I'm walking in and they're coming from the pharmacy. So I'm walking in a straight line. And they're walking in a straight line. So who should be expected to stop there? And then I just keep going, and then they almost hit me, and then they make like some sort of noise. Like, oh my goodness, how could he do that, blah, blah, blah. But it's like, I was going in a straight line. I wasn't turning or cutting anybody off, and they were going in a straight line. you could say, oh, I should stop at the intersection, but then they should stop at the intersection, right? So it's kind of like, what is the rule there? Because you might say, oh, because they're coming from an angle, but they're technically going straight, and I'm technically going straight. So it's kind of like if you're sitting there, right? I'm sitting eating my lunch, and then you sit in front, like across, and then you'll be like, why are you looking at me? But you just crossed into my peripheral vision. So why did you come in my view? Not why am I looking at you, right? You walk in front of somebody and then say, why are you looking at me? Or even this way, it's like walking down the street, and I'm on the right side, they're on the left side. So why should we bump, or who would be obligated to move? Right, we're both walking in a straight line, and if we're going to bump into each other, why should I have to move versus them? We're both going in a straight line, minding our own business. They're getting in my way as much as I'm getting in their way. Like, what is this? And I like how chivalry and all that is based in the stimuli acme. That, you talk about, oh, it's special treatment for women, or just as they've been mistreated throughout history too. But like, both of those standards are bad. But also the stimuli acme is preserved. Like, there's no real special meaning to it. Oh, hold the door for the woman. Why? Because she's too weak to do it herself? Is that the preconception? Is that the, normally this is like the opposite interpretation concept. Whenever you say something should get special treatment, someone or some identity, it's actually an insult to them. So it's like, oh, open the door for them as if they can't handle it themselves, or always be nice to women, don't hit women. Not that you should hit anybody, but you're like, oh, they need special treatment because they're somehow weak or vulnerable or whatever. And then the same thing like with special titles in chess, like, oh, they need special titles for women in chess. Why? Because they're stupid and because they're not good enough? You're saying they're not capable, right? If you frame it correctly, you realize that, oh shit, you're actually insulting them. So by saying they should get equal treatment, it's actually a good thing, because of the simple fact that you're basically able to consider that, you know what I mean? It's actually an insult to try to do that, to try to say, oh, we got to go out of our way to do this, and sadly it's based in the stimuli acme basis as well. Really, that element alone is just like, females are more sexually attractive based on some subjective, whatever, interpretive basis. But from a natural perspective, you might think, why is that? And the reason why that is because, honestly, they're the ones who, I hate saying it like this, but this, again, just objective scientific observation, they're the ones who would be getting impregnated, so there's a higher incentive for that. Like, the guy is incentivized to have sex with the girl to impregnate them because that's nature's way of inspiring reproduction, that's why it's pleasurable, etc. So I like the sort of juvenile human interpretation that you turn it into something else. Like, that's all it is. That doesn't mean you can't enjoy it, but you don't realize the basic nature of that, and you base your whole life around it. You're slaves to it. You get married and split your finances down the middle and your whole life down the middle. Why? Because nature makes it pleasurable to inspire reproduction, and you're nothing but nature's slave. You can't choose that for yourself, that you can still have sex, you can still enjoy it, but you don't have to be controlled by it and your whole society based around it, right? You don't have to do that. And you also don't have to, but again, the reason why, so again, it's because women are on the receiving end of the sex in the sense of, being impregnated, whereas men are the ones actively doing it. So if the men were more attractive, this is really the natural way you could look at it. If men were more attractive to women, like, again, the breast advantage that women have, arguably the butt, although that could be seen as attractive in men too, right, to women, obviously, or whatever. But you have the breast as the advantage, and arguably some other aspects just in general, you're kind of considering that you're able to value that. The reason why men being attractive to women doesn't hold the same value as women being attractive to men is because if you do that, then the woman would feel compelled to have sex with the man, which you might think leads to the same thing. But from the natural perspective, you would think, well, the woman can't impregnate the man, so there's less of an incentive there, right? The woman can't impregnate the man. So if the woman feels like, okay, I'm going to have sex with this guy, even though it would lead potentially to the same thing, right? The incentive is in the one direction, because the guy is, again, supposed to be the one doing the impregnating, and the woman is again on the receiving end, to a manner of speaking, the same way that that would be the sort of natural rationalization of it anyway. Let's see what we got here. Staring at thugs at nighttime, even though it looks like a brightly lit daytime in the video, starting in 3, 2, 1. It looks so brightly lit to be night. He spits at him, or... I like how cordial they talk. It is true, he's minding his own business, not talking at least. He's gonna get clocked, bro. You're looking like... Ironically, everything that he says could be said back to him. The way you talking is like you want to get clocked, because you are fucking asking for it. Song stuck in my head. Encounter with a 500-pound ape, a rare close-up, starting in 3, 2, 1. That's not actually the name of the video, that's the text in the video. Or yeah, like Mike Tyson wanted to pay $10,000 to fight a gorilla or somebody, and the zookeeper turned him down, like that. That was kind of a scary sound at the end. What the fuck was that? When bro said a diamond is simply a lump of coal that performed well under pressure. Good one. How I'm moving after hitting the pen 21 times and going to the store, hitting the pen. Ranking best family feud moments, starting, or whatever, I'll keep pausing it. Number 2 is boner. Something a man might have in his pants on a hot day, and he says boner. I guess I would say a water popsicle, just some kind of a deodorant, like water would be good enough. This show ain't gonna make it. Pitch 10. Why would that be number 1 though? Because I don't know what that has to do with that. Like, you can have that anytime. Tell me what is inebriated is what she's trying to say. Another word for being drunk. Intoxicated would work. You might be drunk right now as you're saying it. She's just imitating what it would be like if a drunk person said it. Oh yeah, intoxicated is already on there, but I didn't know that. A ruler. I'm trying not to read these, but I can't help it. If your boss organized a company retreat at a nudist colony, office supply you might use. Now look, dude, you're talking to somebody who has first-hand experience with the nudist colony. Like, who you think you're talking to? You'd be surprised. In a nudist colony, people are far less sexualized than they are in Western society or in, modern society, because it's not repressed. It's out in the open. It's just a human body, and there's a time and a place, and you can pick and choose what you want to do and not be inhibited, instead of, you don't realize what it actually means. You won't see this obsession or fixation like, oh my goodness, I saw her bra strap today, or oh my goodness, her nipple came, nip slip. Oh my, we're obsessing like, bro, it's just a body. Everybody has them. There's 8 billion people. It's just a body part. It's not a big deal. When there's a time to have sex, there's a time. But this repression, inhibition creates this obsession, fixation. And so that's the whole irony of it. A nudist colony would be less sexual in nature, just even of its own volition, than a society that inhibits it so much. to hide your manhood. So he says a ruler, I would say like a leaf or I don't know, cloth. You could still wear. You get to hide it and show off how big it is too at the same time. Side chick. I'd get divorced if I knew I could keep what? Side chick. If I could keep her money, or if I could keep having sex with her. Why did it buzz him out? Something you've never had. Always wanted 2 women at once, I guess. But how about $1 billion? Or even $1 million? Also could correspond with the nudist colony having an orgy. Yeah, also name of a wine. Why are we getting so many wine references like the world's most expensive material is antimatter. 1 gram equals 62 trillion. This is like some shit out of a movie, like vibranium from, all these kind of things that turn somebody into a superhero or whatever. World economy 100 trillion. 1 gram equals 62 trillion. But who has it and what are they doing with it? And how do you get it? You get it from space? I don't get it. I don't know how accurate that really is. Like 62 trillion, but good luck capitalizing on that. Like, what the fuck are you gonna do with it? Like, okay, let's say I stole it tomorrow. How would I sell it? What would I do with it? You know what I mean? An ordinary person can't do anything. You could try to sell it to another government, but I wouldn't trust that. Oh, here we go, liminal spaces video, but it's hard for me to tell you what I'm watching exactly. A hallway with grass. What is this, The Last of Us, where everything's overgrown and you're in a school or some shit fighting the... Oh, I guess it wasn't really too many of them, though. Dylan. Some kind of a task. Name the figures. Dice, but he cuts it out and says Dick. Dice. Or maybe it said Dick and I did it. Fun time. No. Lotion. Dad's home. The jail. Why? Because he's a bad guy. Prison. And then cake is correct. Look at that piece of cake. Cat, correct. This is like a teacher grading it. Joseph is a donkey clown. Joe Mama. Donkey, banana. Like, what grade is this really? I is right. Nice. Nicely done. Or it looks like you wrote nice done. Phenomenal. 5 out of 9. So Dice is Dick. Fun time is the lotion. Dad's home. That could be accurate. You're not wrong. Right, assuming that's true. The comment, skull, dad, somebody getting kicked. You won't have any idea what I'm watching. Even I don't know what the fuck I'm watching. A woman getting beat the shit out of her and kicked into a wall. Like, what is this shit, dude? The comments of this must have been like on TikTok or some shit. Bro needs an extra large bra. UFC versus KFC. Is that a bro or a sis? It looks like a sis to me. How many stars are born every second in the universe? One of my favorite quotes about stars from one of my short stories. Did you never think of the stars, that the stars could be cells of a celestial being? Like, that could be your God or some other, whatever. Just to think about the scale. Stars are nothing more than the cells of a celestial being right? That they all make up one being, or that just that has such a poetic element to it. How many stars are born? Stars are born, but how many stars die? About 1,000 stars are born every. Wait, what? Every second? How? I don't think that's even accurate. How could 1,000? So then, how many are blowing up? Like, what the fuck? Every second? That doesn't seem right. Even like, obviously the universe is big, but 1,000 every second like seems nuts. All right, this one is. Puzzle is saying, hey. Basic, better, simple. This guy knows how to draw a perfect circle, drawing a basketball. I don't know what any of this shit is. Like, are you Charlie Harper, 2.5 Men clip? Yeah, why? You were right. It's him. Oh, they're all making fun of him for his techniques. Because they know he's tried it on everybody. He wants to buy me a drink. I've seen that. And this would be so satisfying to actually get one of these women despite that. Kind of break down her facade. We met before, but your friend has. That's when you know you got to move out of town, sell your Malibu beach house, and go somewhere else. Neil deGrasse Tyson here. Do you think there's such a thing as a soul? There's not. Objectively, there's not. What was there was their brain. There's some like 21 grams fallacy. Yeah, it's interesting because, you know, a soul is, the soul is actually attributed to the mind, just like the heart is attributed to the mind. Like, oh, the heart is where you feel love and emotion, but really, it's the mind still. And also the soul, like, oh, it's some part of you that makes you do good, or, you know, like you're selling your soul. That's also part of the mind. So the mind is so complex, and we didn't understand it well until more recently in history, that I can't blame people for ascribing those things to other parts of the body, or one not even being a part. But that's the point, is that you have this, like, it's all to do with the mind, which is fine, but it's nonsense because it's one of those idyllic things that's just nice to believe, but what's the point? Like, why does it matter? This narcissism of people that you want to live on after you're dead. You don't have a soul, you are a soul within a body. You know, what people even mean by that is sort of vague. Like, it's your consciousness, or it's your higher morality, or it's some other, again, all things ascribable to the mind. That, okay, you can teach a person morality, you can indoctrinate them, you can make them do all that. When you want to watch the big game, this is a fucking ad. The inspiration, I don't know what I'm watching. Another Neil deGrasse Tyson thing. Let's listen to something very suited to liminal spaces. Water Corridor from Cry of Fear. It's a very ASMR-esque thing. I don't know why I'm even watching it. This session was so kind of uninspired, though. I gotta really pick something to watch, but I don't even know what to watch. Right, like I'll catch up with the stream soon. I really can't decide. I should maybe do some random movies or something. I don't know. There's so many things I'd want to watch, but TV shows are sort of so exhausting that they're so long that unless you're going to watch the whole thing, then what's the point? But even if you do, yeah, how about only Jace? Let's react to her psychology tricks that she may or may not use. You'll never know. And, at least that's a more inspired form of content than what you typically see on TikTok. She'll come up with some sort of psychology tricks to use and, nice little things. So what's wrong with that? That's at least more creative than what you typically see on there, just people dancing or doing something dumb. And then the other thing is she got in trouble for saying some whatever racist thing or something like that, but the reality is, again, people would put you in this weird spot, like, oh, so you're defending her, this or that. Like, I don't really care. Like, why would I defend anybody? I don't even know her. She's just some random celebrity. But sometimes people jump the gun too, like Mr. Beast, right? He goes from being, oh, he's perfect and everybody's darling and this and that, to now all of a sudden he's the worst guy ever, right? The way that people turn. I would have always been skeptical and said, okay, he probably does some shitty things. He probably, fakes some of his stuff. I would always be a little skeptical. And then at the end of time, I would, now I would say, okay, so some of that was true. So he was never perfect, but he's also never completely terrible either. He's probably done some good things. He's done, so without taking a side, it's kind of like, you should never have assumed that he's so good and so perfect, but you should also never assume that he's going to be so bad either, and just do a 180 flip where you act like, oh, now he's just the worst person ever and everybody tries to jump on him. I kind of dislike that because it's a convenience issue because everybody's almost waiting for an opportunity to jump on somebody wealthy and successful, and they're just waiting to pounce. And that seems kind of arbitrary because, again, only Jay is like, oh, we love to see successful people fail. So she maybe said something bad that she shouldn't have said, but, it also lacks introspection. Like, you're trying to act like everybody should just be perfect or some fixed state of being. And the way that you can do that is, oh, you've never done or said anything that could come back to bite you. But luckily, it's not going to be on camera, or people aren't really going to care as much because you're just some random person. But now you'll dig up every little thing about a celebrity. I'm not defending it. I'm just saying, like, you could do that with anybody if you really wanted to. So, even with yourself. So if you wanted to discredit you realize, oh, you're not so perfect either. You're not such hot shit either. You could be discredited and have the same reaction. So if you realize that, you might be a little more reasonable and say, look, people can make mistakes and, everybody's probably done something like that. You might do it on a regular basis and get away with it because nobody's watching you and hawking every move that you make. So there's some grave hypocrisy with that where you're not able to consider the reality of it. Okay, so here's one of the short form logical razors that I would always do in my debate format. Like, even though the primary tenet of it was the long form postulate, that anything we're discussing deserves to be discussed in long form, and that shuts down disqualifying labels and stuff like that. Right, where, land of the long form is one of my little thought experiments. Like, you would discuss everything fully, and everyone is entitled to do that and think to their maximum effect. So let a thought process go to its full conclusion. It's kind of like the character Lucky in Waiting for Godot, where you have this ability to fully think about something to its maximum extent, and if you do that, then even though that might never resolve itself, you don't reduce things to a short form, even though people like to do it in their initial mindedness, unwillingness to be puzzled, etc. You consider an idea fully, even outside of your functional reductive state. And the reason why you consider an idea fully is because of the simple fact that you're able to do this. Like, everything is a process, etc. So you think about it fully in long form, and the reason why is because then you understand it deeper, and you might have cognitive dissonance with what you are doing in your life is not consistent with that realization objectively that you can do, but rather than construct this sort of defense mechanism of not thinking and insisting upon what you're doing, you can still be aware of it and practice at the same time, although to an extent people can't do that. That's why they don't do it. But either way, you're going to have conflict of contrivance and other inhibitions, but that's the whole irony of it. You'll self-actively uphold a contrivance state, treating it as false absolute, false inherent, and then you'll struggle against it anyway, or you'll live in false duality. Like, look at this way so this is the expression I was getting to. Right, it's something I've talked about, but I don't think I've used this exact expression because I kind of just thought about it as how it rhymes and, oh, that would appeal to people. if you repress, you obsess. If you repress, you obsess. That's a perfect way to put it, right? So if in society represses what? A lot of things to do with sex, even less so in the Western world now, but just in general, it still does it. That shows you how extremely it's repressed throughout history and other parts of the world. When you repress it, right, you're not living in a nudist colony, you're not living in an orgy, where orgies are common and it's just like a normal thing. You're not doing that, right? And so because you're not doing that, or because it's just not open and everything is controlled, right? We're wearing clothing, we're trying to conceal it, but then we play around the concealment and say, oh, let's base multi-billion-dollar clothing industries around concealing it, but then also selectively not concealing it, and doing makeup, but also, oh, we don't want to be known only for our looks, and then we want to spend so much time, effort, and attention. Why? Just because of how much we repress it. Now we want to overcompensate, right? You're creating an imbalance from the natural state by restricting and inhibiting something. And again, I'm not saying whether you should or shouldn't do that, but when you repress it so much and you say, well, you can't think about it here, you can't do it here, you have to do it this way, only this way, you can't have sex outside of marriage, you can't have, multiple partners, you can't have an open relationship, you can't do this, you can't do that, you can't be with the other sex, even to the point that with the same sex, that all these, undue emphasis it leads to, now you realize what that means, is that you have, and that's the vanity too. It's one of these key moments you could point to in a story, like that I could imagine writing. Just, please don't make us look bad, right? Like somebody's about to drop out of school, or somebody's about to, quit their job and move on to better things in both cases, or just be content, at peace. Please don't leave our society. Like, they're outwardly insisting because they're insecure and they need validation themselves, or they feel threatened and have to attack or dismiss anything else outside of themselves. That's the point, is that you have to almost do that. You're not doing it because you care about the person. On the contrary, you're trying to outwardly insist and control them and hold them down. You're trying to feel better about your own state that's cognitive dissonance inducing, that, oh, if they can escape, then why can't I, et cetera, et cetera. But also, so you have to maintain the illusion that, oh, it's actually real or absolute or inherent, or at least worth doing, worth sacrificing for the collective state that you're not even acknowledging fully. But, don't make us look bad by you leaving us. Don't make us feel like you're removing the need for us, that we're not necessary. Don't do that by leaving us in our contrivance state, right? So you don't really care about them. You care about maintaining your illusion, or the vanity that goes along with it, like, oh, it would make us look bad if you left. Right? That's all you care about. That's how shameless it is. Not only are you trying to hold them down, but you're trying to maintain the illusion so you can hold other people down. And so it's a good way to train people in this sense. How do you train an animal to love its own slavery or its own structured contrivance state? You might defer to the machination process and say, oh, but look how much better you have it today. But that's a defeatist argument, because it's always human progress. I mean, you'd like to think at least that much is there to justify collective contrivance and all the sacrifice the whole time, right, that you would benefit with the machination process, assuming you couldn't do it even without it, or even do it better without it. But the point is that you can't talk around it, because the reality is you would inhibit people in such a way that, you're putting yourself in a position to just be constantly inhibited, and the way that you're constantly inhibited is sometimes I'm touching on so many subjects it's hard to keep track, but you're constantly inhibited by society, and you want to do that to others, and you want to maintain the illusion. How you keep a trained animal to do itself. You attach gratification, like, oh, you're such a good person for sacrificing your own inherent state and tendency for others. So, okay, that's fine if you want to acknowledge that the gratification is a placeholder for actual self-interest or value. Or you could also do it in such a way that Or you could also do it in such a way that, again, gratification is a placeholder, ego is a placeholder, right? That you would appeal to their ego. So you're supplanting actual self-value or self-interest that is the non-basis of self for these things. So you're kind of tricking them. Not that they actually are above that, but that they're, easily swayed by vanity. Like, oh, the gratification that we get from doing this is going to make me feel like doing it instead. So you feel so gratified by doing some process that's just a zero-sum process and actually a half-mass reduction of a zero-sum process. Or I feel, it appeals to ego, like, oh, look how good I am at doing my zero-sum self-interest functionalism, right? Why would you need to feel good about that if it's worth doing? It speaks for itself. It's a zero-sum process, ends to means, right? So you try to turn it into something more so that you can reduce it to something less. It's quite the interesting perception, right? You pretend like it's something more, like, oh, it's not just a job that I'm doing for money and zero-sum self-interest, even though that's what it is, and if you take that away, you wouldn't do it. But you want to pretend like it's more so that you can slave away and do it. And so now it's not simply a zero-sum ends to means process. Oh no, you really care about it and you love your job and you are helping people and whatever. So now it turns from that, even though it's tied to dependent, over-extended pretense of zero-sum means, you do that to almost trick yourself to value it all the more, to best achieve it, supposedly best achieve it, but only within a half-mass reduced state. Because if you took away all that, then you say, okay, let's just do zero-sum means, period, without any inhibition, because that's all the process is. But you try to pretend it's something more, to reduce it to something less, again, within a half-mass state. And so let's go back to the core phrase here that we were talking about, though. But no, you'd appeal to ego and you'd appeal to other things instead. So you're really just a fool. You're being tricked that, oh, you can't value yourself fully or be uninhibited in your natural state. And you overcompensate with gratification, with ego, with, taking pride. Like, look how hardworking I am for my own zero-sum self-interest. Why would you need to be proud of that? Unless you're being reduced to some sort of half-mass inadequate state by your own standard measure, lack thereof, lack awareness, right? Why would that be a problem? And the reason why it's a problem is because of that, you know what I mean? Like, it would just, okay, you're doing a zero-sum process for your zero-sum self-interest. Why does that? That's all it is. Don't pretend like it's something else. Don't pretend like anything. So that's where social contrivance comes in, but you're trying to make it seem like something more, but then it's not something more. If you actually treat it like something more, then you defer in a preconceived way to some dependent overextended pretense that way as well. So now what you have is a simple ability to consider that again, when you repress something, people obsess over it, right? When society represses it. So you might think, oh, look how cool I am. I'm going to the bar tonight and I'm flirting with some chicks. I'm going to pick up a chick and I'm going to sleep with her and it'll be a one-night stand. Look how cool I am. That might be your inherent tendency. That's what you would want to do anyway. Or you'd want to do more. You'd sleep with everybody, have an orgy, and just, whatever. That's what your inherent tendency is. So, oh, look how cool it is that you're overcompensating by doing that. But then again, you're restrained in that same way. So it's not really, oh, it's cool or it's anything special. That would be the inherent versus the contrivance response. So it's only because you're held back and repressed from doing that or living in consistent way with your inherent tendency or desire. Inherent desire suggests the tendencies like I talk about, that it's only because you're repressed all day, every day, right? And you sort of concede to that repressed state that now you fixate on it. Whereas again, if you were living in a balanced state, uninhibited, just natural, neutral, minimalist, any of the scenarios that I give as an example, now you wouldn't feel the need to do that because you would be in a natural state where you're at peace with yourself. You don't have to act like, oh no, this is so bad, this is so terrible. Right, you're reduced to structure, which means like the environment. Oh, at work, I can't think about this. Again, I'm not saying whether you should or should not or anything, but it's like you would be, it's sort of just, you would be at peace with yourself, so you'd always know that, okay, that's what you want to do. And, rather than succumb to your base urges, you could, pick a time and a place. That's what it comes down to. Oh, so it is your inherent tendency, but you want to pretend like it's not. like, oh no, I totally don't want that. And then that's what it comes down to anyway. So you got to make up your own mind as to what you want and what you're about. So you're not at peace with yourself, but then you're not in control or aware of your own tendencies. You try to deny it. You try to act like they're bad things. You try to act like you're above it. You try to act like it's something higher, level, higher standard, more. But by pretending that, you're reduced to it all the more. Or that's a dependent over extended pretense, that's necessary and valid. But then, because you're not aware of your own tendencies or at peace with them, now you act like the contrivance response to those is the inherent reality. And so therefore, instead of being in control of them and aware of them, you're controlled by them, because now it's like, okay, well, you're not sure what you're doing. You're gonna just do it reactively, do it as structure allows you to do it. So again, oh wow, look at you, you're going out on the weekend and partying because society allows you to do that, because society makes you and tells you to do that. Look what a badass, rebel, cool person you are, but you're only doing it within the ways that society tells you to. So even the freedom from contrivance is itself controlled by contrivance. A fallacy perm, like you need society's permission to do that. So you go on the weekend and you party because that's what society allows you to do. They make you work Monday through Friday typically. I'm just generalizing, but it's this weird, wouldn't you feel like a little unfulfilled with that? Like, oh, you're only doing it within this greater structure of that. So whatever you want to do, whether you want to do it or not, you're ceding this point that you're being reduced to structure in such a way that you're being reduced to structure in a particular way, and that way allows you to... It just shows like a contradiction with yourself. Like, again, it's not telling you what to do. It's more so just holding you consistent to a measure. So ultimately, you do want that, but then, oh, you don't. You pretend like you don't want it, and you overcompensate, and you, I don't know, you're just very contradictory. So again, it's the fixation on it that's really telling, too. You look at the fixation, and you say to yourself that every little thing, like in marketing and media, oh, what a big deal, and oh, look at a nip slip, oh, look at a near-miss postulate, something happened, look at how much we're obsessed with it, and this and that. It's like a duality, like, oh, it'd be like hushed tones, like, oh, that's embarrassing, and that's embarrassing, and that's, I'm driving behind somebody that looks like their whole back window is covered with snow, so how can they even see what's behind them? So the point is that, again, you're repressing. It's like you're not aware of your tendency, but again, there's a certain glorification, like, oh, that's what it means to be, whatever. But it's just, it's a willful contrivance state. So that means you're vouching for it. That means you're okay with it. But then there comes a conflict of contrivance. So it's nothing more than a functional longevity process, but you're neither aware of it nor are you consistently within it. So that's really what it is. You're reduced to an arbitrary structure, non-choice reaction insistence, not aware of it, not self-aware, inherent base state, to self-actualize or even just gain awareness. So you're none of that. So you're nothing more than a reactionary puppet of a structure that assumes your intent to longevity process, that, oh, you're trying to live as long as possible, but then you drink and you smoke. But no, getting back to the sexual aspect, like, it's not just like, oh, sex is just sex, it's just a natural part of life, but it's turned into like some weird thing where like, oh, look how cool it is, or look how, it just is what it is. It wouldn't be such a big emphasis or such a big deal. And the reason why is because that would be the lack of emphasis that you would need to place on it. But no, that shows you, like, it needs to be controlled, it needs to be restrained, right? Is how society treats it. So because it's controlled and restrained, now it goes in the other direction, that like, oh, we obsess over it and we base our whole life around it and we specify it to one person and we constantly struggle with that and we constantly, you're not seeing what you're actually doing. Again, not to mock that or say, oh, that's not worth it, but if you're going to do that, then you're vouching for the state, and so there shouldn't be such a conflict of contrivance within it, or there shouldn't be, That's the whole irony of it. Like, if I was to pose as a hypothetical, okay, open relationships are good and that should be the new standard, what would people do? They'll say, oh, they don't work. But by that logic, do single partner relationships really work with 50% divorce rate or, ridiculous numbers? Oh, so those really work with all the cheating and the fighting and the, all the negative aspects that it has there? You're not arguing from a very credible position. So I wouldn't need to have much data to say. I could pose any alternative and say, well, that's better because yours is not so absolute as you're saying. So you have to keep insisting upon it and struggling with it, but you realize that you're trying to argue against human nature, like the inherent desired suggested state. Sure, you can contrive any state if you really want to, right? But that's just like saying a reactionary structure to something that, like, a good example is like, oh, the Hitler Youth. Like, oh, the vast majority of people who went through that experience as a kid, of course, they're going to be members of it and they're going to be loyal and this and that. So just simply saying that human beings are animals that can be trained a certain way, it doesn't really prove anything. That doesn't mean that it's validated. So you say, well, you put people through a society that indoctrinates them a certain way like that, and then you realize, oh, well, the majority of people are like that. That doesn't mean that that's what they inherently would want to do, or that doesn't mean that it actually works. That just means that, you're training them a certain way, and then you're using the fact that you were able to train them before they were old enough to even think for themselves to validate. But see, the majority of people do buy into this indoctrination that they were put through against their will, non-choice reaction, before they were old enough to think for themselves. Therefore, it's validated because they were experienced it, and a majority of them buy into it. You're not arguing from a very credible position then, are you? Because again, if you didn't do that indoctrination and then people did that, fair enough, right? But that would still be their choice and it'd be selective and it'd be variable. But you have the advantage of the indoctrination and then it still doesn't work the majority of the time. So now what do you have to say? You can try to fight against human nature all you want, but you'd be better off just at least acknowledging it and then saying, like, it's not a one-size-fits-all dichotomy where you're able to basically, it's not a one-size-fits-all, and the reason why is because, you can't ever argue for that. You say, well, the reason why being with one partner is good because of having kids, and it's good for the family system, right? It's easier to control that or, raise kids, etc. Okay, what if you don't want kids? What if you don't want a family? What if, you have different priorities? What if you want to be completely, just not have sex at all and not worry about that? You have other priorities in life, or you don't care about the family aspect, you just want to enjoy it, or you want to have multiple partners, or you have some condition that doesn't let you have kids anyway, or you want to adopt, or you want to raise your kid without a partner, or you want to raise it in a different way with your whole big family and not necessarily based around the stimuli acme, or you want to raise it with a friend and have that be a, like, there's so many different ways to potentially do something. Maybe you don't want a kid at all. Maybe that, how can somebody assume that? So they're not only telling you what to do, but they're telling you how to do it. Like what you want. You want to have kids. You want to be with one person only, and you have to do it. And if you don't do it, you're a bad person. Or like, how do you know? You're projecting so hard that, oh, and if you say you don't want it, that's just because, oh, you're not good enough to get it, apparently. Or like some kind of emperor wears no clothes fallacy that you can never simply just not want it, false duality, Bolshevik rhetoric. Like, oh no, the only reason why this woman is saying that she doesn't want a family is because she just hasn't found one, or, oh, she hasn't found the right person. So like, can it never just be that somebody has a different preference or priority? Not that they're even pushing that on you. They don't have to say that, oh, you should do that, or you should value that, or you should, no. They could just say, okay, it's fine if you want to be with a single partner, but they don't, or they have some other different preference. So what's the problem with that? Same thing with longevity process that might be assumed on the basis of society and contrivance in a large part is, oh, you want to live as long as possible. That's how society is based, on longevity. Live as if you're going to live forever kind of fallacy. But then guess what happens? They drink and they smoke, and that cuts your lifespan down. So what does that tell you? Oh, in other words, that's not the priority. Now you're half-mass hedonism, and now you're not credible at all, and you're completely thrown out the window. What does that mean? Does that mean, oh, you shouldn't do it, or you should do something else? No. It means that your lack of credibility kills the contrivance state that you non-consensually indoctrinate people into and reinforce constantly and uphold actively. So therefore, you're discredited. So anybody could arbitrarily do anything else, and you have no credibility to shoot it down because you're half-mass hedonist. You're not valuing longevity, living as long as possible. You're not valuing hedonism fully, right? You're in this half-mass confused state that you don't have any standard at all. So it doesn't mean that anybody else can tell you what to do, but you certainly cannot tell anybody else what to do and say, oh, but you have to do this, you can't do that. But you yourself don't even know what you're doing. You yourself are reducing your lifespan. And so, are you trying to live as long as possible? No. Are you trying to have as much pleasure as possible? No. What are you doing? You don't know. It's arbitrary. It's inconsistent. It's random. It's self-invalidating. So you don't have the authority to claim from like some supposed absolute position to say, oh, well, I'm going to just do this. Everybody has to do this, and one size fits all. You would need a little more credibility to stand on, but you don't have it. You don't have it because, it's arbitrary. So that's the problem with religions and other things. The way to discredit them isn't to say, oh, that means you can't do it. No, you can do whatever you want, but that means you can't tell other people to do it. Right? That's the point. You can't tell other people, okay, you must do this, or you must do that, or you can't do this, or you can't do that. You can't indoctrinate and control other people that way and say, well, and I like that as a societal interpretation too. Society has always had certain standards, like, laws and don't kill people and, do this and that. So there's different ways to justify it. At one point, religion is used. At one point, science is used. At one point, like how they weaponize now these labels. Like, if you don't act the way society wants you to, you're going to be labeled autistic or ADHD or whatever, right? Always a good way to control the undesirables. That might have been, the witch hunts of old, right? You don't get to do that because what you're looking at is a contrivance state. Oh yeah, were cavemen all a certain label like that because they didn't have a spoken language? Like, you're creating this unnatural state that you're like, oh, you have some condition that makes you behave a certain way that inherently when you're born, you don't behave that way anyway. So you're failing to live up to the expectation, like, oh, look how you're socially blank or blank. But wait a second, if you were a caveman and you didn't even have an access to a language, you wouldn't even be able to speak at all. So it's almost like that's not tied to your inherent state of being at all. That's a contrived, learned tendency. So look at how you're weaponizing dishonestly medicine or, science. Like, oh, you have this condition because you don't behave in the way that this particular modern contrivance state within its machination process happens to want you to behave. But that's not a real thing. That's not really true because an inherent human being is not like that. Human beings, okay, you're born in the jungle, even now, right, in your modern state, away from people. What condition do you have now? What ability to talk do you have now? You haven't learned the language. You're assuming a lot. You're assuming a lot that isn't natural, and then you're labeling a state. It could be a preferred state by the contrivance at the time. But again, the standards in society might stay the same or similar, but the means to justify it always change. So at one point, it's a witch hunt. At one point it's religion. At one point it's science, it's morality. So those are just tools that come and go that are just used as a pretense to bypass critical faculties and critical thinking and cognitive dissonance and to enable what is supposedly a false absolute and bypassing everything else. So, yeah, that's just the one expression of the day. I mean, this is an interesting thing that I've done here because I may as well do it like this. And this shows you my utter disappointment that, but sadly, this is the kind of shit you may as well do it like this because it's a low standard. You look at the kind of thing. See, I'm not the type to be jealous of other people, like, oh, look how big this channel is or that. But when you see how low the standard is, yeah, fuck it. I'll lower my standard then. I always held people to a higher standard than that. But if they lived up to that, all of this wouldn't be necessary anyway. But it's no use. You may as well just do it like this then. So obviously my video must be repeating by now because it's been, whatever. It was like a 7-hour video. So I'm kind of catching up. And at one point I will actually catch up. Right, we have maybe 1 page worth of videos on YouTube left or almost 1.5 pages. So once I catch up, then I can restart, I guess. And even though that might seem bad, it's kind of I don't know, I just like doing this every chance I get. So it might seem a little bad, but I can't possibly, because think about it, even if every other day I'm doing one full video, a full video is like, 7-8 hours, and I only post one of those like every week maybe, or even every 2 weeks. So if in 2 weeks I'm posting one video, you know what I mean? Like, how do I do that then? Because, if I'm streaming a video, I can repeat is the point. I'm streaming a video, and then that same equivalent, like let's say I caught up right now, right? I caught up right now, and then so I'll post a video tomorrow. Then I won't post another video for like at least a week. So in that week, what will I be doing if I'm streaming even every day or every other day? Right? So it's perfectly fine. I don't mind going back. It might bother my 16 followers, but I doubt they'd even notice. Or again, it's such a wealth and variety of content. It'll take like a month to get through it at least. I mean, or I could just stream less often, but whatever. I started off with some of the more recent ones that I just want to catch up, or I kind of alternate. If I upload something now, I'll try to do that one, and then I'll move on and go back again. So again, I've gone through pretty much everything aside from like the clips. If I have like a 10-minute clip, 5-minute clip, I'm not going to bother to stream that, or I guess I could combine them together, but I guess I should do that. I should combine every single stream together, every single clip together in one thing too. Because even though they're really short, if I combine them all, that can add up to be a substantial thing. So it'll be like all the I guess I don't have that many though, but all the DBZ ones, all the little short ones, my Avatar rewrite, my Smentoist rewrite. I just posted that one recently. One of the best rewrites ever. That's kind of like, Bertram being Red John and the poker card revealing his phobia earlier in the series. It would have been so innocuous that would have felt earned. Like, wow, you thought back to season 4, and that moment, and you interpreted from that the reason why I was afraid of why I couldn't keep a poker face despite being Red John is because the clowns and the jesters sort of bothered me. And it's something that, sure, Red John would be smart enough to be aware of, but it wouldn't really matter because Red John at that point didn't know that Jane knew he had a phobia. And even later, he still doesn't know he knows he has a phobia, but like, why would you be worried about that? So like, oh, Jane might think I'm Red John, and then, it's like, so what? He's going to try to scare me with a clown? Like, how would that prove I'm Red John? Because he doesn't know Red John has a phobia, so why does that, it doesn't even matter. So it's not that he wouldn't be aware of that, but he almost wouldn't care, or he'd be just sort of having a fun little toying with Jane that way too, like, whatever. Because again, he might not have it would be so good, because why didn't he have a good poker face? He's just not good at that kind of thing, or what? But it would have been the perfect way to explain it, because you have... It really is. That's a Patrick Jane deduction if I've ever seen one, right? It makes perfect sense. It would have explained the one loophole that people said, how could he possibly be Red John if he had such a bad poker face? But it answers that too. It answers it, and it answers it in a way that also validates the theory that he's Red John because, Okay, let's look at a concept here about reduction to adequate structure. So you could take the same thing in two forms and, all of a sudden, it has value because you're doing it in some way that is anonymous or with some other favorable preconceived notions, appearances around it, etc. Or you could do it in a way that's maybe more tactless or blunt or something like that, and then it won't be looked at. So the problem is the form of it is being, the message, the manner of delivery of the message is usurping that. So when that's being valued, that distorts everything because now that becomes more of a priority, or that kind of overshadows what is actually being said. So all it would take is, right, and I guess there's like this initial minded assumption with it, right? Like take everything and everybody at face value. So if some dictator is really nice and, has all the right performative aspects, right, society falls for that. But if somebody, has some better ideas or whatever, but their performative aspects aren't good, this is what we get caught in the dichotomy of. You might think, okay, you could have both, but sometimes that's the point, is, somebody who actually has value in something or some other high standard, you might reject that. You might say, well, you don't need to do it, as in, you don't need to worry about those things. So they're either they just don't care, they're indifferent to them, and they focus on what actually matters, or they outwardly reject that in favor of. They outright reject that. So they'll say, I value what actually has impact, so therefore I'm deliberately not caring about appearances for that reason. So the two kind of go together. Whereas the one that would value appearances is the ability that you value them because you almost have to overcompensate or something of the sort that way. Let's look at one idea here. The fact of, like, cult of personality. This is a good example that I would give with certain celebrities or whoever. Like, let's just use maybe a streamer as an example, right? Define, or anybody that you like, right? Define in one sentence why you like something or someone, in the sense that, like, I show speed, or who, I don't really know a whole lot about him, or Kai Cenat or whatever, right? So XQC, somebody like that. Explain in one sentence why you like him and why. Then you would have to elaborate, like, okay, he's funny or he's interesting or whatever. It was called a personality, but even within that criteria, it's arbitrary. For what reason? The fact that, well, then subjectively you might find somebody else funny or interesting, or you can't really even define it, so it's just sort of vague. Right, you don't even know why you like them. It's just sort of a base reactionary thing. A lot of it has to just do with exposure, the fact that he's, already established. So, or you get exposed to him in some way, and then also the fact that you have, some sort of lowest common denominator appeal. You also have the whole repetition, familiarity, so you like it just because it's out there, because it's exposed, because everybody's kind of talking about it, that kind of thing. So you're not looking at any inherent standard, because that's arbitrary and could apply to anything then. And one of the things that it does is, like, so you subvert the standard. That's the value of, like, why do people do face cam, and why do people, make it so much about themselves? That's why. Because that's not measurable. That's just arbitrary. Like, oh, this person's nice, or this person's this or that, right? That's just random. You could find that value potentially with anybody, maybe somehow better or worse, but there's no real criteria. It's just like you're fixating on someone just because. And if you look at those same things on, like, an ordinary person, like if it was somebody walking down the street doing the same thing that one of these streamers is doing, you wouldn't care. But, when they're doing it, now it's so interesting. It's like the sitcom effect to some extent, that, you come home from work and then you deal with your wife or whatever, and your house responsibilities, but you don't want to do that, but then you want to watch somebody else, like a sitcom, do the same thing. But here it's a little different too, but you're fixating on it, like, you care so much about, because it's a celebrity, you would care in person if you interacted with them, but that's not even what I mean. I mean it like, watching them, like, a guy sitting at his computer playing a video game, so why not just play one yourself? Or would you watch any random person do that? But, it's because, again, established cult of personality, there's, like, a exposure aspect, which, again, you don't control that. The YouTube algorithm keeps showing you their clips, so you feel like watching it for that reason. Or, you see some big trending clip or something for that reason, right? So exposure plays a big role, then repetition plays a big role, right? That you keep seeing them everywhere, you keep watching them, so it starts to grow on you, familiarity, so you value it just based on that. But if you were to try to describe in one sentence why you like them, it would be hard to do, right? People wouldn't even know exactly how to do it, especially when they do it. It won't be any clear criteria that can easily be defined or held to the highest standard, like, well, they're funny or personality, but then arbitrarily you could say, well, you would have to assess everybody else then in existence, or every other streamer or celebrity, and then you would decide subjectively that, out of all of them, I find them the funniest, which is still kind of subjective and arbitrary and hard to measure. So you might say, that's just your opinion, but it's not different than, like, okay, why do you watch a sport? Even, right? Still folly, favoritism, ideation, but okay, you watch this because they're the best at what they do, or something like that. But within that, there can still be preferences, like you like style of play, or there's the nearness postulate. Again, just all these criteria that aren't actually standards at all. Like, oh, because you happen to live there, so therefore you like the team for that reason alone. Right? Like, so why that logic is arbitrary, you don't really care, because if you live somewhere else, you would just support that team then by that default basis, or the fact that you happen to live there before. Why not use some objective criteria or some other actual high standard and say, no, it's because of some other reason that I have. And you might think, oh, it's just sports or it's just entertainment, so it doesn't matter, but it shows you the lack of real thought that people put into any of these things. Like, so again, getting back to like any of these people, if you could replicate the same thing that they're doing, right, you could do and say and act exactly the way they're doing, or if somebody walking down the street was doing it, you would dismiss it or ridicule it, arguably, potentially. But then as soon as, oh, they're doing it, so it becomes valuable because they're doing it. So that usurps, it's not like you're holding them to a standard. Oh, I'm watching this person do I'm watching this event take place. Like, oh, they're doing some world record challenge or something very impressive, measurable, a sport, a game, anything, right? They're doing something impressive, and then who they are comes second. So it doesn't matter who it is. I care first about, oh, what they're doing. And then the flip side is, oh, I'm watching this person, and then what they do comes second. So you're watching them for them at a certain point. Right now you might say, oh, well, there's got to be a reason why they rise to prominence in the first place. And you're sort of right, but even that could be arbitrary. Like, some clip goes viral of them just saying ooh, like the one not aesthetically Hannah. Not that she's even that big of a creator, I don't think, but like it'll be something arbitrary that they're not even necessarily, it can happen just by accident, but that's what it shows you, is the fact that you have like some lack of a standard, where again it's just arbitrary and random. So even for your own sake, you would think like, okay, why don't I think about it more clearly and try to define it? But then you realize the whole space of that is inherently arbitrary. It's similar to like the stimuli acme with the nearness postulate, how, oh, whoever you're with is just absolute and you love them, or you're going to obsess over them or fixate, even though possibly have reservations, complaints about it as you go. But that's the point. So you realize the whole emphasis of love, or the idea of this undue emphasis, is based on what? Is it based on some actual standard? Like, okay, you like them because they're the best person in the world according to certain criteria. Whatever you find subjectively even attractive, or however you measure it, are they the most attractive person in the world by that criteria, or do they have the best personality by some criteria? So it hides behind the fact in both of these cases that those things are sort of hard to measure, or they're subjective. But even within that subjective criteria, you're not following like an actual consistent measurable base, because again, what is the defining factor? The defining factor is, oh, well, you happen to live in the same area as them, or you happen to go to the same job, work at the same job, or go to the same school, right? Those kind of things play a big role. So that comes first, and then of those choices, you might choose the best of your standards within that, or even then based on the convenience or other overlapping, opportunities. So those things come before. So you don't see, a person wouldn't want to admit that, so it becomes an egotism, similar to how religion is used. The fact that you don't want to admit that, oh, we're just animals, horny animals humping in nature, and that's our inherent tendency. You don't want to be at peace with your inherent nature. I'm not even saying that in a negative, derogatory way, but like, you don't want to admit that that's all it is, and it's a baseline kind of process. You also don't want to acknowledge that, oh, the only reason why I'm with them really isn't because, oh, it's love and it's meant to be, and 1 out of 8 billion people in the world, what are the chances that, oh, it happens to be them who happen to live in the same area as me, etc. Even in this day and age, we have all these interconnected options that might subvert that, but you get the antiquated glorification of non-choice reaction insistence. Like, oh, back in my day, we went out with a girl to the diner, a local girl, we asked them out in our local, area. Did you do that because it was a higher standard or a better measure, or did you do that just because you had no choice, right? Now you have the choice, at least. You can talk to anybody around the world. So would you rather have 8 billion options or a couple thousand options? Or, and again, within that 8 billion, it's not exclusive, because you could do the same thing. You could still end up with that same person by sheer, in your local environment anyway, if you wanted. So it's like this fear of options that invalidate a contrivance state, a restrictive, reductive contrivance state, which is true even of contrivance itself, right? If you give people too many options, like pretend you had infinite money, not really infinite, but like you get like $2,000-$3,000 a month for your whole life without having to do anything. Now you can objectively, that would be all it would take to invalidate society and all of its contrivances, to remove the need, to show you, oh, it's all just functional. You're just doing it for that overextension and slave to contrivance state for half mass zero-sum means. So now by having that invalidates all the little pretenses and false absolutes that you can just ignore it and you have no need for it. And outside of that, you also have the ability to consider that I wonder, I have 17 followers now on the stream. I wonder what parts of it that people are actually watching, because if you're watching me react to something, listening to me react to something, it'll be random because you won't, people join in the middle here and there. You won't know exactly what part I'm at because I don't have timestamps in these actually. And not only that, you also, if it's some other moment like this where I'm just talking about random subjects, I wonder if people are actually listening to that or if that's actually why. Like, see, this would be a vague thing. Like, how do you judge what part of it people are actually liking, or it could just all be bots who are trying to spam messages in there, but they wouldn't really have to follow in order to do that. I'm trying to think what was the one thing... I was saying. Like, the stimuli acme, nearness postulate, antiquated standards glorified just because you had no choice. It's kind of similar arguments to do with the stimuli acme. But no, you could be... So the only reason why you can't be objective or take some issue with contrivance or invalidate it is because, you're adequately indoctrinated and enslaved by and to the contrivance state, such that you're so focused on zero-sum means, etc., right? You're so kind of controlled by that now you can't question it. So that's kind of a really bad reason to try to rationalize. So the reason why contrivance is absolute and valid is because the only people who can question it are those who overcompensate with means or remove the need, etc. So therefore, the real issue is that, you didn't indoctrinate them well enough. Like, it's a parenting issue. Or, even though you had the advantage of indoctrinating them against their will anyway at a young age, right, that's not enough. So it's, you should have indoctrinated them harder. You should have, done whatever. And then also, they should be more adequately reduced to zero-sum means, like controlled and enslaved by that. So if you put money on the line, it's like, the only reason why you would observe an objectively flawed, self-defeating state is because you're not, you're too well off, or you're in a good position, so you don't sympathize with the people. But it's a difference of vouching for the contrivance state. You're saying, so everybody should just be poor, and everybody should just be slaves to zero-sum means, half-mass practice, and therefore now they won't question anything, or even if they do, they really can't, because they're controlled by whatever is functional or necessary as a part of that overextended contrivance. So that's not a very credible basis to say, well, if people are poor and they're tied to functional contrivance, right, in terms of getting zero-sum means, now you'll question it. You'll say, that's what you need. So everybody should just be in that state, and then you'll never question anything, and you'll go along with anything, even if, let's use a government as an example, like, people go along with Chinese Communist Party, or whatever. Doesn't make it right, but they might feel like, okay, we don't have the means or the will to, but that would be the self-actualizing, self-governance postulate that you would try to do that anyway. Doesn't matter, you could be a low-class laborer, you could be anybody, you're always trying to do that. To question and hold accountable and everything. You can't be like, I'm too busy, I'm too poor, so I can't do it. But then there'll always be that excuse. And also, again, to use that as validation, like, look, over 1 billion people can't be wrong, or, over 1 billion people go along with it, and, it works, it's functional. But to not question it makes no sense, because then you're basically saying, well, because people are too poor or preoccupied or dependent on zero-sum means or half-mass function or structure, contrivance structure state, because of that dependence and reduction, now you're going to say that to validate it. Like, people are indoctrinated at a young age, and then they're completely accountable to social contrivance, stigma, externality, contrivance response. They're completely beholden to zero-sum means, tied to that as well, overextension. So all of this they're tied to, right, as like an incentive that gives contrivance an unfair benefit. But then you're going to act like, it's somehow validated and not just a process that is, again, functional at best, that you have some sort of incentive and stake in, that creates a negative bias, or a negative incentive to have this bias because you have I don't know, you basically, by that logic, you could do that to anything. So I could create a system where, your money and, livelihood depends in part on something external as a contrivance state, and you can't give the contrivance state the credit for the particular machination process. Arguably, you could do better, without it or in a different one. So it's kind of idyllic. You're just it's just base reactionary. There's no thought put into it. It's just like, it is the way things are, so you just accept them blindly, mindlessly. But beyond that, you also have the ability to consider that, let's go back to the antiquated point, that this is a pretty good conversation that I've had a number of times, but it's a concept that people don't seem to get. Like, back in my day, there was no Tinder. Like, for older people, boomers, let's say, we didn't have Tinder and dating apps and online and social media and all this kind of stuff. Or, like, even social media in general. Like, everything's fake, but maybe it just exposes that everything in society is fake. Like, society itself is fake. So, just by putting something on camera, that doesn't inherently do anything, but it just maybe reveals something that you'd rather pretend isn't the case. Same thing like adult films. Like, we have to censor reality and adult films, like from, it'll ruin your marriage, or you have to do chastity, like don't have sex until marriage, and that creates the most stable, loving kind of relationship. See, it's not an argument that you should have sex before it. It's more just like, so you're explaining a functional contrivance, but you're pretending like there's some other higher standard to it. So you have to deprive yourself of sex and not have it at all with anyone, just so that you wait till you're married, and then you have it with that person. So now it'll seem, that's better, or you don't know the difference, or you don't know any better. So by denying yourself options and freedom, you are creating a supposedly positive state of being. But it's fake, because you're compelling it. You're saying like, we're going to try to make this out to be more than what it is by censoring reality, by limiting our options, by limiting our freedom, right? So it's like you starve, you starve somebody, or you give them only one kind of food their whole life, and so now they don't know any better, so they think it's better, right? But is that really a good process to say, instead of saying, well, and does that really make that food actually good? Or, you could say it's relative, but, you're denying that. So, again, it's not an argument that you should have sex before marriage, but it's like the idea that you would assert that and say, okay, it's a good thing not to have sex until marriage. What is that based on? It's like, that might invalidate something, right? So all it would take to invalidate a relationship is to have sex. Then maybe you won't like it, or maybe you'll have it with other people and enjoy it more. So it's that artificial that you have to literally censor reality, is the best way to say it, and say, no, the only way that a marriage can work, which is supposedly, a positive thing, is that, you have to deny yourself those options, so that the one option that you're kind of forcing yourself into in a way, right, or specifying and limiting yourself to, that seems better just by that alone. So again, the adult film argument comes up again, like, why should, that'll ruin your relationship, right? That'll ruin your marriage by watching adult films. But the problem with that is, you shouldn't, again, it's just imagination, it's just fantasy, you don't have to take it so literally either, but if that's all it takes to invalidate it, is the issue really the adult films and their existence, or is it the fact that you, maybe there's something lacking in your marriage that is just simply exposing, right? Simply the fact that they exist, or that you simply watch them, that alone shouldn't be enough to invalidate anything, because, so the solution isn't the mere imagination or realities that could reflect, like different ideas, different scenarios, role play, fetish, fantasy, different people that you might find more attractive. So the solution isn't that, there might be some flaw with our reductive structure and false absolute specification of a stimuli acme state to one person only. That can't be anything that can call into question. No, it is absolute. But in order to maintain the illusion of the absolute, we have to censor anything that might give us more options or something preferable, right? Even just in idea, not even in practice, right? Imagine that. So, marriage is absolute, and it's love, and it's meant to be. But the way to maintain it is, you can't be friends with the opposite sex, or, no, that's a bad thing, or you can't, watch adult films or have imagination or fantasies, or you can't, interact with people in different ways. Like, there's so many things you have to prevent someone from doing to create this illusion that it's an absolute state. If it's really so absolute, then none of that would be a threat to it, right? You could watch as many adult films as you want, but your marriage is just better. Or you could, or you wouldn't even have the desire in the first place. But again, this notion that we have to stigmatize and censor something to rationalize or justify a contrivance state, like, that kind of exposes it. So all it would take to invalidate that is, having more options, right? You could do actually a social experiment. Like, if take some subjectively highly attractive women and just give people the chance to cheat, even if they swear they wouldn't, or you don't seem like they would, you would see that there are some pretty good videos that do that, whether they're real or not. But you go in and you'd see that a lot of people would do it. A majority of people would do it. If you offered somebody $1 million to do something crazy, maybe a crime, something, they might say they wouldn't do it, but if they felt like they could get away with it and had the opportunity, right, they very likely would try to do it. So, people are reactionary in that way, but this gets back to the core point. Again, you shouldn't need to censor big parts of reality in a way to justify a contrivance state. And the other point is the fact that you also have one other thing here, like the antiquated notion, like back in your day, we used to work so much harder than people today. So it's the hard work that was valuable, not the zero-sum end to it. So let's stop using modern technology and go back to an older primitive state and work harder to achieve the same end. So if that's really your measure, that hard work is more valuable than the ends to means zero-sum outcome of it, then do it. But you're glorifying what was a functional contrivance when it's no longer functional, so that invalidates that that's all it ever was. It may be useful, similar to how religion can be used to motivate people to structure a certain way, but also you have the ability to consider that you have the ability, like dating apps or something. So you have one method, right? Like the internet, social media, dating apps, whatever you want to call it. You have one method that allows you to potentially interact with anybody on the planet Earth, right? 8 billion people, 4 billion people, however you want to define based on preference, right, that you have. So let me pose these two options. One of them lets you interact with 8 billion people. One of them lets you interact with about a couple thousand people. In a more controlled environment versus a less controlled environment, online you can just say whatever you want. You're not face to face. You don't have to, find the right time. You can just message them whenever you want, right? So, and be more direct, more to the point. So all these things are bad because contrivance, again, requires a censoring of reality. So you have an option to interact with 8 billion people on the planet Earth, or you have an option to interact with a couple thousand people in your local town or environment, as and when you maybe find the opportunity to do so. So why is the 8 billion condemned when it can still contain the couple thousand people that we're talking about? You could still end up doing the same exact thing. It doesn't stop you. But what it does is it reveals and exposes how low the standard was, and it was non-choice reaction insistence. You're just doing it because you don't have another choice, and you're glorifying it out to be something more than what it is, placing undue emphasis to specify, right, whether to that area, whether to that particular person, nearness postulate. So that's why people feel threatened in this antiquated mindset. Like, we don't want to feel like, our whole basis is invalid of what we did because it was just a lower standard. That, we didn't have that option. So rather than recognizing the option as a net positive that still allows for potentially the same outcome, but likely not, because again, having options is going to open, it's just better. But you would rather condemn it and say, no, more options is bad, less options is good, higher standards potentially are bad, lower standards are good, just because we were forced to deal with them. So everyone else should deal with them too, and let's glorify it and make it out to be something more than what it actually is. So that sort of limited contrivance state is threatened by the simple fact that the contrivance state is threatened by the fact that just again exposure to more options, or this is where a false duality comes in too, that like, oh, you're anti, or you'll label like, oh, you're just some pro Tinder person, or you're just some whatever, right? But I'd have a more neutral perspective. Like, I don't really care one way or the other, but one of them is giving you more options, including the original option that's still potentially there, right? It doesn't take that away, except by maybe invalidating it by showing what a low standard it is. But that's what people feel threatened by. So there's a strong incentive there too. Like, you want to say, well, the person you've spent your whole life with, you happen to meet them in your local environment, that's fine, right? Nobody's stopping you. But you're glorifying it out to be something more than what it is, to try to rationalize and specify it and say, well, it's not just a contrivance state, functional contrivance is something that you actually want. It's an absolute. So you see the absolute there posed between ego and functional contrivance socially. Like, what is love in that sense? It's a construct of the human ego that appeals to you, that like, in order to rationalize being with only one person, you have to specify the stimuli acme, basically specify sex overall, and say, well, the inherent desire and suggested tendency you might have would be, oh no, you want to just do it uninhibited with everybody all the time, or something like that, right, with less restraint. So to rationalize to your ego, you have to say, oh no, I'm not doing it because it's useful for society to control, it's easier to control, it's to create a family system that's easier for society to structure, etc. At least if you acknowledge that, okay, I'm willing to make a sacrifice for the family system on a functional level, even though it's not an absolute process. But normally, again, you're appealing to the ego to control them, and saying that, oh no, it's not society controlling you or creating a structure that's easier to control. It's the fact that, no, it's actually an absolute, and it's meant to be. So all 8 billion people in the world can have their own little special absolute all to themselves. And what are the chances, and how convenient, and how undefinable and non-accountable, false absolute. So half-mass practice, observable conflict of contrivance. So the point is that the observable conflict of contrivance basis is to say that, again, how do you specify something that people might do freely, uninhibited, etc.? And the way that you do it is, again, you appeal to their ego to achieve a functional contrivance state. And this, again, religion is similar, morality. You don't simply say that we're just doing this to control you, to stop you from doing things that might be in your self-interest, just because. And in some ways that wouldn't even be a problem. It could just be a golden rule, like you say, well, you don't want to be killed, so don't kill anybody else. Like that's pretty logical. So I never understand why that standard can't work. But for more overextended morality and things like that, you would say, well, the reason why you're not doing anything that society doesn't want you to do isn't because they're just telling you not to do it, or just because, oh, it's easier to control you that way. Oh no, you're doing it because it's some gratifying higher standard, and you're a good person because of it. And also God says to do it, and also, oh, it's a higher standard morality, right? When all of that is just a way to appeal to the ego, instead of just telling you what to do, or tell you what not to do mainly, they're instead telling you something else, which is, they're telling you to basically appeal to some false absolute to achieve the functional end. So again, you're appealing to ego and say, oh, we got to give you promises of heaven, or we got to, make you feel gratified for doing this. Okay, let's look at one more here, the observable contrivance state. So on one hand, you'd pose something as an absolute or undue emphasis, but then on the other hand, you have to actively uphold it. So you can apply this to anything like love, specification, stimuli, acme, nearness, postulate, value, family, religion, morality. You'll say on one hand it's absolute, but then you'll see the framework that you have to actively uphold it all the time. Look at the amount of effort you have to go through. Look at how raising your kids and financial dependence and all this kind of stuff, you have to go through so much trouble with that. Or again, like love, you have to constantly remind each other almost by saying it and do all these ritualistic things and rings and tradition, and then you also have to do something where you get to see the absolutist person who's above tradition would every day could be a holiday or celebration, or more to the point, just live your full existence in every area of experience. And so if you were doing that fully, you wouldn't need a special day for that, because you would be doing it every day or every opportunity, or same thing with anything else. So you're just kind of compartmentalizing. It shows you that a closed structure contrivance state is so overextended that even any action outside of it is still within it, in the sense that, you get to, now you have contrivance's permission to not contrive, as in a party environment, a weekend off, a holiday, tradition kind of a thing. So even that is controlled and done in the context of that, often aided by machination process. But the one thing here that we consider is within a stimuli acme basis, you have the idea that you have to constantly uphold it and almost struggle to do it. You have to keep reminding yourself, you have to create a closed, sense of reality, like I've explained. Why would that be a threat if it was so absolute? So by that logic, again, it doesn't invalidate the practice necessarily, but it invalidates the supposition that it's absolute, because it's not absolute, because you have to actively uphold it on the subjective level and contrive and constantly uphold ritualistic tendency and all this kind of thing, because you have, it's not inherent, it's not absolute, and so that just means it's subjective. So again, it's not absolute. That doesn't mean you can't still do it, but by that logic, it's arbitrary. You can do that with anything. Like, let's create an exact set of circumstances that create this outcome, and then act and create a closed structure contrivance around it that restricts everything else, and then we'll call it absolute. So like, your love is absolute, but it depended on the nearness postulate, the fact that you happen to live in the same area. It depended on social contrivance, arbitrary reactionary machination process influences tendencies. It relied on convenience, certain preferences, subjective physical, aspect. And it would also depend on the simple fact of it would depend on the fact of, ritualistic tendencies, constant reinforcement, constant social contrivance, closed structure aspect, like where you censor reality both in general, like, overall, I'm not going to embrace the stimuli acme, and I'm going to set all these rigid sort of rules that society ingrains, assuming, that's your own inherent intent, but it's unlikely, or people are reactionary in that way. That's more the social pressure that leads them to that. Regardless how you define it, or you're not even defining it at all, you restrict it there. So like, you restrict every other aspect, and then you somehow end up with one arbitrarily, subjectively, based on nearness postulate or some social contrivance. So even if you think that's a validating process, what happens next is you also censor reality in this way. Like, you create these kind of scenarios, like, let's do this thing together, or spend a lot of time together. So now, by that logic, you could do that with somebody else, and then, so you're giving this undue emphasis. Like, if you give the opportunity and you create that sort of thing, now, of course, there's going to be added value to there. But, so the added value comes from that circumstance, not so much the other person. So, let's say you swapped it with somebody else, you might feel the same way there then too. So, you're creating, again, all this illusion of an absolute, not the least of which could be, just, you also have to censor reality beyond that, like, oh, you can't have friends of the same gender, or you can't, as your partner, or whatever, which makes no sense. Like, what if you're bi? If you're bisexual, then what, are you worried about everybody all the time? Like, or again, let's say you're asexual or something. It's just stupid, but that shows you the insecurity. This contrivance state is so absolute that it requires all of those elements: nearness, postulate, undue emphasis, constant contrivance, close structure, treatment, then also specification. So under those circumstances, sure, you could make anything seem absolute, but the fact that it requires so much framework shows you it's anything but that, and even a bit arbitrary and interchangeable, because again, you can, let's restrict every occurrence of it, let's highly control it, let's obsess over it, let's preserve the stimuli acme in the era, reflected in profanity, and the majority of profanity is sexual, the majority of music is sexual lyrics or relating to that, the majority of marketing and everything like this. My friend actually commented that somewhere, like, that'd be like the first time the stimuli acme has been out. Well, I guess I have some videos of it posted too, but it's just such an important term. Okay, let's look at the concept of high standards today. The idea that what most people are looking for constantly is confirmation bias, or they want some sort of a reinforcement of their own lowly half-mast state, and so they can't look outside of that and be objective and say, okay, let's look at something objectively based on standards or some criteria. Instead, it's just, let's just lower everything to our own state that we're in, because we are sort of forced to be in it, or we're reduced to it by our externality. So let's just pose a hypothetical. Let's say that you were born into a rich family or something like that, or you had like a lot of opportunities. Now your standards could be higher, so now they're more likely to be higher. So that's not you being sort of, forget about the fact that you happen to be born there. Why not, in theory, okay, you have some worse situation, but you still have high standards, not just in terms of money is how people would think of it, but in general in life. But it's like, oh, because you're in a certain other situation, a lot of things are contrived in a way that don't allow you to do that. So again, this is sort of the worshipping of money and zero-sum means as God, even though it's a zero-sum process that I've explained adequately, machination process. So you're trying to overcompensate, but you're attaching some sort of false value to that. So, again, if I were to give you $2,000 a month, right, for the rest of your life for doing nothing, that gives you a certain freedom, because, now you don't have to contrive in a certain way. You can do whatever you want, right? You're not beholden to, see, it's more than just, okay, you're doing something for money, and that's it. But it's beholden to the whole contrivance state apparatus attached to that you see how it's really a dark implication that you're almost blackmailed by zero-sum means, that, you have to pretend like you value this, or keep up appearances here, or do this and that. It's so overextended that, you're doing that for something more than you even need, right? You don't need everything that you have and that you work for, like modern society takes for granted. But even beyond that, there's something deeper that you just don't get, is that this sort of personalization or collective contrivance, it's always about, let's just try to reinforce the state that we're already in. And so you look at the credibility of people that way as non-existent, right? So take the people out of it and just say, let's look at something based on an objective standard or criteria that even they themselves pose or defer to, and perhaps use to rationalize their state that they're in. And the reason why you can do that is because you would say, well, it's not really important because, you're just going to functionally try to reinforce whatever's in front of you just because it is, instead of holding. See, it's hard for people to hold that in separate, right? Like, the only reason why you're valuing this or glorifying it is because you're in the situation, so you feel like you have to. Not because you actually value it, not because it actually has a high standard criteria, even accountable to your own subjective state. You are, so you're saying, I'm only doing it because I have to, or because I happen to be in that position, not based on any inherent criteria. So you have a lot of cognitive dissonance with this, where you're not really thinking clearly or using any sort of standard. So that's hard for people to reconcile, but pretend you could do both, right? You have an objective standard that you're holding, and the inherent reality in front of you is not. The reality in front of you is not consistent with that. That doesn't mean you can't still hold the higher standard, right? It's one or the other. So you lower your standards to match the reality in front of you, or you try to raise your reality to match the high standard, even if that's not practical, even if that's a, fool's errand and it'll never happen. You still try to do it in some vague sense, and so you're able to basically value it at a distance there, right, where you can hold one standard but still be faced with another in front of you. And that's how artificial the outward insistence would be, that not only is it dependent on preconceived notions and dependent on overextended pretenses, but it depends on its lack of acknowledgement of that. So this is the half-mass state, often, pervade best by social contrivance. It'll sort of, eat its own words, but it'll feign ignorance to it. So it pretends to value something, but it's really not. So, for example, any sort of social basis, or it comes down to, okay, it's nearness postulate. Why do you value them? Oh, because they're a good guy or good person or funny or whatever, right? But really it comes down to, oh, they happen to work at the same job or they happen to go to the same school. That's the defining factor. So everything else is secondary. Maybe of the choice you have in front of you, that's the best one within some criteria, or it's just arbitrary, but you don't want to see it as arbitrary, like, oh, the reason why you're best friends with that guy is because you happen to go to the same school, which you didn't choose and was just completely random, even if you have some minor amount of choice within that. It's not a question of whether you should value it or not, it's a question of whether it's really, any sort of standard. So it's arbitrary and interchangeable by that. Oh, if you move somewhere else, now all of a sudden that gets left behind. So that's the dictating factor. Also, you have pre-con, right? Some sort of other. This sometimes happens a lot with identity, but it also can happen with like just. It can happen with identity, but it also happens with. With age or other things, so that plays a big role immediately, right? So you'll have either negative pre-con to overcome or positive pre-con to have as a basis, and then beyond that you have the ability to have just like all these artificial or external things that are not inherent in standard, so it's a subjective reactive standard. It doesn't mean that you can't do it, right? On the contrary, that's the whole basis of why you're doing it. But you can understand the difference between a functional contrivance state that you're sort of forced into, or you just happen to be in arbitrarily and reactively, versus an actual inherent objective standard that has some consistency or accountability or any sort of basis to it other than just random. You're just doing it because you have to do it. You're just valuing it because you have to value it. So even within your own supposed criteria that you might pose, right, people will sometimes do that. Oh, the reason why I'm doing this is because of blank. Even within that standard, you're not really holding it accountable, because then there could be countless other things that also meet that criteria, maybe to a greater or lesser degree. Again, even by how you're yourself defining it, the only measure you can really use to say why you're doing exactly what you're doing is just because non-basis of self, as in the real criteria isn't some actual standard. It's just, oh, it happens to be you, right? So everything you do is valuable just for that reason alone, or you'll try to justify it reactively, or because it happens to be around you, nearness postulate, or because it happens to be, around you, nearness, happens to be, again, some sort of overlap, familiarity, dependent over extended pretense, influence, like you value based on what you're familiar with. But what you're familiar with, you not only didn't control, right, whatever you're exposed to when you're young, you weren't in control of that. You didn't choose it. You're not even necessarily aware of that that element as you're doing it. So, you reach a certain age, right, usually around the teenage years or something, around adulthood, and it's like you're kind of set in your worldview. This is how people define personality or something. So, like, you're going to define something or ridicule it, value or ridicule it based on your familiarity. But the problem with that criteria on an objective level is you didn't even choose that, and it's so incomplete. So you're going to judge the entire world based on your myopic marginalization perception of, I'm familiar with this 0.01% of reality, and I'm going to judge everything based on that 0.01% that I'm familiar with and ridicule everything else, 99.9%. So the problem with that is, again, it's not a very complete criteria, so you're just insisting upon yourself just because, not based on any actual standard, where you'd be objective enough to consider everything. Again, it's overwhelming, people are unwilling to be puzzled, but you're not using a standard, you're not using a criteria. You might use it as a pretense, but the defining factor is very clear. And I like that implication too, that people are somehow not aware and even acknowledge they're not aware, but then they insist upon it anyway, like, oh, you can't overthink it, or, oh, you just got to let it happen. So that's basically an admission that, oh, we're not using a standard, and we're just kind of reactively, randomly being beholden to and controlled by a certain process, like a stimuli acme or a zero-sum means. So you won't acknowledge it and practice it fully because of a contrivance state that you're reduced to, but you also won't not value it at all. So even you can't define. It's just arbitrary random things that you're reduced to structure is the defining factor, as in like the environment around you and the sort of social structure and expectation. Because see, if you take away that social artifice and contrivance, which again is vague and undefined and non-accountable, and again, the easiest way to control people through this is to show that you're just sort of self-insisting. So you don't have a standard, you're not holding a standard, you're not being consistent with a standard, but there is no standard, and then the standard is just yourself. Like, whatever you're doing is always right because it's you, and you can't, again, the cognitive dissonance, you can't just say that, oh no, I'm wrong, or I'm using a low standard just reactively. It's difficult for people to acknowledge that, so they'll just insist upon it just because they feel like they have to, and then it's a case where you're able to you're kind of window dressing. But again, the defining factor is something else that you can't control. Or, again, one of these larger processes. And so everything else is just overlapping. So think about it that way. Like, a sexual aspect is a defining factor. And then, we'll pick between the options that happen to be around us in our nearness environment. Doesn't mean that it's bad, but what it really hurts is the framing of an absolute. Like, oh no, it's absolute and it's meant to be, and it's something more than just simply this process. You have to do that to appeal to the ego, to specify it, but also to rationalize that non-choice reaction state, that if you just simply acknowledge the process for what it is, that's somehow a negative. But it's only a negative as you're reduced to a half-mass contrivance state that expects you to be inhibited. If you were uninhibited, then you would acknowledge it for what it is. You would practice it fully uninhibited, not trying to. So those are the two layers to the undue emphasis. One of them is your own ego that you're appealing to, that, it means something more just because it's happening to you. But also the second layer is the fact that you have to overcompensate for the fact that it's being inhibited. So you're constantly inhibited in certain ways, right, in society, let's say in a sexual way or in other ways. And then in order to make up for that lack of full value, or again, just uninhibited state of being, what justifies it? You overcompensate and try to make it out to be something more than what it is. So you take an inherent process, like again, stimuli acme, zero-sum means, whatever, and you make it out to be more than what it actually is, just so that you can reduce it to a lesser state and control and inhibit it. So you have to overcompensate by pretending, oh no, it's love and it's meant to be. Because think about it this way, okay, like it's just animals humping, right, like they do in nature. Then there'd be no way to control it. Then people would say, okay, we'll just do it like that. What's the problem? That's not a negative thing, even if the language of it sounds a little but you're just treating it for what it is. So you can't treat it for what it is because you have this artificial contrivance state. So you have to pretend like it's more than what it is so that you can control it and sort of be controlled by it, more to the point, and reduce it to a structure and a half mass state. So you're practicing it at a lesser level by pretending like it's something more. So it's actually a bit of an opposite interpretation trick that, again, very easy to control people within that ego aspect that you're appealing to them. You're not being controlled by a contrivance state that reduces you to half-mass non-choice reaction, indoctrination at a young age, etc. No, it's not that. It's actually absolute, and it's actually meant to be. That's why, can't you tell that it's absolute in an observable practice too, that, you have to constantly struggle to uphold it. That's how you would know it's absolute, even though, obviously, that shouldn't be necessary then. Right, it wouldn't be a struggle then, because it would be absolute and it would speak for itself. Right, so you might say, but how can you expect a process not to have any sort of conflict or struggle? But again, that wouldn't be the claim of some objective observer. Society or you would be the one who's claiming it's absolute. And it's meant to be, and all this to justify and rationalize and bypass critical thinking. So once you do that, you realize, you're the one who's claiming it's absolute and not just an inherent process that you can practice uninhibited and just, it is what it is. No, you're the one who's placing undue emphasis and saying, no, it's absolute or it's something more. And so because of that, then why would there be such a struggle to maintain it and mainly maintain the illusion of it, right? Then thered be no need. So it discredits the absolute fallacy, not so much the very practice of doing it in the first place. Right, so if you at least acknowledge the nature of the process, then, you have a certain value there. So those are the two things. Again, the social contrivance layer that tries to place undue emphasis on something, and then the second layer, which is to overcompensate for the inhibition, again, replacing self-value or the uninhibited natural state with self-insistence, basically, overcompensation for the reduction of the process to a lesser half-mass practice. But then also, think about functionalism, zero-sum efficiency. If you try to just do something where you're as efficient as possible, then what happens? What happens is that you couldn't do that, because then it's like, what we're doing is not valuable for its zero-sum end or outcome. It's valuable only in the context of keeping up appearances and pretenses and everything like that. So on one hand, you're observably showing that it's a zero-sum process, but then you're trying to make it out to be more, even though it comes down to the same thing, just to overextend it to a collective that is made up of people who are non-basis of self in terms of value, and then you're so again, it's just the ultimate trick, right? An appeal to people's ego in doing that. It requires constant contrivance and reinforcement, but yet it's supposed to be an absolute process. And you also have the ability to consider something else, like, here's a topic on the, an absolutist versus, typical human function, let's say. The absolutist could say, for me, speaking of social contrivance, or for them, it's a defining factor, that's the difference in what they do. For me, it's just an obstacle, because again, you let the practice or function speak for itself. When you have this overcompensated basis, it sort of shows you that's not a truly high standard, so it's just not a credible criteria, right? The ability or the reality should speak for itself instead of having to overcompensate with undue emphasis and social contrivance. So you have the ability to consider that measurably, because it's a case where, it would be the difference, why do you go shop here or something like that? And, it's because of social contrivance, overcompensation, emphasis, but it would be a net sum reality of, okay, the best prices, the best products, the best quality, something like that. So it shows you have to overcompensate for something almost like, for that to be the defining factor, that shouldn't be a factor at all. And right, whatever it is should speak for itself in value and practice, etc. It should absolutely be self-evident and self-sufficient that way. True value wouldn't need to overcompensate with undue emphasis, etc., insistence. Right, it would speak for itself, or it would remove the need because, it would just come down to the reality of it. You wouldn't need to overcompensate or dress it up. And so the point with that is, if you focus more on the way something is conveyed than the actual message or value itself, that's the fallacy. It's like you're focusing on the wrapper rather than the contents of something. So if you do that, it's just not a very credible basis, because now you're basically saying that what is being said or done isn't being valued. It doesn't matter. Only what matters is the appearance around it. Who's saying it, preconceived elements, right? Identity, performative aspects, how they say it. So you're basically acknowledging the process doesn't have value because it's arbitrary. Two people can say the exact same thing, but because this person is lesser in some preconceived way, it won't be treated the same way. So again, you're reacting not to what is being said or done, or what is, the product or something in question. You're reacting to the person, again, dependent over extended pretense by some basis. You're reacting to self-insistence, appeal, emotionalism, irrational insistence upon the self. You're reacting to, again, performative aspects, undue emphasis. All those things are arbitrary and interchangeable and can arguably exist in contrast to something, or even if in complement, it's sort of redundant. So if you let it come down to that, you're basically saying the content of human behavior and actions and words is not important at all. It's not valuable. Now it comes down to the structure around it, right? So you have who's saying it based on other superficial criteria, preconceived notion, dependent over extended pretense, but also based on something else like also based on something along the lines of I have about 19 followers now. The only messages I get in chat, though, are from bots, so I don't know if that's them who are following, but if they stay followed, it still pads my total, but I don't really get it. That's the only message I really get. It's just like somebody saying, oh, hey, you stream really well, and then message me on Discord, probably to try to sell me something or hack me or whatever. Or it could just be genuinely somebody just wanting to chat. The first time I got one of those, I was actually almost ready to do it, and then I forgot. Like, I made a Discord for that purpose. But the point is, one of them was funny like yesterday. I really like the graphics and the gameplay. It's like graphics maybe as in my channel art, but the gameplay, there is no gameplay. It's fucking all commentary. I haven't played it unless you're talking about a chess session, but I don't think one of these was that. But no, I've almost caught up, in fact, with doing these. But now is when they start to get really long, I guess, where I love this, though. I could literally do this forever, and it seems maybe exploitative, but it's actually fine, because it's so much content that I've done that it deserves to be done this way. And for some reason, streaming it seems to be better, just because I'm doing it so much, than on YouTube. On YouTube, I have a collective, 100 views, or maybe 200 views for my whole channel, right? Whereas here, I've gotten 20, and 1 subscriber. Here, I've gotten 20 followers in a certain matter of time. That actually has tremendous value, because now when people see that, they're more likely to watch just for that reason alone, or it's more likely to get boosted, and probably the algorithm, I don't know what it exactly does, but it just looks good. Clearly 19 people can't be wrong, even though they're all probably fucking bots, and I don't know why they even bother to follow if they are. You can't even see a followers list on here, apparently, the way that you can on Twitch. You have to, it'll show you the recent activity of who's following you, but it won't show you, everybody. But no, nobody actually even says anything, probably because I'm not actually live, there to respond to people. But also, you know how it is. It'll come to find out that they're all just bots. I guess it feels like almost I'm a bot, because I'm just letting it run, automatically. But I think about it as a process of high value. truly high value won't try to meet the low standard of a contrivance half-mass state and try to overcompensate for it and try to do it within that terms and be reduced to structure. Rather, it would have a higher standard altogether and bypass that and remove the need for it. And the fact that there is a need for that shows you a conflict of contrivance issue that is never resolved because it's self-created, in the sense that you're always trying to overcompensate for something, but you can never overcompensate fully or enough, right? So like, being nice. So if being nice is good, then be super nice all the time to everyone, and that'll solve the problem. But like, now it seems like you're trying too hard, or now it seems like they'll project some incentive, like you must want something. Okay, so then be neutral. But then, now you're not being nice enough. And neutral is taken as a negative because undue positive emphasis is taken as as an expectation. And then, you see how it folds on itself, that it's not really valuable, but it's only valuable in a structured contrivance reactionary sense where you're expecting something there's some imbalance that's being posed that, it is actively your doing and your choice to do. So there's a certain indignant insistence that happens where you try to... People are always, very supposedly sure of themselves, but only from a perspective of ignorance, like ignorance insistence on their myopic perception, 0.001% of reality that they've experienced. They'll insist upon that, or, again, there's just, this weird... weird insistence that happens where you're able to basically do it in such a way that, when can a person ever say, I'm doing this because I'm forced to by the contrivance state around me, but it's not really what I value? Sometimes people say, their jobs, or they'll sort of acknowledge it. This is the problem, too. In an observable process, they'll even complain about it, but then they'll still keep vouching for the overall structure of it. So the fallacy there is it's your inability to achieve something within the structure that's a conflict, not the structure itself. Or even if you do achieve it, so what? It's the fact you're still seeing it reduced to a lesser state, so the conflict is misplaced as, it's the fault of the individual for failing to adequately overcompensate for something that they don't even need in the first place, but not the fault of the process that you're creating a contrivance state that's unnatural and imbalanced and poses a constant conflict of contrivance. So now you have this element of... where the issue comes down to just, again, you can never be wrong, a person can never reflect that everything is absolute and indignantly insist upon, but it's also practiced in a half-mass imbalanced state, inconsistent, conflicted, even you're complaining about it. So, you'll complain about your job constantly, you'll complain about wife, stimuli, acme, that kind of thing. So... but yet you're choosing to actively uphold that process. So it's but it's your fault for just not adequately overcompensating for the process enough. And you see this reflected pretty well in media too, how much we have to keep reinforcing certain things. We take it for granted, it's just entertainment, but this is sort of reinforcing norms that we treat as absolute that are absolutely not that, because you're struggling so much to maintain it and create the illusion of it, we have to struggle against this process. Look at that from the minimalistic point of view. You might struggle against nature, you might struggle against certain, non-choice reactions, needs to survive, but you wouldn't struggle against social contrivance and all these kind of self-created problems, quote unquote, because you wouldn't need to create that process in the first place, and sort of this reliance on other people. I love that as a standard, right? What would you do without being spoiled by society? And the machination process. But what would you do without being inhibited by it, right? The world is yours for the taking. You could live in nature, you could be minimalistic, you could do it, but you're inhibited so heavily by society, you're indoctrinated so heavily by society, but then, now you owe something back. That you should be grateful for all the benefits that you reap from it. No, at the very most, those benefits are the necessary trade-off for all that non-consensual indoctrination, the inhibition that you're faced with. So don't act it's doing you a favor or you're benefiting. The machination process could exist anyway, right? Arguably even better without it, or again, through some other or similar collective contrivance. So don't tell me that, it's necessary. It's necessary for what? Right? Necessary for the contrivance process state that you have. So that's what you'd be telling me. You would have to vouch for that particular contrivance state in such a way that you'd have to vouch for the contrivance state in such a way that then you should have no complaints about it, so it should be perfect. Otherwise, you're actively upholding it, but things are never questioned on that level. It's easy to control people that way too, like, my ability to overcompensate for contrivance is better than your ability, so let's glorify that. And you're not seeing the big picture of the contrivance itself, or you're just not good enough at doing it, assuming intent, projecting as well. But the other point is like imagination versus the physical reduced state, kind of like, thought is a bad thing, imagination, objectivity, all bad things, because that's what the contrivance state would require to be valued in a certain way. And so what that shows you is the simple fact that when you have that state of being, you realize that from a certain point of view, you have a contrivance state like, it's a bad thing to have this infinite objective mind or to use it in that way. It's a good thing to be reduced to your initial reactionary, arbitrary physical structure. So again, it's one of those standards that insists upon itself just because it is, right? Just because it's there in front of you. Therefore, that's valuable for that reason alone, right? On a functional level, maybe considered necessary, but it's the difference of doing something because you have to do it versus actually valuing or vouching for the state of being. And so you have the ability to consider that it's like this outward insistence upon a lesser standard, like, we don't want to, we'll just, whatever we do by non-choice reaction even. It'd be one thing if you chose it, or, you'll mistake it, like the illusion of choice based on what is chosen for you or what's left behind after immense indoctrination and inhibition and reduction to structure and contrivance state. But beyond that, you have the ability to consider that then of those choices that are chosen for you, now you pretend like, well, whatever they are, arbitrarily, and however they're defined, I'm going to insist upon them as though, no, that's my choice, that's my identity, that's my desire, that's a good thing, that's the same. So you're clinging to that. It's a person's inability to acknowledge their own, not even, like, that they're in a position, again, reduced to structure that could be wrong or flawed or imperfect or anything negative, even by their own standards. So because you can't acknowledge that, now you put yourself in a trap where no matter what the state is, it's somehow honorable or glorified to insist upon it. It's good to struggle. It's good to, overcome this and all of that. So no matter what the state is, okay, it's good to struggle. So let me take away the money of everybody on the planet and make them all struggle and be poor and work, that way. That's a good thing, right? So again, it's not that it's a zero-sum process for the ends to means, that it might be necessary to do and it might be impressive to do, but this glorification of it is quite a trick, because you're glorifying a lesser state just because you happen to be in it, and say, no matter what the state is, just deal with it, just struggle with it. Or like something like contrivance itself, you just vouch for it. So, and then you take it as a badge of honor, like, look how well I'm embracing contrivance, or look how well I'm overcompensating for contrivance, in such a way that leaves itself to again, no matter what the state happens to be, you'll just insist upon it, even take pride in it. So it's arbitrary because of those non-choice reaction parameters were different of how they were determined, right? Like, where you happen to grow up, or the experience you happen to have when you were younger, or whatever indoctrination you were exposed to. If it happened to be different, you'd insist upon that as well. Like maybe being a part of the H-word guy's youth in Germany, right, in the early 20th century. Like, you would have insisted upon that because it came about the same way, because you were young, you were indoctrinated. So again, it's about vouching for it versus simply doing it. You're doing it because of this non-choice reaction process, fine, but now you're vouching for it. And again, it always is the personalization. The human mind is the enemy, right? It must be undermined at every turn. Use alcohol to do it, use substances to do it, use folly, favoritism, entertainment to do it, right? The mind is the enemy, even though it's our defining trait as human beings. It's the enemy, it should be condemned, it should be restricted at every turn. And that's how you know your society and contrivance is valid and objective and absolute and should not be questioned, because it requires you not to question it, kind of like how religion works. Why is religion absolute? Oh, because part of its tenets are that you can't question it, or the whole basis is, oh, it's blasphemy to do that. And it's very amusing to see that in the age of technology too. Like, remember when Jesus said to fly on planes and drive in cars and ride in boats and like do all the, be on your phone? And remember when Jesus said, oh, we should have a society where we're, watching TV and entertainment, and like, it shows you that people will fix it to whatever technology you have, right? It'll be right. You'll somehow find a way to justify it. Oh, that's what Jesus actually meant, that we should live a life like this with all this human ingenuity and progress, and we should go to outer space, and we should, whatever it is, you'll just rationalize it just because. You'll neither diminish the contrivance state, the machination process to let me live like an Amish minimalistic lifestyle that maybe is more in line with the Bible or something like that. You won't do that. So you won't sacrifice the modern machination process, nor will you abandon religion itself and just recognize, okay, the progress of mankind. So you want to have it both ways, right? Even if there's so much contradiction, right? Even a great example is the whole like revisionist history around being gay. Like people say now, again, I'm not saying anything, but I'm observing, okay, Christianity says in many ways very clearly in the Bible, right, that homosexuality is wrong, it's a sin, right, etc. But now some Christians try to revisionist history that and say, well, but God loves everybody, so blah, 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 it's okay, or something. Again, I'm not saying what you should or shouldn't believe, but how can you claim how, the Bible is absolute and all of this, and you claim to be a man of the faith, a person of the faith, but then you also ignore that? Like, if you're going to have a creed, then commit to the creed fully, in which case you would have and there's plenty of other things in there that could be construed, racist, against children, against women, where there's a lot of things which almost makes it seem like it's written by, subjective people of the time. But I love this. You're retconning the Bible. You're saying, oh, but technically that's okay. I could go passage by passage. I should almost do that. I'll watch that video, Morshoe reads the Bible, from like fucking some Zelda CDI that somebody edited to do that, which I don't know how he even would have done that. You might think, oh, it's with AI or something, but it's such an oddly specific request. I don't know how he did that. But the point is, I could actually do that, like an audiobook version of the Bible, and like ridicule absolutely every little thing. Because again, it's written by subjective humans, but you take their word for it, or take them for, like look at their credibility throughout history. Nobody's ever told lies or manipulated. Even throughout history, you see that with the church. Even if you're religious, you would say, okay, it's been used to justify the Crusades, and it's been used to justify the power of kings, and to justify, clergy men getting rich and being powerful, and all of this. Like, even if you believe in the faith, it can be used for manipulated reasons. You wouldn't vouch for everything that everybody's ever used it for, right? Even priests using it to take advantage of little boys or whatever it is that happens in the modern day. But so clearly human beings can misuse religion for that reason. And you might say, well, then we disavow them. They're not truly religious. But that's not the point. The credibility is in question. All those things I just pointed out are in the veil of religion. So now you could do bad things in the veil of it. So now who's to say that when the Bible was being written that people couldn't have, either out of their just sheer imperfection or subjectivity, that they couldn't have miswritten something or made mistakes and mistranscribed, or also that they couldn't have, injected their own bias or ulterior motives, or how can you possibly say that? So even if you're supposedly doing it from the Word of God, right? Who's to say that that's really what got through, right? When subjective humans can clearly manipulate religion, that's the thing. It's not immune from that. Anybody can just claim to be religious, and people can buy into it, right, throughout history and use it to justify all kind of things. That doesn't mean that I'm completely condemning religion because of that. I'm just saying it doesn't mean that it's beyond manipulation, right? You can definitely easily manipulate it to any end that you want, and the way that you can do that is to justify it like, I'm actually intrigued by doing that, because I read it when I was a kid. This is one of my staple objective moments, right? And I don't remember hardly any of it at all, I'll be honest. I was very young, but I read the entire thing. I had one sitting around, like in somewhere, right? You have like this little showcase of books for just like guests or whatever. So not that we weren't religious at all, or at least not bad faith either, and my parents really didn't care. Like, they would do one sort of in pretense, but the point is you would just have that kind of sitting there, and it was convenient, and I figured, okay, let me read it. Because again, this is an expression that I used. I don't dismiss something without first fully considering it. So I'm not going to say, okay, Christianity is wrong unless I've actually read the Bible in full. And so because of my objectivity in doing that, which is something that arguably Christians haven't done, they haven't necessarily read the full Bible, or they don't necessarily follow it, to the word, to the T. So that's the whole irony, that somebody who's saying it's invalid had more credibility because I actually read the whole thing at that time, whereas people who would believe it didn't. So they're in a position of ignorance, but yet they believe it. I'm in a position of knowledge, and yet I don't believe it. So don't I have more credibility then? But the point is that, again, I'm not going to dismiss something without fully, completely considering it in all of its detail. And the fact that it's so open to interpretation, that is a pretty funny idea, actually. Like, we go line by line in the Bible and just completely tear it apart as it deserves to be. And I'm not picking on the Bible in particular. I think I read at least parts of the Quran and other, I don't even know how to say it properly, but I was intrigued by all of these type of things. So, again, and history is what will tell you everything. Every lie, every atrocity, every fallacy throughout history has been present. So how can, at the very least, human beings have very little credibility? People can be very sure of something, but that doesn't make it at all credible. In fact, it can also often indicate the opposite, the fact that they have to make such a big spectacle out of it. Right, the reality is just self-evident and speaks for itself. You wouldn't really need to do that, place undue emphasis, etc. And so what we can do is so the point is that, is there like a Bible audiobook or somebody reading it or something that we could do? Let me see. I'll literally use more shoes thing to do it. That really wouldn't be a bad idea. And not that I'd have the patience to go through the whole thing now. I mean, it is very long, and maybe even what I read wasn't like every iteration. Well, it was the proper standard Bible, but there might be other parts that you have to read in other excerpts and stuff. Right. It might not be absolutely everything. There'll be like, people will debate, like, is this the true version? Is this a complete version? One of them's going to redact certain things or whatever. But no, there's a lot of hateful. I remember doing that too. I would like write on it, I think, with pencil and put like, this is a moment where it's against children. This is a moment where it's against women. So I was doing that to sort of show it as ridicule, potentially later, that I could show this line. So does that mean you really vouch for it? Because anti-women here, anti-children here, anti-race something here. So when you go through all that, you realize what you're really dealing with. Let me try to find one, actually. I'll just look up, like, Bible audiobook. Whoa. Okay, Bible audiobook Genesis, read by Alexander something, the greatest voice ever recorded. Let's do a female voice and turn it into some sort of ASMR too. Like the entire thing. But no, that's the whole irony. Like, probably, you would know it better than anything else. Like, than people who actually supposedly practice the faith. That's almost what it is. Like, it's easy to be passionate from a place of ignorance, where if you actually study it and know what you're talking about, you're less likely to be that way, because you treat it not so much even in a negative way, but you wouldn't glorify it and place undue emphasis. You would just see it for what it is. It's just a natural part of reality. You'd be more neutral because you're more knowledgeable about it and other things. Whereas when you know very little, they'll pick and choose and try to get you emotional and to glorify it. So the most passionate people, like full of sound and fury, signifying nothing, the most passionate people are sometimes ignorant about what they're passionate about, because that's the easiest way to do it. If you think about it too deeply, you'll realize, oh, it's not that big of a deal, it's just a process, whatever. But you want to be ignorant and then place undue emphasis in, because you can get so passionate because you don't know all its flaws, or you don't know anything, so you're just insisting upon it, emotionally overcompensating. So, but no, those are the two that I was picking on a little bit, Charlie Kirk and Cliff something. His last name starts with a K, and like I uploaded those two separately. Like, it's just what the arguments that they make are so bad and so invalid that's the only expression I can use for that is the one that I always use as a logical razor. You cannot dissuade with reason what came about by desire. And what that shows you is the simple fact that, that's all I can conclude, right? People aren't stupid, or they're not that stupid, or whatever. They want to believe it, so they'll find a way to believe it. That's all it is. It doesn't matter if we discover aliens, we discover dinosaurs, we discover anything that could contradict it. All of human history, modern technology, machination process, evil things done in the name of religion, the fact of it being manipulated, mistranscribed, ulterior motives. None of it matters. They want it to be true, so it's true. That's all it is. So there's nothing you can do. You'll never be able to dissuade them. That's really the impression I get. You might think, oh, that just shows their faith is so strong, or that's like me admitting I'm wrong. But what it really is just disappointment, because you're not being objective, right? I could be objective even if I still do certain things. Like, oh, I drive a car, even though, objectively I might say, okay, that might be bad for the environment or whatever, assuming that I even care about that to that extent. But I can do things, like I drink soda, well, not so much, but I can drink soda, but I can still acknowledge it's not good for me. Maybe I'm doing a part of it as a hedonism process, that I don't want to live so long, so longevity process be damned. So I could be doing it deliberately and aware, right? Define your own measure of process instead of just randomly, reactionarily doing things. But, it's different there. Like, you just can't, it doesn't matter, right? It could be in the feudal ages, it could be now, it could be 1,000 years from now. If people want to believe something, they'll believe it, just because it gives them peace of mind or comfort or something. There's some chick who looks like Anne Hathaway crying here. I don't know if that... But no, you look at the exposure of religion too. How much it appears in fiction, how much you have with the churches, how much you don't see that incentive. Like, why is Christianity so popular and common today, whereas it wasn't throughout history, or, at various points, or certain parts of the world? Oh, could it be because it literally was, insisted upon by conquerors, and you have such a presence of the church that, like, it's not by accident. Like, oh, somebody's just born in the jungle and live away from society, and they'll be a Christian, and wow, that's how it prospers. That would be at least a credible basis if they happen to come to that. But, oh no, they're influenced by it, their parents are that, they live in a society that largely pushes that, they're indoctrinated into the church at a young age, right? So you'll have all these advantages that discredit it a bit. Not completely, but like to say, that's a lot of advantages that you have. Like, wow, I wish, let me come up with some hypothetical dogma, right? Or not even so much a religion, but just a philosophy. I know, yeah, I'll teach kids that at a young age, and I'm saying this mockingly, and then look how credible it is, because all these kids believe it. But that's because you're getting to them when they're young, or that's because you have the advantages of this established infrastructure. That's like what the media can do. Something can be propped up just because you hear about it all the time, even if it's not valuable, or even if you wouldn't have been drawn to it otherwise. you have a situation where you're able to basically and yeah, there's like a lack of value for the self that's pervasive in contrivance too, because you have, you know, a case where you I don't know, you can't really value anything to a high standard. Everything is collective contrivance, so you reduce yourself to a contrivance state in a manner that way. You're beholden to it, you're, you know, kind of subject to the contrivance, but also everyone else. So it's like this bitterness almost, like you're bitter about your job or your reduction in contrivance in various areas of your life, so you overextend it to other people and expect the same. But if somebody subverts it, or if they're just neutral to it, or whatever, you know, you get upset at them for that, for exposing the non-contrivance, or, you know, removing the need, etc., when really the enemy is contrivance, but you're kind of just, again, beholden to an overextended stimuli acme. You just don't get it because, you know, that's the thing. You'll go through your life and you'll have all these different things you might complain about, but then you're vouching for the state. You'll have children, and then I'll have more, and then they'll overextend more, and then they'll do the same thing, and then they'll overextend more. So, like, you're self-creating a process that you're not really aware of, and you're vouching for it by the stimuli acme or even your practice of it. So everything is self-created. Like, just there's got to be a minimalistic example that I could show that would be so powerful. Like, maybe this has happened with certain millionaires, and you know what they would do? They would call it, oh, it's a cult, right? Like, society isn't a cult, but, you know, with all these ritualistic tendencies. Like, let's look at sex. Sex isn't a cult. Also, we have to constantly say ritualistic things over and over, like, I love you, every day, almost to remind ourselves, almost to convince ourselves. We also struggle against it. We also cheat. We also break up half the time. But, oh no, it's absolute, and it's this and that. And then also we have society constantly indoctrinating and reinforcing it and stigmatizing other things. And then you also have, you know, ritualistic things like the ring and the, you know, traditions and marriage ceremony and overextending economy and your finances together, like all this kind of shit that you do together. And the way that you do it is amazing, because I'm not, again, diminishing that, but if it takes all that, right, it's like, how can I explain that better? I could create the illusion of something being real. All you need is to give me $100 million budget and give me the best technology available, like in Hollywood, and, you know, AI and sci-fi effects and technology. So now I make something and it's like, wow, that looks so real. And you wouldn't know, like, if you didn't hear me say that, I would make it look real. All it took was all that technology and money and resource and effort and skilled people. So now, don't you see, it's absolute and it's real. The same way with this, like, oh, love is absolute, or stimuli acme state. But all it would take is, oh, you need all these rituals and traditions and reminding I love you and all this conflict, and bypass, you know, ignore the conflict. If it's, then that means it's not true. The emperor has no clothes fallacy, right? Whenever a false absolute process fails or doesn't work out or has some flaw, what does the process do? Well, the process is still absolute. The process just disowns the example that would discredit it. Like, for example, oh, it's not true love because they broke up. But you don't get to say that. You would be the one posing a standard of a stimuli acme state, but then, oh, it's the fault of it's like a user error. It's the fault of the person, the specific people, right, for not overcompensating for the fact that the process isn't absolute and is flawed and imperfect and contrived. Oh no, it's not that. It's their fault somehow. There's the same thing with religion. Like, oh, if you don't believe it, that's your fault. Or if you do believe it, but then you do something bad that they wouldn't vouch for, oh, that's also your fault. You're discredited. You're not truly religious. So, in other words, religion is right 100% of the time, because anytime it's not right, they'll just pretend like that didn't happen, or, oh, that doesn't count. So you see how it's so, like, almost childish. Like, religion says not to do this, this, and this, and it leads to people being good people. But then anytime, oh, someone's religious and they do something bad anyway, or they even do it in the name of religion, oh, but then we're going to disavow them. We're not going to vouch for them. Again, I'm not saying that people can't be variables and do stuff like that, but it certainly shuts down the notion of it being an absolute. Like, it's not absolute because it's literally up to your subjective whims and how you do that. Let me see that Anne Hathaway clip. Is that Anne Hathaway?
And then
Watch what happens next. Sonny Hostin says Jesus would do.
Hide behind religion because I said this.
Hide behind religion, said this on the show. Jesus, you can probably hear it. Grand Marshal of the Pride Parade. I don't know about
God
that.
said, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. I will not
The
make
golden
that
rule.
decision for anybody.
Joy Behar said this about Christians praying.
One thing to talk
One
to
thing
Jesus.
to talking to
It's another
Jesus.
thing when Jesus talks to you. It's called mental illness, if I'm not correct.
And have the
It's called mental illness.
Abortion can be another word for mercy. Just because you get pregnant doesn't
Abortion can be a word for mercy, but I mean the word abortion is bad. You know, it has a negative.
Open season. Christianity is the most mocked religion. None of what those women
It's the
said
most
just
mocked, but it's
surprises
also,
as
you know,
Christians
so popular that the two kind of go together.
Watch what
Like, let's mock Greek gods or some pagan random religion. That's the best way to show it. Like, oh, that's ridiculous. That's so old. You know, that's such old news, Greek gods. We treat those as, you know, fodder for our fiction and family favoritism and mythology and stuff like that. Right, whereas, oh no, this one we got to take seriously, though. I swear, this one's right and all the other ones are wrong. Okay, so here I'll do a random sort of YouTube session because I can't decide for the life of me what to watch. I guess I'm doing these sessions a bit more disjointed now, not on such a regular basis, so it makes it a little more difficult, but I really can never decide. Oh yeah, I was thinking about that, like the Bible audiobook. Let's actually start. I want to find a female, honestly, to do it for some reason, like a more relaxing ASMR voice. I just remember that. Okay, Bible audiobook. Let's incorporate the stimuli acme. Female voice. It's not even really why, though, but that's one of those objective things, like, you know, men would prefer hearing a woman's voice in certain contexts, and a woman would also prefer hearing a woman's voice, potentially, because it's not a sexual thing. It's sleep with God's words, female voice, soak in God's promises by the ocean. But some of this stuff is going to be generic, like the Book of I don't even know how you say that. P-S-L-A-M-S. But no, like, oh, I'm a religion expert who's read every fucking book. Every fucking book in the history of holy books, let's say, hypothetically. Would that then give me credibility to discount them? No, people would still say, oh, you know what I mean? You can never win. Like, what would satisfy you as an argument? And the answer is nothing will. Not because you're right, but because you're dug in and you're kind of biased. With me, like, many things could satisfy me if you give me some universal, tangible, collective proof objectively of something. But the problem is the claims are not even objective. So you can point to like a historical event and say, well, there's eyewitnesses who saw Jesus come back to life. Okay, even if I accept that, right, which we don't know for sure, we don't know what it was they were observing. He could have been in a coma, right? They didn't have advanced knowledge of medical science, blah, blah, blah. But even if that was true, right, that let's say that's a factual event, all the other stuff to do with it is not validated by that event, hypothetical event. Because again, not that people couldn't just be making it up, but I'll leave that to one side. Even if I grant you that moment, all your like sort of specific dogma, right? Like let's say there's a God right now, like, oh yeah, God descended on earth and he just went around and I just saw him and then he left. That doesn't mean dogma. That means, oh, okay, cool. Like that wouldn't mean that, oh, this exact set of rules and the 10 commandments and he told me this and he told me that. You see how that becomes self-serving and subjective when you start sort of speaking for God. You'll claim that you're quoting God, but Bible study and stuff. You know, the whole irony with Bible study, though, is actually that's one of the rare things where you actually learn something potentially life skill, life value, not so much life skill, but you know, you'll be learning how to behave as a good person kind of a thing, rather than just technical subjects. So, in a sense, it's not the worst thing in the world, but I don't know. I don't. I'll just do the original one that I was gonna do. I'm sure there's like certain ASMR videos of it, but. Okay, Bible audiobook. It's only 3 hours, though, so how could it be? Okay, let's start. So we're doing Book of Genesis. This is the kind of content that you'll only get from me. If you look at my channel and see the kind of formats and different things I've done, like, this is literally why I have to do this. Book of Genesis, read by Alexander Scorby, and it has 1 at the beginning, like the first book. I can't remember again. Maybe I just read the first book and there's sequels, and I don't know how it's organized. The greatest voice ever recorded. Okay, so 1 Book of Genesis, read by Alexander Scorby. It's like a 3-hour video on YouTube, starting in 3, 2, 1. So now at least you'll know. The Holy Bible. King James Version. The Bible is really lit sci-fi. Best work of sci-fi ever. Wow. Sounds like a Dark Souls intro here. Dark Souls copied this. The world was unformed, shrouded by fog. Let there be light. But God's the one who made it that way in the first place. So let there be light, but you're the one who made it dark. Like, that's the whole point. The fact that he has to put this outward effort is kind of invalidating. God wouldn't have to say shit. Who is he talking to? Why would you need to say it? Who are you talking to? Why would you need to make the conscious effort? You're just God, so you would just do it. God wouldn't need to pontificate about it. God sounds very egotistical and arrogant and subjective. Like, you got to make a spectacle out of it. It's just one random planet. What about all the other planets in the universe? It sounds very, egotistical and narcissistic. The dry land is earth and seas. Sounds like a language made by human beings. How did he call them those things in English? If you it's so much like convoluted shit that you get into too. But like, that's a contradiction right there. He called it the earth and the sea, but those are English words. Those are, human words, regardless of even the original text, right? These are human languages. So why would he be using that long before? He didn't call it that at all. He would have had his own language, or he wouldn't have needed language, and there was nobody to communicate with language. 2 great lights. Lesser light to rule the night. It's fucking moon. He made the stars. Why didn't he say more things? Were you there? How did you hear this? Were you there? Who is here witnessing what he's saying right now? Right, like, really, what's the eyewitness testimony of this? Where are you getting all this from? Right, like, even if God was doing this, who the fuck are you? Who's writing this and how and why? I can't remember the whole context of it. Unreliable narrator moment. But no, he made a couple stars too, by the way. Like, that's no big deal. No, like, he made the planet Earth. Who gives a shit about that? He made all the stars in the sky, which are all suns. Like, what the fuck does that mean? That would have been, you don't make a big article, paragraph about each one of the stars that he made? Like, fucking, what is this shit? Beast of the earth. So this is all like ex post facto justification too. What did God say about 2,000 years later, or 10,000 years later? Tell us something we don't know. All it's telling, this is one of those fallacy moments, right? You can pretend to be psychic if you had access to Google, right? But all you could do is tell things that are already known by somebody somewhere. Somebody knows that somewhere on the planet, or that knowledge is out there. So you're only saying stuff that was already the case, right? You're not predicting something that didn't happen yet, right? You're only saying what's already known to people. There's cattle and there's this and that, male and female. Multiply, what are you encouraging, the stimuli acme overextension? I gave you the need for food, and then I gave you food, and you should be grateful for the food that I gave you, but don't hold it against me that I required you to eat in the first place. Like, it's all under your control. Like, what is the selective power that you have? So I think it paused or something. I don't know what happened. We get like an ad. I don't really get it because I'm being a little bit incredulous, but look, the ad kind of ruined my immersion. There's so many contradictions, and the best way to tell it is the human level. Does that seem like that's written by a god or said by a god? Or does that seem like it's written by a human being, right, with all their subjective bias and preconceived notions and ulterior motives and flaws and, you know, prejudice, and like you'll see throughout the whole thing. You're just not getting it. Okay, these are kind of fun. It's like top ranking best Donald Trump moments as everybody's losing their minds about him doing tariffs. Ranking Donald Trump moments starting with Obama. It's a little short, starting in 3, 2, 1. Not that you'll be able to even tell, or it didn't work. Starting in 3, 2, 1. He voted for Obama. Democrats, mosquito. I need water, like Marco Rubio. This was a really good one. Wait, this is number 6. This should be number 1 because you'd be in jail. You never do. This one's kind of unfair, actually. Like, he says, I know you're not thinking, but really all she says is, I'm not shocked. Like, he says that she's shocked, and then she says, I'm not, President, thank you. But he somehow injects, I know you're not thinking, you never do. That's a little bit uncalled for, right? She's not really doing anything in that moment, you know, that really justifies it. So that one's a bit uncalled for. I like that moment with the reporter, like, why are you saying that to me specifically? And go ask China that question. Like, it's not really about her, right? We still don't know the whole extent of what happened with China. So I love how people are like that with they'll just take something and just accept it or just be blind. You might say, what do you want to do about it? But like, shouldn't we have had more interest in that? Like, what happened in China? What happened? That's a good way to get banned off of somewhere potentially too. Like, oh, let's talk shit about China, but it's like, I don't know, it's weird. Like, there's a lot of videos like that. ChatGPT asked them about, is there any country like 1984, blah, blah, blah. And then it's like, it'll start to say something about China. I don't know if it's like somehow faked, but, and then it'll say, oh, sorry, I don't have the knowledge for that. So it'll start to do it, but then it'll censor it. You would think if they wanted to censor it, they would just not even have it do it in the first place. But it like appears for a second, and then we have this. This is kind of an annoying part of this, though. I should almost watch Dragon Ball Super because of how many little spoiler clips I've probably seen. And I love the clips that I see of this Superman show, the old Superman with Terry Hatcher. It seems so fun, actually, in the sense of, it seems really fun in the context of the particular, you know, like some really wholesome moments, some maybe humorous moments, etc., things like that. And then there's the other newer one, like Smallville, that comes into play too. That there's a couple good Superman shows. The thing with these is they're not going to have like really high budget with effects, so you're going to rely on more, you know, those kind of elements, the characters, and that's the biggest lesson as far as like mainstream kind of works. Writing is not as important in terms of the story and the minutia and the powers and all that as much as the characters. If the characters kind of grab you and are well written to some degree, the character interest, and there is a difference, then the plot doesn't matter. The plot could be, oh, Goku's going to go beat up the bad guy, and we're beating up a bunch of bad guys. Like, that's the plot of Dragon Ball, with a bunch of stupid shit that happens in between, like plot contrivance in both directions, right? Plot contrivance for the villain to win, but also for the hero to win. Like when Super Perfect Cell comes back, just magically after blowing himself up, and also just to continue the fight. or also, even though I love that final episode where they're having the beam struggle, and then also the thing with, like, you know, just characters being dumb, like, oh, I'm not going to destroy the Earth, I'll declare the Cell Games to fight, like, 2 people total, and he was only expecting to fight Goku. Like, he's even surprised when Goku gives up, so you're having this whole big thing just for one dude. So yeah, Terry Hatcher, and of course it's ironic that Terry Hatcher played a chick in Seinfeld. Not really that weird, though. I mean, hundreds of women played, you know, love interests and characters on Seinfeld, but the point is that she was Lois Lane, and of course Jerry loves Superman, and is always talking about Superman and cereal, and like those are his 2 defining, endearing character traits. But obviously, you're literally with Lois Lane. It's real and it's spectacular, but you know, he fucked it up. Like, that show was a good example of self-sabotage. The characters have such good opportunities, like George, a bald, stocky man with like a neurotic personality and low self-esteem or whatever, ends up with Susan from NBC, who's like, her dad's parents are rich, and you know, she makes more money than he does, and you know, she's attractive, smart, you know, really just an awesome person, and it's like, he fucks it up, right? Kind of like how the show fucked her up, and you know, she was meant to be the straight woman, if you will, to all their antics, and I think even they didn't get that, because they kept saying, oh, I don't like her, she's not in sync with the rest of us, but that was kind of the point of the character, that she's sort of written to not be in sync, but that's why they killed her off. But it's a case where you have, you know, you're just willing to consider that, you know, George messes that up. Now, again, I'm not saying that, oh, you want to end up getting married or be with one person and one person only and all this kind of stuff, but you got to make up your own mind with that, like, in terms of, make up your own mind, like, is that what you want, and then you pursue it, but then you decide you don't want it, so it's that sort of lack of you know, knowing what you want. In fact, Jerry, in that sense, is kind of good about, he's kind of laid back and doesn't really care, but no, it's like so many good opportunities that are self-sabotage. You know, the Susan thing, a lot of Jerry's relationships are ended over stupid things. She scooped the niblets or whatever, even whether her breasts are fake or not, like, who cares? You know what I mean? Like, it might affect your relationship in the long term, but at least enjoy it first and have sex first. So there's self-sabotage. Elaine kind of maybe does it in her career a bit, or that's always something I find boring in sitcoms and kind of weird, like whenever you're seeing them at work, in their office, and in their job, because it's kind of hard to get that to play for laughs, and then it feels sort of like a farce that, you know, they're not going to be able to get away with all this much crazy stuff. But I get why they do that as a form of content, but to me it just feels a little bit contrived. It's the sort of thing you wouldn't see a lot of in the first season, probably, because it requires more of a budget. You have to have a whole other set. You have to commit to doing it for a long period of time, right? You're kind of forced to do it. That's what people don't get about writing stories like that. When you're, George is working at the, what is it again? The Mets or the, I'm not even, whatever, George Steinbrenner, right? They build that set, right, of his office and everything, so now they have to use that a certain number of times, otherwise it wasn't worth it. They're not going to just be like, oh, he goes there and he does it and he gets fired on day one. Like, you know, they're going to keep that going for a whole season, a couple seasons, then he'll get fired maybe. So there's a sense of, like, you have to fit stuff into it, and you feel almost compelled to do that instead of anything else. So it's a situation where that's sometimes a bad form of writing, because you feel like you're doing it just because you have to do it, not because you actually, like, it's never like, oh, let's come up with the best creative idea possible. It's let's try to come up with the best one to fill in the space of what we have to do within the filler or within the kind of budget and the confines and the preconceived thing that we have. So it's all left to other incentives, right? This is how a lot of stories come to be, right? Let's, like George Lucas making Star Wars, as much as it's an inspired piece of work, right? He's coming up with it in a template way. Like, let's do a sci-fi, space adventure, and let's check all the boxes. We gotta have a spaceship battle. We gotta have this. We gotta have that. And so, although the lightsaber fights, to be fair, have really nothing to do with it. Like, that was just his own interpretation. Like, a sci-fi universe doesn't have to have lightsabers. That's just random. But no, I have a certain ideation as far as, like, combine two of your favorite universes, like Legend of Zelda plus Dragon Ball, and you get, like, Trunks, and then make a story about a character like that where you have both sides of it. But no, it's a case where, that's what I was saying, is that I forgot. Yeah, you're going in with, like, a preconceived agenda. You're not just like, let me try to tell the best story possible. No, you're like, let me try to fit into this genre, into this box, into this budget, into this effects that we have, and then everything else comes second. Which is why you see so much retcon BS too, because it's a case where, why did Obi-Wan fight so slowly in Vader in A New Hope? Because the effects weren't up to the level to be able to do that better. But oh no, it's actually because of this reason and that reason in lore that they'll try to, pull some ass pull out and explain that. So I've seen a lot of clips from Super, unfortunately, not like key moments, but just like general little things that is kind of annoying. I would want to just do that, like where I watch Dragon Ball and also Super, because I haven't seen either of them, but I just can't, I watched the first 2 episodes. I was doing the Promised, the Promised Neverland. Maybe I should do it. Maybe I'll do Super episode 1 just for the fuck of it. So what do I know about Super? I know there's a thing called the Tournament of Power that happens. That's like the main arc of the show, I guess. Actually, I don't know what else there is. Okay, I know there's Goku Black. Don't shoot. Hold your fire. This man isn't black. Like, Goku couldn't handle some bullets anyway. Like, the people... So I've seen that clip. So, you have Goku Black, which I don't know exactly what it is. It's similar to, like, Majin or Baby, but I guess in this case, I don't think it's actually Goku. It's just somebody who, like, clones his body, or I don't know the exact details of it. But I know there's a Goku Black, like an evil Goku. And then there's this is what you'll realize maybe in watching it, that even as much as people didn't like GT, that this will actually, Super will be worse than GT, or GT was ahead of the curve with some of these ideas. Like Baby Vegeta is very similar to Goku Black, probably, because they're both somehow going to be body snatcher, parasites, whatever. I don't know how Goku Black steals Goku's body, or it couldn't even be that, because I assume that Goku's going to be fighting him too. So that would actually be an inspired arc if Goku is taken out of the action and literally taken over, and now everybody else has to fight Goku. Wouldn't that be cool? Because it's like, it's not that, Goku fights Goku, it's that Goku fights everybody and he's turned evil, like how Baby turned Vegeta evil. But now, since Goku's always the strongest, Vegeta has to beat Goku, and that's it, Or I'm sure that'll be a line like, I don't need an excuse to punch your face in, Goku Kakarot. Like, why are you so motivated, Vegeta? Why are you hitting him so hard? That's my face. But, okay, so I know that. I know there's a Goku Black arc. I know there's a Tournament of Power arc. And I know that there's the whole affinity for tournaments is hilarious in the Toriyama universe. Like, just how contrived that is. It starts off with the World Martial Arts Tournament. That's at least organic, I assume, in Dragon Ball, because that's where a lot of these characters meet, and that's really what they do for a living, is they fight. I can accept that. But then in Dragon Ball Z, okay, we'll have the Cell games as a tournament, Aspel. Just, why would Cell really care about that, right? It's just a way to extend it and make it more cinematic, but that one sort of feels like an Aspel. And then the Majin Saga tournament was going to happen, but then it gets cut short, and then obviously now you have the Tournament of Power, so you find an excuse to make a tournament out of something that doesn't have to be the case. You know, where you have the ability to So I know, again, Goku Black and Tournament of Power, and I think Mai and Trunks end up together in some form, which is weird because she's so much older than him. Like, I know it from some of the memes, right? Like, wow, Mai is like 20 years older than Trunks, but they end up together, which is weird. Or, you know... But no, you'll come to realize that GT was actually better than Super in a lot of ways, or a lot of the things that GT got criticized for, Super does too. You know, convoluted, extra transformations, bullshit like that. And then also just that you'll realize it's basically better, right? That GT is actually better. Not that it isn't bad. It's like the Disney sequels versus the prequels effect. Even though the prequels are bad, the Disney sequels might very well be worse. And that's also another thing. I've been spoiled by clips. Like, I don't want to watch something, or I don't watch it, and then I also, you know, get spoiled on it. So if I do watch it, now it ruins it a little bit. So there's also the Beerus arc, obviously. Now there's like 2 movies, right, that fit into this, which kind of doesn't make sense because typically the movies are something that are separated from the main story. In this case, I feel like they overlap because there's Dragon Ball Z Wrath of the Gods, right, which is like when Goku becomes a god. I think I've even seen that. I think I've seen the movie. I might have seen that when it first came out, not in a theater. That's always cringe, but okay, I might have seen the Battle of the Gods where Goku becomes a Super Saiyan God, whatever, for the first time with the red hair, I believe, fighting Beerus. So that's one thing I don't like either. You find out that Whis is stronger than Beerus, even though Beerus gets all the Destructor title. That doesn't really make sense, and it kind of defeats the whole purpose. Why would Whis be so strong when Beerus is the Destroyer and he's supposed to be the main figure? It just undercuts the whole thing to me. I think it's a waste. Whis should be secondary to him. He could still be a little bit strong, but Whis should be more like the Supreme Kai, and Beerus could be the Destroyer who everybody is scared of. Nobody fears Whis, even though he's stronger, so that sort of trivializes the whole thing, right? But yeah, you'll be introduced to Beerus, I assume, at the beginning, and the Super Saiyan God thing, and then you'll be introduced to the Golden Frieza, I guess, Resurrection F. But see, that's the weird thing. Those are both movies, if I'm not mistaken. So how can you have Resurrection F, the movie, and then you have the same exact content in the show as an arc in the show? Right? It'd be like having a Majin Vegeta movie or Majin Buu movie, but then you have the Majin Saga. Right? Isn't that unusual? Like, that's not normally what happens with the movies, if I'm not mistaken. The movie is its own thing about its own villain in a separate universe. I guess maybe a Pilaf or Garlic Jr. overlaps if he appears in the... I think he appears in the show, too. There's like an arc with him around episode 100, or when they come back from Namek, or no, he couldn't be. I don't know. It would have to be before they leave for Namek, otherwise everyone would be too strong, or... I don't know, but the point is, Pilaf and all of that, I was saying, like, it's weird to see that. So there's a movie about Beerus and becoming a Super Saiyan God, and then there's also that same exact content, I think, in Super, and then there's also a Frieza Resurrection F movie, but then there's also that content in the show, right? If I'm not mistaken, that doesn't really happen with the other movies, because it's showing, like, the history of Bardock, but there is no Dragon Ball Z episodes. It's not a whole arc, at least. They might have a couple flashbacks, but there's not, like, a whole arc about the Bardock saga, just like, Broly isn't in Dragon Ball Z, right? So it's, people say, oh, it's not canon. All the movies are not canon. But in this case, the movies are canon, apparently, because, you're just overlapping and doubling up the thing. I don't even get it, really. Are they supposed to be in continuity, or are they supposed to be... I'm sure the series would cover that same content anyway. So I low-key want to watch Super, but it's going to be one of those sequelitis, guilty pleasure, relying on your fandom, retcon, BS, just dragging out a story that makes no sense, but people defend and watch it anyway. The same kind of content and writing, if you had done it in any other capacity, wouldn't work. It relies too much on the referential basis. It relies too much on apologist fanboy stuff. Like, it's absolutely... I don't want to go in with a negative attitude, but there's a lot of things I can just sense immediately that are not good about it. So it'd be sort of a guilty pleasure, probably at best. Again, and I'm not a big fan of GT either, but now I've sort of warmed up to it to at least say, like, it's decent. It's not terrible. It's not great. It underutilizes the characters. It makes some stupid mistakes, but the one thing I'll praise about it is the pace is pretty good because, the pace is pretty good because you get to just, the pace is good because it's only like 60 episodes, and so even if you don't like it, it gets through it pretty quickly, so it's not belaboring the point. So it doesn't have the same flaw as Dragon Ball Z, where, if you don't like certain arcs or content in it, you'll get really bored out of your mind because they'll drag it out. Whereas here, they won't do that because they, it gets through it quickly. So you'll say, oh, Super 17 is stupid. But that only lasts a couple episodes, I'm pretty sure. And Baby Vegeta, oh, you don't like that arc. It goes on for a little bit, but, it doesn't drag itself out for 100 episodes, one saga, the way you might think, oh, that's not how Z is either, but it kind of is. Because after you beat Vegeta, right, and go to Namek, that Namek saga lasts like 70 episodes at least, something like that, I think. So it's a case where it goes on for a long time. Right? I guess it's not even so much one saga. It'll be the Android saga and then the Cell saga, but they kind of overlap. Right, so you kind of consider them as one, right? Like, it's the Android saga, which culminates and ends with the Cell saga. So, you go Android saga featuring future Trunks, and then you fight the androids 19 and 20, then he releases the androids, then you fight them, then Cell is unleashed, then Vegeta comes out and fights Cell after Piccolo merges with Kami, and then they fight, and then Vegeta fights him, and then he transforms to Perfect, then Trunks fights him, then you go to declare the Cell games, then Goku and Gohan are training, then you declare you have the Cell games, then you fight Goku, then you fight Gohan, then you get Super Perfect Cell, then you have so my point is all of that is within the same thing, right? I would consider it. So, like, what's I guess you can separate those two. It's like there's like a precursor, like the Saiyan saga is the precursor to the Namek saga, and then you could even say, oh, the Frieza saga, but to me, I would just say it like that. The Saiyan saga is the prelude to the bigger saga. It's the mini, like let's call it a chapter, right? It's a saga that consists of multiple chapters. So, chapter 1, the prologue, is the Saiyan saga, which introduces these alien creatures and, the Saiyans, and that leads to you eventually going to Namek. And then the Namek saga is the meat of it, the main event, and that is going to have Frieza in there as the final villain. And then you go to the Android saga, is the precursor, where Trunks comes, and then the androids and all that happens, and then eventually you meet Cell, and it culminates in the Cell saga as the final. And then same thing like with the Majin Buu saga, you might think, oh, what's the prelude? But the prelude is actually the Majin Vegeta saga mini chapter, and then you go into the Buu saga, and you might think, well, Majin Vegeta doesn't go on for that long, but everything that happens before is part of that, like Shin appearing at the tournament, Gohan's energy being drained, him flirting with Videl, and then going to Babidi's base, finding Pui, and then fighting Deborah, fighting Yakan, fighting everything there, and then Vegeta turning. All that would be, to me, like, that's the Majin Vegeta saga. And then you have the main event, which is the Majin Buu saga, which that one drags on a little bit. Fat Buu, Evil Buu, something else like he uses like very generic sort of subject matter sometimes. Even the names would suggest Bibbidi Bobbidi Boo. So it's like Frieza and everything with that is based on I don't know exactly what. That might actually be pretty inspired. The whole Namek saga is pretty unique. Like, I don't know what exactly I would draw reference to, but the Saiyan saga could be analogized to like Superman, where Raditz is Zod and he comes down to meet to find Clark and all this. So that would kind of make sense, right? The other point is that like the Android saga is like Transformers, right, where you got these android killing machines, right? It's very similar, just in premise, obviously, and then you have Majin Buu saga is inspired by like Harry Potter, even though not really, but like the magical capability of that's the one thing I don't like about stories like that, though. I'm a very game theory focused person, so I don't like Majin Buu randomly turns somebody into chocolate, and now as the audience we're like, so he can do that? Like, that's so arbitrary. So a character can just do whatever they want whenever they need to, or they'll just keep introducing new powers with no rhyme or reason or context. They can just do stuff just because they feel like it. And then it's inconsistent too, because then it's like, why didn't they do that earlier? Like Force healing in Star Wars. They can heal, but then why didn't they do it? Or the Senzu bean can heal a hole in your chest. Or, the character's dying but being faked out and they're not really dying. So I was going to watch it here, but now I'm not actually going to have time to watch it, so fuck it. Yeah, I know a good bit. I know the animation in one of those first episodes was pretty bad, where Goku fights Beerus on like King Kai's planet. But there's going to be a lot of contrivance, like, well, Beerus could just blow up the planet, but he doesn't do it because he doesn't feel like it, or whatever else happens. I know Zeno is like the strongest character apparently ever. So, he could just destroy the whole universe or the whole whatever. But instead, he's going to, let's have a tournament. So that's the problem, is like anybody could just do anything they want, but no, I'm not going to for some reason. And then even Frieza coming back is a real ass pull. Like, there's a lot of dumb stuff, you know what I mean? It's really, really bad content to just keep bringing shit back and recycling it. And then there's that Dragon Ball Super superhero. The names of this are so shitty. Dragon Ball Super, what do we call the subtitle? Add Super in it too. Dragon Ball Super superhero is actually what it's called. And then like Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan, you might say it's like a dubbing issue or translation issue, but either way, it still ends up being a dumb name. So you have the ability to consider so I almost wanted to do that, but now I don't have time, so whatever. These sessions are getting more and more meandering because I can't really commit to one thing that I want to do here. Because the problem is I keep I don't know, I guess I could do them in other sessions too. Like, well, I don't really have time, but it's convenient to do it while I'm driving because, I'm not doing anything else anyway, so it's like a net positive, right? I can always just do it. Or whatever, like, it's just time that I wouldn't be using for anything else anyway. Whereas when I'm at home or something, I have other stuff to do. So, what do I know about Dragon Ball then? And what I know about Dragon Ball is the fact that, you meet a lot of the characters there who might even be villains, like Tien and Yamcha and Krillin. They might be rivals at least. You fight people at the tournament. You meet Chi-Chi. He gets kind of married to her there. They fight each other, I know, in the tournament. You have you have the ability to fight Piccolo, I guess, at the tournament too, and then that's basically the main villain, like Demon King Piccolo. Although based on the beginning, you're dealing with like the Red Ribbon Army and Pilaf, and so I don't know exactly how that segues into Piccolo. That must just be a whole different saga to it. But no, I like in stories where there's like an undercurrent, like there's some sort of subtle. See, that's what they even tried to do with Dr. Gero and the androids. Like, oh, you know, he was part of the Red Ribbon Army. Right? That's a good way to try to justify like some background to it, instead of, I don't know how to explain it. Like, it's not just like, oh, some random guy just made some androids. Like, they're trying to justify it some way that, oh, it's organic in the story. You could have seen that coming, right? It doesn't just happen by accident randomly. Like the Majin Buu thing is kind of an asshole because, oh, technically he was there all along, but he was dormant, so nobody cared about it. And it's like, you know, that's too convenient. And so yeah, Dragon Ball, I don't know necessarily a ton about it. But no, these shows were ahead of their time for sure. It's kind of a shame because now, like, everything feels like such a dime a dozen, where you'd have to do something really innovative, or the series that get away with not being that way are the ones that are already established because people, you know, are already sort of dug in. And even though I might fall for that effect, I at least acknowledge it. Like, obviously, you know why that's happening because, right, you know that, oh, if this wasn't an established series, it wouldn't even be possible, or it would be something else. It would be looked at negatively, or it wouldn't even exist. I don't know what I'm even doing. I'm still subscribed to Crunchyroll for a little bit, even though I haven't been using it, or it might almost be up. Update my app. It gave me such a hard time when I was first trying to use it, too. Right, it was bugging out and wouldn't let me log in, and now I won't have room to update it. For fuck's sake, dude. Okay, can I just not do it then? Like, really, I don't care about updating it. Let me just watch it. So yeah, I was trying to do The Promised Neverland, too. Looks like you something. I guess you probably have to do it, which is fucking stupid. Man, why do I always get cucked by this fucking app? The 2 times I've tried to use it, oh, it just doesn't work. It doesn't let me log in. You've tried too many times to log in, even though it's my first time trying. You know, when I had done that. And then, oh no, now you have to update it. I don't have enough room to update it. Like, fuck you. Like, let me just use it unupdated then. It doesn't matter. And it's a big-ass fucking update, too. What the fuck? Okay, forget it. Okay, dude, okay. I gotta do some format where I go through, like, YouTube comments and shit, too. That I always meme around, my friend memes around with. Goku almost just racially profiled Pikkon. Because he says, like, to Pikkon, oh, you should meet my friend Piccolo. Why? Because we're both green? Oh no, because he uses weighted clothing too, but so does Goku, and so does a lot of characters do that. So does Tien. Why didn't you say, oh, you should meet Tien? Why, you should meet me, which you're talking to me, like, we could bond over that, but oh no, you should meet Piccolo. He uses weighted clothing. Doesn't everybody kind of do that? I feel like even Krillin and stuff eventually show that they're doing that. Some of these are pretty funny. Maybe it's worth doing. And again, a lot of these are my offhanded jokes that I've made at some point, or that he might potentially copy them. So let's look at this. Andrea Botez. Sis is 1,700 FIDE. She doesn't even know how the knight moves. On a video called Andrea doesn't know anything because she doesn't know some famous player's name. Who I guess I didn't know him either, but I'm not a good player or whatever. And whenever you're making fun of somebody like that, it doesn't mean that I'm actually better than them, right? Or that I'm that good, but it's just kind of like low-hanging fruit because, you know, it almost would be possible for me to be better than them or an average person, right? It's different when you're talking, oh yeah, like Magnus, or somebody, oh yeah, let's make fun of Benjamin Feingold, but at least he's a GM. With like Andrea, oh, she's 1,700 FIDE, right? I think was as high as she got. So like that's not really a big deal. You say, oh, why aren't you? But I mean, that's the point. I could conceivably do it, and then so what? I'm not going to get 1 million followers, subscribers based on that. I'm very encouraged and happy though about the followers that we've gotten here. Just like I've gotten 20 followers in the span of a couple weeks of just doing these live streams. So it's just like a net positive. When I'm not home, I'll just keep doing them. Right? It doesn't cost me anything. It doesn't hurt. It doesn't take any effort really because I already have the videos uploaded onto there. And I could just keep running them. I almost would do it like forever then if I had a separate setup. I could just do it like, you know, just non-stop. Like a 24/7 stream. So you just make yourself inevitable like that. Compensate for ability with time. Where, you know, you make yourself inevitable just like you're... Why do people like you? Because you're there, right? Why would people want to watch you? Because you're on television. Like, literally just exposure is sometimes all you need. And with a lot of my logical razors and stuff, people are going to steal them. But, you know, whatever. I have it on video and so forth. And it's just all very, very stupid that it requires such a boneheaded kind of thing to do. But, yeah, you just got to... go for exposure, which is kind of lowest common denominator shit, and I'm not too happy about it, but like let me actually listen back then. Fuck it, I'll listen to my own stream that I'm doing as I'm recording one I was doing this in some other segment too, which isn't really all that interesting to talk about. Like this I just end up quoting what I'm saying, but you won't even know exactly what I'm reacting to. This is like Crunchyroll randomizer is the overall thing. We keep getting like bot comments in here. 19 followers, and again, they could be bots, but I don't know what it's really based on. It still makes it look good. Like, I still have only 1 subscriber on YouTube for what that's worth. So you get to listen to this radio silence of me driving the car, basically. This is me watching, like, the Yona talking about Hawk, the guy who's protecting her. Which I watched, like, maybe the first 2 episodes, or maybe only the first episode. I can't even remember. Which wasn't bad. It wasn't, like, a failing grade where, like, I'll watch every random anime until one of them gets like a C grade, and that one didn't because so yeah, it had a pretty decent start, and then she's gonna become a warrior queen, and then eventually Hawk is gonna die and stuff. So she has a crush on the guy, and then fucking he ends up killing her dad, which is why he's sort of standoffish with her and feels bad about the crush maybe, but doesn't want to be dissuaded from that. I can fix him, the ultimate story, right? She's still going to try be in love with him and try to fix him later. People always say that with like Krillin. I'm talking about game theory. broke. So Hawk is like 1v5ing people, and I'm taking issue with game theory that they should have had some other guards helping him still to make it believable instead of him just being so overpowered. That's the problem, though. People just suspend your disbelief, like where that you just break game theory and say characters can just do whatever they want until they can't. And then it's like, you have all these plot devices and different things that allow you to, when you need a senzu bean, you can have it. When you want to make a wish, you can do it. But then when the story requires you not to do it, you don't. Like, rather than lose to Cell, why couldn't you just gather the Dragon Balls and wish for immortality for Goku or something like that, and then wish for infinite senzu beans and just chug that shit while you're fighting him? Or like, there's so many things you could potentially do with that. You can be very powerful, but it still shouldn't be only about that. You should have guards help you, and then you're still very powerful to be able to overcome a number of people like that. Oh, shit. Hawk is maybe going to die, or he'll die later. The dad already died, so I guess she's going to learn how to fight. I'm saying almost exactly the same thing here. I'm praising the combat. It's not too over the top, but they have a little special powers and abilities. I could just be quoting exactly what I'm saying, so you don't even need to watch the rerun. Just watch this, which you'll ultimately watch as a rerun too, because you're either watching it as a YouTube video when I upload it, or you're watching it as a thing, as a stream, like what we're doing now. Making fun of the king's name, King Eel. He's just Eel. He's in bed for a while. So some other people were in on it too. It wasn't just him. But then he ends up being portrayed as like a major antagonistic figure. Suhan's the villain. His weakness is I'm giving him -1 character point. He's monologuing so long when he could have just killed them right there and ended the series. Write a story that doesn't have moments like that, or at least some characters like that where they don't fuck around too much. The characters are very to the point. Kasuke compared to Joseph Goebbels, like he's the propagandist, and probably nobody would ever make that reference ever. I'm allocating all kind of crazy character points. Kill Hawk 2. I said those very words. Kill Hawk 2, as in also. But if you interpret it a different way. Okay, so today I might watch Dragon Ball Super Episode 1. I may as well just do it, I guess. Right, because I was thinking about that last time. Like, rather than watch Dragon Ball, the original, I'd rather watch this, I guess. But no, I mean, I watched the first 2 episodes and they were both very good. I just don't know. I somehow don't feel like it. So I unsubscribed from Crunchyroll, but we're still on there for a couple days or whatever, so I'll still do it. And maybe I'll resub. I just like to leave it open. That's one of my biggest pet peeves in the universe is the non-consensual auto-renewal, auto-subscribe. Like, when you go to sign up for something, it automatically does it, and then you have to go out of your way to cancel it. There should almost be a law against that. Like, no, you subscribe for 1 month, you always have the option, and then it doesn't auto-renew, and only if you choose for it to auto-renew does it. You have to go out of your way to do it, not to undo it. Because there's so much predatory stuff. You might say you're just lazy, but sometimes they hide it away and make it difficult on purpose to find how to unsubscribe. Right, so you might forget about it, and then you'll get charged, right, for something that you forget about, and you're not, you'll subscribe, you'll watch something that week, and then you'll forget about it, and then, they'll get a free month out of you or something. It's not, or, it could always be based on usage, too, like, but then that ends up being bad. Like, these streaming services are actually really good in terms of, only thing I don't like is they'll sometimes lose certain series, so you'll subscribe for one series and then it's gone randomly. They keep rotating stuff in and out, or you have to subscribe to like 5 different ones to get 5 different shows that you want, right? Because whatever you happen to feel like is going to be on a different one, but it's still much more efficient than the old days of like, Redbox or some other stupid things like you have to rent an individual movie or buy. It's better for shows too, because you have like hundreds of episodes, you have to buy the whole box set or whatever. It ends up being so difficult to do. So what we have here is I'm going to do a little intro segment here where maybe I watch stuff on YouTube, but then I maybe will watch Dragon Ball Super Episode 1. So let me just give a little background. Like, what do I know about it? I know a lot, unfortunately, just from YouTube clips that I've seen. I know about the Goku Black saga. I just know that it happens. So it's Zamasu, who's like that green guy. Again, how do I know this when I haven't seen it? Just I've seen like a YouTube clip or 2 relating to that. And then, so Goku Black, Zamasu, I don't know how exactly that comes about. Like how he steals Goku's body or whatever happens with that. Then I know that there's the Tournament of Power. I know that just where all the strongest beings from all the universes or whatever fight each other. I know Zeno is like the big boss. I know that Beerus and Whis, and if Supreme Kai dies, so does Beerus. Like, all this kind of random shit, exposition that is totally inconsistent with how the series was written before. Like, you don't think somebody would be guarding Supreme Kai at all times then? If Majin Buu could have killed him, Goku could have killed him, Majin Vegeta could have killed him, like, anybody could have killed him. You might think, Beerus is asleep, but he can't have one guard who's always on watch, like Whis or somebody else, somebody weaker, but who's still relatively strong, to watch over the Supreme Kai, because it would have been so easy for Deborah could have killed him, or anybody could have killed him. Right, so for the most strong being in the whole universe, the fucking Destroyer himself, you can't have a little entourage or whatever. But I pretty much know all the sagas, at least. Like, I don't know the exact order in which it'll happen. Well, I guess it would have to happen, like, where Beerus gets introduced first, assuming it follows the movie. Like, I'm pretty sure I did see that one. I didn't see Resurrection F, but I saw the movie about Battle of the Gods. So, and it ends on like a really stupid anticlimactic note. Like, he doesn't win the fight, obviously, because Beerus is still too strong. And then it's just like, it just ends. They just spare the planet. Like, it doesn't really conclude in a satisfying way. But no, it's like, so there's going to be the Beerus saga of like the Battle of the Gods, basically, where Goku does the ritual and transforms, and you get introduced to basically these god figures, the Whis and Beerus and all that. And then the second saga would probably be Resurrection F, I guess, where they use their newfound powers to fight Frieza, who unlocks the golden form, I assume. And then, see, this is the problem with YouTube recommended, and I always somehow have an urge to watch. I don't think I've spoiled anything major, like the ending of a fight or something, but just a general sequence of events, I guess I know. So then you have probably the Frieza part, then they somehow join forces, which I think is dumb. The whole idea of bringing back Frieza itself is dumb. And then you bring back Frieza, and then you go through probably Goku Black at some point there, and then the Tournament of Power. Actually, beyond that, I don't know what other sagas there'd be. So you'd have like the 4 main sagas. Beerus just being introduced and fighting Goku and unlocking the Super Saiyan God. And then you go to the Frieza saga, then you go to the Goku Black saga, and then you go to the Tournament of Power saga. So beyond that, I don't know who else would be a villain. I mean, it's over 100 episodes, I know that. So then, of course, I'll watch the dubbed one, mainly just because I'm driving and it's easier that way. But typically the first viewing, I do like watching the dub because it's easier to follow. And then, obviously, you can appreciate some of the nuances later with the other, with the original. But, I don't want to have to worry about reading the subtitles the first time I'm watching, because then you miss out on some of the visuals and nuance and the delivery and the expressions and all that. Even with movies, I say that it's hard to appreciate the fact of that when you have it's hard for me to appreciate the actor and their whatever expressions and all that when you're watching in sub. But I guess with movies it can't be helped because of the simple fact that the dubbed over movies I don't really like. I think that's kind of dumb. It works better with anime because the character is just a made-up character anyway. Maybe like an animated movie would make sense, but when you dub over a physical actor, that I don't like as much. I'd rather watch the subtitled even then, because you're missing out on that actor's voice and that actor's dialogue and that actor's facial expression, and that it'll still sort of match, but that's different. But see, when it's an animated thing, it doesn't matter, because when you say, oh, the original dub versus the sub or whatever, I mean the original sub versus the dub, the thing is, yes, I can respect the original, and I'm not saying they're bad or anything like that. Oftentimes they are better in some ways, but the one thing I'll say is it's indistinguishable in this sense, because it's just you're looking at the animated character moving their lips, and then you're dubbing it over. So the original Japanese is still dubbed, and the original English is still dubbed. You know what I mean? It's the same process that they're going about. With a movie, it's different. Like an actor is actually getting up there and acting it out, and now you'll have a clumsy, external foreign person try to dub it over. That feels different because the actual actor is talking in the original that you're seeing on the screen. And so that's their performance and their exact nuance that they're getting across. The difference with an anime is it's the same process. The Japanese takes, you could say they're animating it with that exact intent, but it's still like, either way you're dubbing over an animated thing that is sort of not specific to any language. It's sort of a very neutral baseline thing, because it's just an animated character talking. So that could be any language, any race, any person doing it, anybody, right? You could just do it over yourself. It's very different to me. So that part I don't really mind as much. There's always like a flame more with that. I don't feel so strongly about the dub aspect as I do about the music, though. And music is objective and universal too. Like, watch the Japanese dub with Bruce Falconer's score, and you'll probably like it better, right? I'm not saying the Japanese score is bad. I have seen the Japanese version, although I don't remember every little change and nuance super well. It's been a long time, but it's been a long time since I've seen the full Z series either, yeah, we watched Dragon Ball episode 1 and 2. I pretty much said everything I know about it. I know that Trunks apparently comes back again, and that ties into the whole Goku Black contrivance. I just don't like some of these plot lines because it's like, oh, we're coming up with a new series, so we're going to come up with new characters like Beerus and Whis. Okay, that's cool. But then let's recycle Frieza, and let's recycle or the kind of Majin Vegeta slash baby Vegeta sagas where, oh, now it's Goku gets taken over. Like, you know, it's just stupid. The one thing I almost would have liked to have seen, and I know it's not in there, or at least I'm pretty sure I've heard, but Dr. Giro's influence in Dragon Ball, like, I know he probably fights some androids, right, like Android 8 or something like that, but you don't actually see him there, but it'd be cool to kind of see the whole story from his perspective, where he's making some of these androids in the thing, and then he escapes, or I guess Goku lets him go, which probably doesn't actually happen, but, you know, he's not actually shown there or anything, but he probably just, as he's destroying the Red Ribbon Army, it's just implied that he didn't kill everybody or finish everybody off that he could have, and then that comes back to bite him. So, you know, it's one of those retcon moments that's maybe not too bad, because, oh, this happens to be the same guy that worked for the Red Ribbon Army and made their machines, and now he's working on his own, trying to take revenge on you. It's believable that that could have happened, right? But the writing could have been better if maybe there was just some vague reference. Like, if he was actually a character in the show, in Dragon Ball, and then he gets away, right? If you had it be more deliberate, instead of, oh no, we're just going to try to do this tie-in with Dragon Ball, but with the Red Ribbon Army, which is established. Again, it's not completely unbelievable. These are like the layers of retcon. The worst layer of a retcon is like something totally nonsense that there's no basis for whatsoever, that just feels like an asshole. Like, oh yeah, this thing that totally, like Beerus and Whis is one of those. Like, there's no reason to suggest that, right, that it would never have been mentioned, or nobody would have ever known, or that's just like, you're just making shit up. But even that's not the worst kind, because it doesn't contradict. Well, it sort of does, but, like, let me go through the 3 layers of retcon. Okay, the best layer is like, that isn't even really a retcon at all, is like, oh, Gohan being strong enough to become Super Saiyan 2 and him being the hero in the Cell Saga and all that, right? That's not so bad, because that was foreshadowed, even if he didn't know that he was foreshadowing it, right? Because he didn't know the series would go on that long or what exactly was going to happen. And he would even admit that in interviews. But, like, the series was supposed to end with Frieza or whatever, other earlier, Vegeta maybe even. But the thing with that is, it's believable because at least Gohan had those moments. So now at least you're feeding into the story. Like, it was written in such a way that that makes sense, that he could have this latent potential. He had his moment against Frieza. He had his moment against, like, even Vegeta or even Raditz. He has always these, like, little moments to show he has this potential. But that's at least foreshadowed well. So you might think, oh, it's a retcon because Toriyama didn't think of that at the time. But even if he didn't think of that, he's at least using the writing in a good, believable way that I can accept that, right? So that's a good example. The middle, so that's the best example of a retcon that isn't almost even a retcon at all, right? That's something the writer didn't think of and didn't plan, but it makes sense within the writing, and there's enough background to build off of. The second layer is the middle. I guess Beerus and Whis, like, it's hard to believe these characters wouldn't have been mentioned. It's hard to believe that, you know that they weren't something that were intrinsic to the universe at all, but now they're just going to do an ass pull, like, oh, it was actually him who ordered Frieza to kill the Saiyans too. Like, it's not what was intended, and it doesn't make sense at all. So it's pretty bad, but it's not the worst kind of retcon, right, where stuff that is introduced that didn't exist in the universe, that contradicts certain things, but that feels like, oh, it's possible that they could have existed and we just never heard about them. Like even Majin Buu, right? It's it doesn't completely contradict everything, but it's also stupid that how could nobody know about this? How could nobody have mentioned this? What would have happened then if Vegeta blew up the planet in the Saiyan Saga? Would Majin Buu's little core have been retained, or would have been floating around in space? Like, what would have happened with it? assuming he would have even needed Majin Buu. He took over Deborah, who's so strong, right? Why would that even be an issue? But then the other point is the fact that, like, let's look at the worst kind of retcon, where it'll be, like, completely contradictory, bold-faced, like, just, not only is it not organic to the story, it's literally just pull it out of thin air, right? So that could be, like, bringing back Frieza, and then, also Frieza gets to transform, and also now he's going to join sides. Like, all things that are completely not even remotely good writing, right? Why would Frieza ever join them? He would rather die than join them, right? It makes no sense. That he would never do that. You even see when Goku's trying to spare his life, he would rather attack him again and die, right? Or at least he thought he was going to probably die. He just doesn't, give a shit. He would never, ever join them. The same way that Vegeta would never dance like a clown. He even says always, like, pride is most important, and, pride is important, and the fact of dancing to entertain Beerus or whatever ends up happening there, like, he would rather die honorably than embarrass himself like that. So you have a lot of out-of-character stuff like that you're introducing stuff that you're introducing stuff that is new to the story, that isn't consistent or organic, not organic like the Gohan little latent moments of potential, right? So it's not organic, it's not foreshadowed, it's just a complete ass-pull. But not only is it an ass-pull, but it contradicts everything we know too. Oh yeah, he had this golden form too that he totally could have done, and somehow we can just bring him back to life, although, similar to the Dragon Balls, I don't know what exactly they do to bring him back, but I assume maybe just that. They just get the Dragon Balls and just use it to bring him back. But, yeah, it's like, all of this is so contrived and so stupid. Let me think about, like, in Star Wars, you have moments that are, like in the prequels, there's just some moments that people read into too deeply, like, the purple lightsaber is literally just because Samuel Jackson wanted it, but now you try to come up with this whole thing. Oh, it's actually because Mace Windu uses both sides of the Force, the dark side and the light side, and it's because of some other deeper meaning. Like, it's not because of that. I can appreciate you still trying to explain it in universe, don't get me wrong, but I don't like when people, play that off like, oh yeah, it's totally because of this and this. Like, dude. But no, like, what are some retcon kind of BS? Like, the midichlorians are one of those really shitty elements that it ruins the whole suspense of the story too, because it's like, oh, so you could measure that and you would know. Let's have a mandatory test for the Chancellor, for like anybody elected to a high office, to test their midichlorians to make sure they're not a threat like a Sith. Because see, whether he's a Sith or not doesn't matter. It's whether he's that powerful that matters. Like, you would see his midichlorian count and be like, oh shit, this guy's a threat. Or you would see somebody's potential. So you see, oh, Anakin has the highest count, so you automatically know that he has the potential to be the strongest. And you automatically know, like, for somebody else has a limit that they can only be so strong. That ruins the whole, like, self-actualizing element of the story that, oh, you could be, a little ranger boy, like, what do they call him, like a scavenger girl like Rey, or like Luke in the original, right, could be like a rags to riches story where he uses his potential. Yeah, sure, he might be the offspring of Anakin, right, as they tell you, but even then, it's not quite so set in stone. Like, okay, that gives him the potential, but then he has to make off of what he will. And I'm not denying that it would be very difficult to reach your potential, right? Just because Luke or Anakin has a certain midichlorian count doesn't mean they'll automatically be guaranteed to reach that potential. But just that they have it, like, oh, your potential is 8,000, so you'll never be as strong as somebody else, and that's it. Like, and for us to know that, I think that's really, really stupid. Right? It just kills the whole suspense. Then you know what's going to happen in the story automatically from day one, based on power levels. It would just tell you that. Okay, let's look at a concept here. Like, accountability is the only basis of value for people controlling people's behavior. Like, you always have to say they wouldn't care, but you have to keep them constantly accountable, like to a social contrivance state or some other, social stigma, enforcement, etc., after indoctrination, etc. So that has to be relied upon, but then on the flip side, society sort of assumes the goodness of people, but then also it sort of relies on the goodness of people, but then assumes the badness of people too. It's a contradiction. Like, oh, people are inherently good. They're just good, they're virtuous, they're moral, and only a handful of people are bad. And so people are inherently good and just virtuous creatures, right? And we have souls and blah, 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 right? There'd be all this sort of idyllic rhetoric. But the problem with that is, then why do we need so many laws? Why do we need to, have security and lock our doors? And if the vast, vast majority of people are good, then you wouldn't need all that. After already the benefit of indoctrination and, social contrivance, stigma, etc., or even after all that, people still are assumed as bad. That's what you're doing. You're assuming the badness of people. That's why you have laws, etc., etc. And so you have the ability to basically you look at it from a perspective that you assume the badness of people, but then you rely on the goodness because you can't possibly enforce it. If everybody or the majority of people or even 20% of people, right, in a country with, like, let's say 300 million people, if 60 million people, 20% wanted to commit a crime, there's nothing you could do. Like, you won't have enough law enforcement, infrastructure, etc. for that. And even then, law enforcement itself concedes that point. Like, it's only going to react to a crime that's already been committed, not stop it. So you're still depending on and assuming the goodness of people. If you assume the badness of people, then the whole structure of society doesn't work because you're always looking over your shoulder assuming the worst. So there's a certain contradiction with that. So I keep looking like when people follow me on the Kick, but the problem with it is, like, they are mostly bots who are following, so they could unfollow at any time, or it's not genuine. So I don't know, maybe it was window dressing a little bit. Every time Chiefs play, Riggs starts trending. This is why. Although that Buffalo game I don't really feel bad about because is that Buffalo had 2 2-point conversions, so I don't really feel bad for them. Like, they had the chance. So yeah, I guess I'll actually do that. So again, I don't think I've seen any full episodes of Super, but I've only seen, like, maybe the first movie, Battle of the Gods, and I've seen, like, a ton of little short clips, maybe most of which maybe don't give a whole lot away, but this is the thing I would almost dismiss as something, I don't want to watch or I'm not going to like, because it's so retcon contrived after the fact, kind of like, I couldn't even do it because of the update, because I don't have enough room. I forgot. So I need 400 megabytes for just an update on Crunchyroll. Like, what do you mean, dude? The whole thing should only be that big. Like, that's literally the whole size of my fucking phone, basically. What is this? I don't get it. That is ridiculous. How can an update be 400 megabytes? I swear, like, the whole program was only like 100 or something. And then it says it's a 2 megabyte thing, so it must just be in general that it's just kind of trying to tell you you've got too much crap on there. So let me just try to start this. I know that one of those episodes has really bad animation that everybody made fun of. Like, maybe episode 3 or something where he's fighting Beerus on King Kai's planet. Which led to one of the best fanboy shill sort of things. Like, oh, you should feel bad because these animators were being underpaid and... If you criticize it, take that side. Take the side of the animators. But it's a big budget, big, name IP, so they should just be a little more careful about that. Like, it's, rather than criticize them for skimping on the budget, you're going to, let's feel bad for them, You also have that Daima thing where, they all become kids. Like, oh, remember how much people loved that idea in GT of Goku becoming a kid? So let's just turn everybody into a kid then. Like, come on. So how do you actually go full screen on this, or is my phone in the wrong orientation now? Because I was used to watching the shorts. So yeah, it's like there's going to be a lot of problems with the power level scaling that's going to make no sense at all, right? And trivialize some of the old material. So it has dub and sub. I don't know which one I'm actually watching here. But the first episode is 131 episodes, I guess. This is Who Will Get the 100 Million Zenny. I want subtitles, I guess, on anyway, but I'm going to kind of ruin the beginning because I just want to see if it's in English or not. Because, like, the opening song could be in Japanese, even if, Just give me a line of dialogue, dude. Okay. I guess what this did is it took advantage of everybody getting back together to do Kai, so then they, were on hand to do this, I guess. So yeah, let's go ahead and start Dragon Ball Super on Netflix, or not Netflix, Crunchyroll. It's going to be episode 1 in the English dub. Peacetime reward, who will get the 100 million Zenny? I guess it would have to be Hercule because he's the one who got credit for it. Like, fucking, you know, as far as humans' perception. For the whole Majin Buu saga, even the Cell saga, he got credit for that. So, but then he was kind of part of the family. So this will pick up after Z, obviously, so you got to forget everything that happened in GT. Right, so it'll be the death of Majin Buu, and then it'll be, you know, Videl and Gohan are together. Some of the content's going to overlap with GT, though, because, you know, you'll see Pan. Maybe she won't be that old. I don't know. Oh, yeah. Dragon Ball Super Episode 1 starting in 3, 2, 1. Or it messed up. Okay, 22, 24 remaining, starting in 3, 2, 1. It kind of has a delay that I don't like. Okay, starting from the beginning in 3, 2, I can't do it because it goes away in like... Starting in 3, 2, 1. 22, 20, I can't tell. Yeah, this is, or it doesn't go down like that, that's just the total. So you get the cat, Toei animation. This is the intro, which I'm not going to skip. Akira Toriyama, story concepts, character concepts, Dragon Ball Super. Planning. Wasn't this used in something else, this song? Even the opening is going to spoil certain things. Champion Hercule there. I'm trying not to watch the intro too involved, but Boo. Which you would think people would have a big PTSD about that. Maybe they wished away their memories, I guess. Right, because everybody would be freaking out about Boo. This is him with the red hair. The transformations always have become a self-parody kind of where, oh, now he has red hair, then he'll have blue hair. Like, come on. This is a recap, obviously, of the end of Z. Yeah, just use that at the beginning next time, or Fuse. Those are the two cheat codes. Save you 100 episodes. It's only been a few months. Peacetime reward. But you get Beerus' silhouette. Who's that Pokemon moment? The series has the most number of plot devices. Like, oh, the Council Corp stuff, and the time travel, and the Senzu beads, and the Dragon Balls, and like so many things. You know, convenient power-ups, hyperbolic time chamber. Like, how many plot devices do you want? Toriyama, yes. Rest in peace, of course, but that doesn't matter. And people criticize Goku for maybe being dumb in this, so we'll see. So he's going to back to domestic life. How did he fit all that? I mean, you could make fun of him eating so much, but given, it makes sense. They spend so much energy in fighting, or just, you know, they deserve it because they're saving the planet. Do you really need to become Super Saiyan to do yard work, dude? How convenient. Somebody stronger will show up, even though he was supposed to be the strongest being in the universe that we'd never heard about. Because there was Frieza was supposed to be. I thought you just said take over the tractor for lunch. While I eat lunch, not while I go training. Where did that come from? So Chi-Chi finally gets her wish. Do like first show. Yeah, you make the whole world shake. So Goten. The point is that oh yeah, I know they have a penchant for food like Beerus and Whis. I hate that Whis is more powerful though. It kind of undercuts the whole point. But I thought he had to wake up from his big nap. He's already up. Beerus ASMR eating mukbang. The scariest food critic since Gordon Ramsay. Beerus ASMR eating mukbang, and also, you know, scariest food critic since Gordon Ramsay. I like the fear that that sort of brings. Right, they're playing it more for almost comic relief, but that's kind of like something as simple as a character eating food can be so intense. Like, probably in that movie that I haven't seen, the Anya Taylor-Joy, but Majin Buu wasn't even from another, like he was on Earth still, at least in dormant form, and so was Cell. So what are you even talking about? If you want to be literal, Cell came from Earth, and so did Buu. Or he didn't come from Earth, I guess, but he was brought to Earth in the dormant little cube. But nobody, or I guess Mr. Hercule doesn't know. Or wait, what is he getting credit for then? That's a bit of a contradiction. Mr. Satan's being rewarded for killing Buu, but they've forgotten all the bad things that Buu did. So how does that make sense? Right, so what are they rewarding him for exactly? He'll just knock him over. Yeah, didn't guess that. Very convoluted explanation. You can't be too mean to him. Don't make him mad, dude. Just go give him some food. But yeah, it's a bit of a contradiction already. You erase their memories of all the bad things Boo did. So what did he protect the Earth from then, if it's not Boo? Right, what do you forgot that Boo is a threat. So be specific. What is he being rewarded for exactly? How hard is it? You're so rich. You're so rich, you should have this shit set up on a menu, you know, for him every day. Vidal's off spooning with Gohan. Oh yeah, Gohan's a nerd. And then he'll conveniently get a power jump like the ultimate Gohan thing. Oh, because she's so rich. Just get a job. Or these women are corrupting the strong Saiyan men into intellectuals. Right, be an intellectual for the women. Right, be like Vidal's trying to get Gohan to study, and Chi-Chi's trying to get somebody to study. Piccolo kind of stalking them a little bit. Gohan, like Chi-Chi is trying to get Goku to work. I might have to watch it again. I'm missing certain things in here, but... like, Bulma's loaded, Vidal's loaded, everybody's loaded besides Goku's family. Oh yeah, like, all this stuff hasn't been public knowledge and shown in the Cell games and stuff by now. Right, like, how much of their memories did you erase? But no, that's a big conflict already. What did he save the world from if you made them forget about Boo? That would be hard to explain. From Cell, but that was a long time ago. Toilet water. Why does he say toilet water? He just means like makeup. So then why don't you just go do that? You're literally, the woman's just witnessing them outsourcing the whole business. Like, she should be pissed about that. You're taking a bottle like your Link. The most valuable bottle since one of Link's that you have to do so many quests and side chores just to get a fucking bottle. and it has such an impact on the gameplay. Like, a bottle isn't just some ordinary shit that you can get anywhere. Really, as if there's some magical property to it. This is a bottle, you can put stuff in it. Like, as if that's some epic accomplishment. So I like how they're starting off nice and slow, though. They've introduced Beerus, but I swear I thought I saw Beerus wake up from his nap. So maybe there's a flashback that'll explain that. Because he's already active. He already destroyed half a planet. So, you know, that's odd. This would be like the moment of pouring out the sacred water in Skyward Sword. If you, Far From Subtle has a good moment like that. They go all the way to get the water, then they come back, and then he just dumps it on the ground in front of where he's supposed to put it, or he's supposed to turn it in like as a quest. But again, you're literally Super Saiyan characters, so this is the same triviality of the original Dragon Ball, that like nothing is a threat to Goku even there, let alone that it would be a threat here. Right, it's hard to justify a challenge for the heroes anymore because they're all so strong. Not the least of which is true in other franchises that I make fun of, like the Phoenix Wright universe. Like, you know, the Phoenix Wright universe would be, you have to literally make a whole country and you go against the Queen and all this stuff just to, you know, what new challenge will you face now? You've taken down ambassadors, chief of police, you've taken down you know, so many big deal people like Kristoff. You take down, what more can you really challenge him with? You've taken down undefeated prosecutor of 40 years. You see, moments like this are so trivial. This thing would be dead in one punch. Like, where did this thing come from? Is this one of Beerus' pets or something? Like, why are you acting like this is a challenge? This wouldn't be a challenge for Kid Goku in the original Dragon Ball. These are just random fucking things. But no, I don't like the contrivance of, it just looks like a bottle of water. Toilet water. But Vidal's all nice. You know, I like her as a character actually, but she's probably not going to do much here. Do you like little boys giving you a facial? She's just being nice. And it's hard to impress a millionaire anyway. That was kind of a sweet moment. Oh, so they have it together. Like, imagine being the strongest beings in the universe and you have to marry up. Like, you gotta... I think I'll watch it again, actually. Buying a huge house for Gohan and Vidal. That's a good habit of Goku's, at least. He might eat like a pig, but he doesn't watch TV. Saving the Earth from what, though? From what? Tell me what. Say his name. From Armageddon, but what Armageddon? Because you might think it's the Cell games, but that was a long time ago, so... Oh shit, that's actually a big +1 character point moment for Hercule. +1 character point just for offering it, and then a +1 character point for Vidal for being so nice about oh shit, he offered it to Vegeta. Vegeta doesn't care about that either way though. Like literally, the guy was eating bugs and shit, even though he's a prince. He doesn't care. Yeah, how does it even fit in that briefcase? Yeah, Chi-Chi's the one who really wants it, even though you're marrying into their family anyway. You'll do it to train. No, but that's a really heroic, amazing moment by Hercule, actually. This so he's justified. Okay, now you can spend all your time. You don't say we could use the money when you're hitting the fucking lottery. You say that when somebody gives you like $100 or something. And he's already rich, so it doesn't matter. And I'm surprised he gave him the whole thing. Who is that on the bill? I couldn't see it. You could afford literally fucking anything. I'm glad you like it. What a great gift. I brought you home $100 million. I'm glad you like it. Yeah, see, now she doesn't give a shit. It makes her actually look pretty shitty. She only cares about the money, and you only care about training. I like her passion for that, though. Oh, I thought he was supposed to keep it on the hush. Roshi's just there for... But no, all of the characters should get a share of that, honestly. But how did he hear that, even? Like, he just said keep it on the down low. Oh, you got the Supreme Kai infused form, which... I thought they unfused at some point. They don't even know, even though your life is tied to his life with Beerus. They're posing him like he's a villain, like, oh, we have to deal with this guy. Like, bro, it's literally, you should know this shit. Maybe they're just shocked that he's come back. Colorful backpacks, all unique and cool. What is this shit, dude? Yeah, let's turn this into a rom-com fucking high school drama thing, like with Gohan or Goten growing up through school, and like, so this is the outro. That was actually a decent episode. What the hell did he say? Instant transmission road hazards? Vegeta takes a family trip. He's just clowning Vegeta. That was actually a pretty entertaining outro thing. So I may just watch it again. So let me think about the key points and see like what would be left to be desired. It's probably a B episode. There's some obviously retcon, contradiction, stupid moments like we got to see every character basically besides Vegeta, unless I forgot. We didn't really see much of Bulma or Vegeta. We were focused more on Vidal and Gohan and Hercule. That was a nice thing for Hercule to do. And beyond that, you know, you start off, Goku's doing some farm work, right, regular job, peacetime life. Then you have Trunks and Goten looking for a gift. Then you have Gohan and Vidal just hanging out. You have Piccolo kind of stalking them from behind. You have... That's the one thing I'll say about Toriyama. Toriyama is good with character writing, not so much with story and plot. And I know people might get mad, but like, at a high level, you're looking at a person who... It just feels like you're plugging shit in there, and then whatever happens, happens. The reason why people like it still, or it does so well, is because obviously action sells, but also number two, the characters are well done. I cannot deny his expertise with character writing, just to keep them distinct and interesting and engaged. And what else happened? So Goten and Trunks are getting the gift for the chick. So yeah, I'll give it a B instead of an A. The reason why it's not an A is because, again, the triviality of everything that's happening because of the power levels is inescapable. Oh, Goten's about to drive it off a cliff. But Goten, with one little touch of his finger, could bring that shit back up and fly it. And, he's already a Super Saiyan here, if I'm not mistaken. Right? In Z, he already became a Super Saiyan. Even if not, right, that would be no issue at all. You could just fly that shit right back up. Or like the Trunks and Goten fighting the lizard creature. That wouldn't be any threat to them at all. So all this stuff is kind of, it's not really meaningful. And so that, and then the whole contradiction that I think is a fair criticism, like, oh, you conveniently wiped everybody's memories, but then you also did it this way, where why is he getting rewarded then? It would be for saving the world from Boo, but then if it's for saving the world from Majin Buu, then how come you don't fear Boo, right? So you forgot about Boo and all the horrible things he did, but then you remember that Mr. Satan saved the world from Boo or from something. So from what exactly? Right? The human characters in Dragon Ball universe are always kind of stupid. Or that's one thing that'd be interesting to see, is if Hercule actually gets some staying power. Like, let me watch it again because I missed a few things at the beginning. We're going to start again from the beginning. I could watch it on 2x speed, but I maybe won't even bother. So starting from the beginning of the episode again, starting in 3, 2, 1. So yeah, it was a good episode. It wasn't like overly referential or anything, so I don't think we see Bulma or Vegeta, or if we do, it was maybe very brief. Episode 2 is, I kind of don't like watching those things at the end, giving away what the next episode is going to be about. Maybe, honestly, maybe I'll skip those in the future. I don't want to see that, right? I want to be surprised. I'm very much immersion-based. Like, you can watch a movie that isn't even that good, but the surprise of it can be so good. Like even the intro I'm trying not to watch. I don't want to see it, you know what I mean? I don't want it to give stuff away. Yeah, Gohan's gone full nerd mode. Piccolo's gone stalker mode. Hercule's actually done something very good. So the character points would be +1 character point for Videl for being so nice and pretending like the water is good. And then Hercule gets +1 for giving the money to Goku, is a very nice thing. Even if Goku didn't take it. But he's saying that he offered it to Vegeta first. When you already know Vegeta's married to Bulma, like... We never see those ceremonies in universe either, do we? Like, when Bulma and Vegeta get married, or like... So we see a planet blowing up. That could be just the Earth blown up by Boo. So Supreme Kai is still fused, but I don't know why I feel like they definitely unfuse at some point. So yeah, why not start the next fight like that? Since it comes down to fighting them for a very long time and then falling back on the Spirit Bomb or on fusion, those end up being the two win conditions. Why not just start with that? Let's start with Spirit Bomb. Let's start with the fusion. Right? Why wait till you feel like you have to do it? The characters have a way of getting in their own way. Memories of Boo's terror were erased. So if somebody asks, like, what did you save the Earth from? I guess he can't answer. A peacetime reward. It's a pretty well-paced episode, though. See, this is just nice, wholesome character. It wouldn't be the sort of thing that would really draw you in to want to watch more, though, if you're not familiar with the universe. It's like, it's just a very banal, basic episode, but no, everything you don't really care about. Like, whatever you're doing with the tractor, you could do 1,000,000 times over in, like, 1 millisecond. Like, why are you acting like it's a big deal? You could be the richest man on Earth in, like, 10 seconds. Just, like, literally chop 100 things of wood and just sell them, and you know what I mean? Like, you're literally, you can do whatever the fuck you want. Like, it doesn't matter. But no, Goku didn't seem really too stupid here. He seems fine. So Goten brings him lunch, which doesn't look like all that shit could fit in there, but is it some sort of capsule? So Goku doesn't even know what day it is. While I eat, but see, he baits him. He's gaslighting a child. Want to drive the tractor while I eat, but then he starts training. So why not drive the tractor while I train too, and go to King Kai's planet, and I'll be back, right, waiting for your dad to come back home from training. He's going to abandon you and say, oh, I was just, see, he got him to do it, just, oh, while I eat, okay. How does that turn into while I train, and then while I go to King Kai's planet, and while I elope with somebody other than your mother, and while I do this and that? He would go Super Saiyan. That was one thing that triggered me, like in Dragon Ball GT. So many times the character's getting beat up, and like they could just go Super Saiyan in like 1 second, but they don't. They won't go Super Saiyan for like a super long time. As if to imply it's hard to do that, but it's really not. They just do whatever they want. And Goten Amuse drives it off the cliff, but he could easily just fly it back up under his own power and strength and everything. Or like, what's Goten doing? Oh, like I can't drive a tractor and I have to be saved. Bro. You didn't stop him on your own at all. Meanwhile, Beerus is gonna fucking clown your bitch ass. That's sometimes a bad story trope. When there's a character or characters that are so powerful that they can just end the story anytime they want. Like, it works in a certain way, but sometimes it's like overbearing. Oh, I could just end the series right now, but I don't want to. It's always like a dilemma with a superhero. Like, you know, Peter Parker is so dumb that he picks a job that makes him a target for villains who want Spider-Man anyway to protect his identity. So Supreme Kai doesn't even know what's going on with this. Top 10 food critics Gordon Ramsay was afraid to diss. And then maybe don't build up his expectations so much, then he won't be disappointed. Just say our planet's a shitty barren wasteland, we're doing the best we can with what we have. And then but no, I like the intensity of this. Something as simple, this is a good dramatic moment. And then, what was my other joke here? Like, I can't remember. But no, like how they're hanging on his every word. It doesn't show him like eating anything else. He's just going by the drink alone, or it's just, no, just say it's not dessert. But see, where is he actually splitting it at? It couldn't be where he's sitting. Yeah, you know who else could have done that? Literally Scout or Vegeta and Nappa are shown like that. So it's trying to portray him almost like a villain, but then he's not. I know that. Or that could be a twist at the end that he actually is. Or the Whis. I could sense some nefarious thing with Whis. Yeah, we had 0 alien invaders in the Buu saga too, because he wasn't an invader. And even Cell, so the last alien invaders you had were like the Saiyans and shit. I can't blame him for playing the part, especially when the Z Fighters let him. If Goku wants to take the credit, then let him take the credit. What would even be wrong with that? Like, you don't want to steal Hercule's thunder, but it's like, why can't Goku be doing this too? They already know him from the martial arts tournament back in the day, where they saw spectacles way greater than anything Hercule has done, so I don't even get that. Maybe he's even stronger. I like that deduction. That makes sense. Why didn't I think of that? But no, I don't like how it's not that. It's not like, oh, Goku and stuff is stronger than Hercule. No, literally Videl is stronger, and Krillin is stronger, and Master Roshi is stronger. Like, everybody's stronger, and was stronger at, like, the beginning of the series almost. So that's why I don't like how trivial it is. There's plenty of humans who are stronger than him, because he's not familiar with Ki and Kame House and... So now he expects Videl to be here, which he's out being Gohan's sugar mommy. Literally. Videl has a new daddy now. Muzukashi Han or something. But I like Videl. She's kind of a wholesome character. Piccolo gets a typical moment here where he's just watching him. He's obsessed with Gohan. You go from literally Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi inspires you to study, and then Videl, like he literally goes from his mom pressuring him to study. And then, oh, they already got married? Oh, I thought the marriage was gonna happen. Well, why would you want a ring when you already got a ring, you know, like a wedding ring? Trunks is only the fucking, you know, heir to the richest people on the planet, probably, aside from, even Hercule probably isn't that rich as Council Corp. That's the kind of connections Goku deserves for saving the world so many times, right? That Bulma should be his sugar mommy kind of too. What was the other joke I said in that Gordon Ramsay scene? Top 10 terrifying food critics next to Gordon Ramsay and something else. Toilet water. Why does he say it like that, though? And so, this is after Goku called Bulma old looking, too, right, at the end of Z. The way Z ends is kind of weird a little bit, too. Like with Oob and whatnot. So you take some old man's word for it. Three days soaking in there, which is a little bit different than just applying it like this. and then they fight some stupid lizard creature which has no weight or impact, which you might say, oh, I can't criticize that, but if you are going to make us care about stuff like that, nothing matters, right? It trivializes everything. Money doesn't matter. You can do whatever you want. I'm not saying you got to rob a bank or something, but you could be an athlete. You could win, in the fight tournaments just like Hercule. You could do so many things. Like, manual physical labor is no big deal. And then, all these kind of little mini fights or conflicts don't matter. Can't we just get it from the toilet? So maybe they should have taken the other one with the old people, because this might just be ordinary water. Don't fall in. It's not like you're a Super Saiyan who could literally destroy a fucking planet and fly at light speed. Like, oh, what a scary sight. Like, where was this being in Dragon Ball? This being could have killed everybody. And, this being stronger than Raditz and stronger than everybody. Like, what is this thing? And this toilet water joke. They're just more so afraid of the thing breaking, but they could just fill it up again. But yeah, why would this be any threat to you? Your power levels must be off the charts. You're literally a Super Saiyan, right? Both of them, I think, are Super Saiyans. I think Trunks becomes one first, and then would you really need to use an energy blast? Why? Why would that be dangerous? Like, in case you dry it up, right? I don't know what the implication with that even was. Like, again, why would it take more than one little flick of your finger, given how powerful you are? Like, this being is the strongest fucking final boss of Dragon Ball, of Dragon Ball Z even, the early part of the Saiyan saga. That thing is literally stronger than Vegeta in the Scouter Vegeta saga. Like, where did that thing come from? That's some alien creature of great notoriety who would have been stronger than every member of the Ginyu Force except for maybe Ginyu himself. Like, what the fuck? You might think I'm exaggerating, but that's literally, you don't understand how the power levels are so jacked out. Even these little kids are insane. See, on one hand, Super Saiyan's a multiplier of your base state, but then also you go ahead and you do yeah, I like that. So she gets a +1 character point for that, and then Hercule gets a +1 for that. For the see, I like moments like this. Don't get me wrong, but so he hasn't seen their new house. See, he's grateful even for that, but. Episode went pretty fast, too. I like all the little... But you offered it to Vegeta first, huh? Got an award, grand prize for saving the world from an unknown assailant. Save the world from Armageddon. Well, there's nobody here to really listen. What, just the driver? Like... Or is that woman could blackmail you now with this information? He actually did do his own part. He helped convert Boo to a good person, and the richest family on Earth. But now Hercule will have to still pay taxes on that shit. Yeah, you really gonna try to rob the wife of fucking Goku? That's the best security imaginable. Leave it wherever you want. Nobody's gonna touch that shit. See, Goku's not even the type to feel bad about it. He just doesn't care. In more like an innocent, naive way. Like, he just doesn't know any better, one way or the other. He wouldn't be all apprehensive. He would be like, what is this? Can I eat it? How much food is that? I can't see clearly whose face is on that. I love that. I'm glad you like it. I can't tell if it's dropped by from time to time because she's so enamored with the money, or she doesn't even care about him anymore, or just saying that, oh, don't stay there forever. I find Chi-Chi very annoying, but, you know, whatever. This is deserved for the amount of shit that Goku has done over the years. So Blu-rays exist in the fucking in the Dragon Ball universe, at least we know that. But they're still using DVDs. So now the Supreme Kai is worried about something. But you can't sense the divine god key of fucking Beerus. That's a plot contrivance, you know, whole power level bullshit. Let me watch a few things again. I'm having trouble actually catching everything everybody's saying. You can say, oh, it's because I'm talking, but it's not really. He said something here that I missed. But no, it's a good episode. I'll give it a B. Solid. You're the only one who deserves it. I'm handing it over. I can't accept that. You earned it. I've got too much money to count. Do we get confirmation he's the richest family on Earth? But no, there's a bit of an irony, I think, that happens here. Where Bulma, maybe it would piss off Vegeta or it would expose something. Bulma didn't really like Vegeta. Bulma was trying to placate him the same way that Bulma was trying to placate Vegeta the same way that she's trying to placate Whis and Beerus with the food and whatever, sucking up to them and being nice. Right, I know that much, that she gives them food all the time and stuff. She's doing the same thing with them that she did with him, trying to placate them and keep them happy so they don't blow up the planet. So that's just Bulma's thing. She's for the cosmos instead of for the streets. Bulma's for the cosmos. She's willing to prostitute herself out, in a manner of speaking, to try to save the planet. Now that doesn't mean she doesn't actually like Vegeta, but the motivation and the framing of that seems similar. That Vegeta and her at first might have been partly inspired by that, and then, you know, she's going to try to do the same thing here. So there was one thing at the beginning that I wanted to see again. Let me see. I want to remember what I said there. I'll actually listen back to my shit here. something towards the beginning. Goku's eating his food. I don't know if it was before or after this. I'm just very OCD. Like, I want to get every single line. But no, it was a good, solid first episode. I don't mind it. Some of the wholesome family sort of moments. I thought we were going to build up to the wedding of Gohan and Videl, but they're already married, so... I'm rewatching some of the tractor part, but no, there's so many contradictions with power levels and stupid stuff like that, and it starts to become a bit of a farce that way. And yeah, he kind of gaslights the little kid there. But even then, you want him to reincarnate. You go from having one Majin Buu to two Majin Buus after you beat him, where you have the Fat Buu and you have Oob. Or is Oob maybe not part of this? But how could he not be? Because that was canon. That was the end of Dragon Ball Z. That's literally the last line of Dragon Ball Z, or at least Vegeta's last line. Training Oob to keep the peace. She must be the strongest on that planet. Grandpa's treasures burned up in the fire. What fire are you talking about? I don't know what the Ox King was eating, like a Pop-Tart there? I can't really follow. Okay, whatever. So, I'll try to listen back, actually, for that line. What I said about the Gordon Ramsay. There were two jokes I made there. Right, top 10 food critics. You know, this is the scariest food critic since Gordon Ramsay. And then one other thing. Okay, so one thing I noticed in that Beerus scene, actually, I wanted to talk about is the ability to destroy a planet is no longer relevant. There's plenty of beings who could destroy planets in the universe, so that power level feat is no longer interesting. Like, wow, Beerus destroyed a planet with half a planet with his finger. That wasn't impressive at all. Characters in the Saiyan Saga could have done that, arguably even in Dragon Ball. Maybe at the end of Dragon Ball could have done that, destroying a moon or whatever. So that's no longer the feat that's impressive. It's like the power as a baseline, like the power is in the threat. Like, you know how powerful Beerus is, so you can't question his ability to destroy a planet, right? It's different than, you can't stop him if he wants to destroy a planet. Not so much his ability. Anybody could destroy a planet, right? Krillin could destroy a planet. Videl maybe could destroy a planet now. Goten, Trunks, and anybody could destroy a planet. That's not a big deal. The big deal is, his authority and power is such that you have to let him do it, or he can do it, because you can't beat him in combat and you can't stop him. So his power is more figurative. That's the real part that matters, right? His ability to destroy it isn't the point, because anybody can do that. It's not a big feat. His power is such that you have to allow him to do it and get away with doing it. So that same scene could have been like, that could have been Vegeta eating at that table and scaring some average, low power level race and saying the same thing. He could have had the same kicks in the Saiyan Saga or before it. And then let's look at another concept here, like everything, I shouldn't be surprised. This is like an RP quote of mine. I shouldn't be surprised that humanity would be so willing to be subservient in this era, or so blind and stupid. Because that's what most of your history has been like that. Most of your history has been subservient, subjugated and massacred and all this kind of stuff. And then number 3 is most things that people do are by default, as they're reduced to a structure, as they're kind of reactionary, reduced to their means. So the mind is just used as a tool then to reinforce it. Like, you're in this situation, so now you're going to reinforce it and struggle against it, as if that's impressive. Not that the situation itself or the structure itself is ever, to be questioned. It's always just, your own ability or lack thereof to overcompensate for the state. And then there's something else now that I forgot, but no, just the power level feeds there are pretty weak. It's a situation where I don't know, like, again, that's not a big deal anymore. It wasn't a big deal even in the Saiyan Saga. I always think of that one image where Vegeta and Nappa are destroying a planet together, which I don't know if they show you that in the Saiyan Saga or they show you at least in the Buu Saga. when he says, at my fingertips, I held the power to destroy entire worlds, I feel like they probably do show it to you. Them destroying like the bug planet as some sort of little filler or little aside in the earlier parts of the thing. In the Saiyan Saga, like as they're heading to Earth, they're doing that like on the way or something like that. What else do we have? I can't remember. Yeah, that was okay. I might do the second episode sometime. I don't know. Okay, let's look at an overextension idea. For example, objectivity would very unlikely or not at all come to a conclusion that would lead to the current state that we have, machination process, etc. Right, so an objective conclusion would not result in the state that we currently have. And regardless of what it would be, or regardless even of your interpretation or how you would do it, it just wouldn't be this. So it's sustained through a lack of thought, constant contrivance, undermining thought, initial mindedness, collective contrivance reduction, constant ritualistic tendencies, undue emphasis, emphasis on appearances, right? All these kind of closed structure. So things that subvert and reduce thought rather than as a result of thought. Folly, favoritism, distraction, bypassing reason, appealing false absolutes, right? Constantly placing undue emphasis, perpetual pretense, appearances, etc. But the other point is also the fact that you will never be able to rationalize even the machination process, like all of this for overextension of things that you don't even need. And you might think, why do you even need them? Like, for example, human beings don't need cars. You don't need vehicles. The only reason why you need it is because there's so many people in the first place. Overextension of stimuli acme, not really planned, just randomly, people not really thinking about it. So the thing is, it's not even saying whether there should or shouldn't be a large number of people, but many of the things you do or you think are necessary or take for granted aren't really even necessary at all. They only seem necessary or are only necessary by overextension. Again, things that are only real by acknowledgement, like appearances and, anything that doesn't actually have impact. So it's only as real or valuable as you acknowledge it to be. So you can just disacknowledge and then it doesn't matter, which isn't true of things that actually do have value. And then only necessary by overextension, which means basically just means that because of the number of people and how far you kind of spread everything thin, now, you need all these things that you don't need at all, right? But you've created a situation that sort of demands them because, so by that logic, you can keep doing it then. Keep having more and more people. You have to keep overextending it more and keep turning things that wouldn't be a necessity into sort of a necessity just because of that reason alone, that you're creating that kind of false conflict, self-created conflict that you have. It's not an inherent reality, right? People are very simple. People can live in the wild. And I love that also, false duality. Framing that like, what would you do without being spoiled by society's current machination process, assuming it couldn't exist without, or alternative or idyllic structure or whatever. Even never mind that. You'd be just fine. But do you have to be inhibited in every single area of your life? Do you have to be indoctrinated from a young age against your will? Do you have to be within this closed structure contrivance that insists outwardly, like, that would prevent you from doing anything else, right? You can't take freely from the world around you. You're inhibited. Everything is owned by somebody, a corporation, a government, a person. So now you're restricting somebody in every single way, both within society and even outside of it, that you would, again, outwardly insist. So now you're going to say, well, but whatever would you do without it, without its benefits, but whatever would you do without its inhibitions would be the bigger question. And so now you can't reconcile that the two sort of balance each other out, and you better get that. So it's the fallacy of permission too, like, as if you have to earn the right to, you should be grateful to be part of a contrivance state that inhibits you in every way, and you have to earn the right to benefit from its machination process. It's a real false framing of what those processes actually are, because you're treating it always just as a net positive, that you're not being inhibited in a negative way any other way. Okay, so here I'm going to watch episode 2 of Dragon Ball Super, and the point of it is that the first episode was a good, solid, decent episode. Some good, wholesome moments. We catch up with the characters. So it did it relatively well. It's not a bad episode by any means. I gave it a B, but it's a little bit lacking in... Like, it's not one of those that would sell me on watching the show. Like, wow, it's really knocks it out of the park. Which it doesn't have to do that either. But we're just sort of been spoiled by some really good first episodes. Like, even the original Dragon Ball... versus, see, it's because you kind of know the genre. My expectation with the original Dragon Ball isn't that it's an action series, or you might not have any expectation at all. Like, it's just, it is what it is, so it's interesting. Whereas here, you know what it's going to be. You know it's action. You know that's all that matters. Like, and people try to argue, like, oh, martial arts usage, and that after a while, it just becomes random shit. Like, just people moving at light speed. Like, does it really matter at that point? And you'd like to think it does. But you'd like to think it does, but it doesn't really feel like it does, is the whole point. So you start to, I don't know. Like, I love this sort of, yes, the reason why this character wins this fight is because of this martial arts technique. And, like, I get that you're trying to explain it that way, but the way you really look at it is, oh, it's just a bunch of random shit. And actually in Dragon Ball Z, that starts to become a problem. I look at all these fights as becoming less and less distinct, right? Doesn't mean that they're terrible, but the Majin Vegeta Goku fight, while it seems cool on the surface, it goes on for a very long time, and it's not really that memorable, honestly, because they just keep doing the same things over and over. They just keep, it doesn't feel like really inspired, where they're like introducing a ton of new techniques and tactics, and it's just kind of, they're just going to keep punching each other. It just feels, you might think, oh, 0 out of 10, they keep punching each other, but you know what I mean. Like, there's some sort of noteworthy beam struggle or some creative technique, like the smoke grenade or whatever it's called, the Hell Zone grenade. Give us something a little more distinct. After a while, it starts to all feel like the same thing. Even like the Kid Buu fight starts to feel repetitive. Even the abilities of the characters don't take the front seat. It's just, oh, they're moving really fast and they're punching really fast and they're really strong. But so what? Like, it doesn't really, I don't know, like characters with distinct abilities and creative powers beyond just that. Like, we get that they're fast and strong, but, like, really, if you compare some of those fights to some of the earlier fights in the series, at least there was the novelty. Like, oh, Raditz blew up a mountain with one blast, and that was kind of cool, and it's like, we're seeing some of this stuff for the first time, and just the scale of it feels believable. But after a while, it starts to feel repetitive. Like, we look at, what's the one, you feel like, what's the other really repetitive fight? Like Semi-Perfect Cell. It's just, again, the one-sidedness of it is cool, the one-liners are good, but a lot of it just starts to feel kind of stale. I don't know what it is. The hand-to-hand combat is just the same old repetitive thing. There's a lot of the same sort of moments, like, oh, a character can't find the other character, and then, oh, look, he's over there, and it's just, you might think, oh, there's only so many things you can do with it, but to me, it's like you introduce a new ability or something noteworthy. Like, oh, when he does the final flash, that's at least a cool moment. Or like when, again, Piccolo does like the Hell Zone grenade thing against 17, right? That's kind of cool. Or, moments where there's something more creative use of your power than just, oh, we're just fighting each other and we're really strong, and that can still be cool, but yeah, episode 1 was decent. I guess I'll watch episode 2 here. So yeah, Hercule and Videl both get +1 character point, but I'm not going to remember this shit at all. And the other joke was the ASMR mukbang, so that would be what I could call, put as the title for this. Like, Film Critic reacts to Dragon Ball Super Episode 1, featuring Beerus ASMR mukbang, or like, God of Destruction ASMR mukbang by the scariest film critic, scariest food critic since Gordon Ramsay. Like those two jokes. That Beerus is the most intimidating food critic since Gordon Ramsay, and that he's doing ASMR mukbang, and we get to witness that. To what it seemed like to me is only the drink and the dessert. Maybe it just skips over him eating, but it doesn't really show him eat anything else. He goes just by the dessert alone. Right? Either it skips it and he can eat that fast because he's a godlike being, or... You know, and again, it makes you wonder, like, could he be poisoned by something then? Why don't you try to... There should be one of those plot lines. Since he loves food so much, I'll try to poison him. Would that work? Because you might think, oh, no, of course not. But Goku could die of the heart virus even though he's a Super Saiyan. Or, you know, certain things still seem to work or affect you. You can still grow old and die and stuff. So just because you're a god of destruction doesn't mean that you're immune to stuff like that, right? So what if that happened? What if you get sick? What if it's undercooked? What if, you know, maybe I'm analyzing it too deeply, but the power levels become sort of stupid because what does it really mean now, right? He can destroy a planet with one finger. So could literally anybody from even the Saiyan saga, you know, destroying a moon like it's no big deal. They keep trying to do these feats like they mean something, but nothing means anything. Like, oh, Zeno can destroy a whole galaxy in one blow. I wouldn't be surprised if Goku could do that as Super Saiyan God or Super Saiyan 4 even in GT, or, you know, because you might think, oh no, he's not that powerful, but why not? A Scouter Vegeta, who's not even Super Saiyan, can destroy a planet with relative ease. So then by the time you're Super Saiyan, you could destroy a solar system with ease. Then by the time you're Super Saiyan 2, you could destroy a galaxy. By the time you're Super Saiyan 3, you could destroy the whole universe. Like, it really would be like that because even Cell says that. I can destroy the whole solar system with my energy now. When that's even what it's called in the games, which is really cool. When Cell's ability is called the Solar Kamehameha. I remember seeing that in one of the games, I can't remember which one. So that's actually a cool, sort of maybe unofficial title, but because he says that, I can destroy the entire solar system with my energy now. So that's what it means. That's a good... See, they got rid of power levels, but that's a good way to at least say it. So, Super Perfect Cell, Super Saiyan 2 Gohan, basically, is at a level where you can destroy the entire solar system in one blast. Just like that, right? Now it maybe is a full power blast. It's not like you're doing it easily, but still. So you can destroy the entire solar system. Right, so then Super Saiyan 3 should be able to destroy the whole galaxy with like one blast or power up or whatever somehow. You can just do that. And then you, Super Saiyan 4 or Super Saiyan God would basically be able to destroy the whole universe. So when you say, oh, Zeno can do that, so what? So can anybody, arguably. Beerus could maybe do it. Or it makes me almost think of the guy from that... What's it called? The Twilight Zone episode where the kid wishes everybody in the cornfields and stuff. Like, you know, Zeno has kind of like a childish disposition, but he can just think something and just kill you. But again, try to get him in his sleep. How strong is he actually physically? They say like he's not a fighter, but he can just do whatever he wants. So I can watch episode 2 here. I don't know if I even want to. I guess I will. So what I want to do is I want to make sure that when the episode ended, I don't think it gave me the option to watch the next one, but maybe this anthem is a story for all time. So the opening song and ending song weren't bad, but they weren't like anything special. I'm sure I've heard the opening song somewhere else. Yeah, see, it doesn't give me the option for episode 2. What is that? But no, we're watching the English dub version of Dragon Ball Super on Crunchyroll in case you're watching some other version of it. And the reason why, oh god, it won't let me transition here very easily. So one of the things that we can do is we can obviously I might have to pull over. This is one of the worst things about doing it while... Oh, there is a button there to skip, I think. Fuck. There's like a little fast forward. The UI is not very good on this, though. It's all so small and like not super clear. So yeah, that was a Satisfactory episode 1. The whole beauty is I could always sync this up later, right, based on the timestamp. I could sync up the video to my reaction. It's easier to do it this way than having to, oh no, I have to make sure when I'm doing it I sync it up, like, and it wouldn't even make sense because I'm just recording the voice anyway. So now later on down the road, if that's really what gets kind of clickbait views, which I hate doing that kind of thing, even like stealing content, not even because I'm afraid of copyright, just my principle. So this is going to be kind of a stupid plot line though, Vegeta, and I've seen some of these scenes, like, see, it ruins it when you, whatever, that's my Bulma, and him shoots a beam at Piccolo to stop him from antagonizing Whis. I think that'll be my most complained about element, though. You're trying to build up Beerus as the scary guy, but then Whis is more powerful. And you might think, well, duh, he's more powerful because he had to train him, or he had to, you know, he's sort of like his boss or guardian or whatever, but it'd be okay if Whis was just an authority figure, right, like the Supreme Kai. That would have made more sense. And then Beerus is actually the stronger one. So that's why everybody fears him and why Whis has to fall in line. But because Whis is more powerful, it trivializes the whole thing, because then he could just do whatever he wants. He could be the god of destruction. It doesn't really, you know, I find that to be very, it makes the whole point of Beerus being scary or intimidating or impressive and throws it out the window because, oh, the guy right next to him is even more powerful. So it just trivializes what you just introduced. You know, oh, Beerus is such a big deal. Also, here's another guy who's stronger than Beerus, and here's, you know, probably other characters that they'll introduce that are make it no big deal. So, and yeah, whatever villain comes along, like Goku Black or whoever, right? Wouldn't Beerus be able to just easily beat them? So he would just maybe choose not to, or even like Frieza, or even like whatever's going to happen. Why couldn't you just do that then? You could literally, oh, just Beerus, do it for us. Not that you can tell him what to do. It'll be like one of those Ryuk in Death Note moments. Like, oh, he could do whatever he wants if he wanted to. He could just kill, you know. I'm surprised Light doesn't do something manipulative that way. Like, well, Ryuk has seen L's name, so now he can sort of guess it from him. Like, oh, I won't tell, you don't have to tell me, but I'll guess it. Do some sort of mind trick, you know, like people do. I'll guess the name, like a psychic would do. So you try not to tell me what it is, but you inadvertently deal with like your subconscious cues, because Ryuk isn't that smart. But then maybe Ryuk would get pissed. But no, it's like that. Like Ryuk could end the series anytime he wants, or make Light win, make Light lose. But what he actually does is, you know, sits back. So Beerus is going to be the same thing, and Whis. We can totally do whatever we want, but we're just going to not interfere. There'll be like some rule, like, oh, we're not allowed to interfere in mortal affairs, or it's not worth our time. The thing with this sort of subject matter, this is actually a really cool scale for everything to happen on, like the godlike stuff, but I think what it does is it trivializes the material in this universe. This would work better. Imagine you write a story from scratch about like this pantheon of godlike figures, and they're all fighting each other or whatever. That's cool. But it undercuts it when, oh, here's Goku, and here's Vegeta, and here's Krillin, and here's Master Roshi. Like, what the fuck? Right, that doesn't make sense given the way the series has been written. And I know on one hand people will complain and say, oh, well, we're trying to keep all the characters relevant. Like, unlike Dragon Ball GT, oh, it's Goku time. But on one hand, I can kind of accept that, even though I don't necessarily like it, because by that point, nobody really can do anything. Goku Super Saiyan 3, Super Saiyan 4, aside from Vegeta, who even he's limited in what he can do, it doesn't make sense that anybody else would be able to stack up against villains who are really challenging. So either the villains aren't challenging and Goku's just toying around, which is no fun, or nobody else should be able to do anything. And also you have this Super Saiyan 4 or Super Saiyan God thing that's going to happen. So the thing is that they both have like a red look to them. which obviously Red goes back almost to Kaioken. And there's like some stupid Super Saiyan ritual that happens. But no, what I'm saying is Goku is, I appreciate that people would complain and say we want the other characters to be relevant, but I can also appreciate that it doesn't make sense for them to be relevant. And the reason why is because they can't. Like, Master Roshi can't be relevant. Krillin can't be relevant. Nobody can be relevant except for maybe, even Gohan has been slacking off, as we can see. So the only characters who make sense to be really strong are Vegeta and Goku, because they're always training and they're the top of the class and we get it. Everybody else, Gohan will get some, even people say, oh, it's good to see him become Ultimate Gohan, but I think it was totally undeserved because he was just, slacking off, people even acknowledge, and then all of a sudden you just magically become Ultimate Gohan? No. I can at least give Goku credit for working hard at it, but even like when he's dead. Okay, we're starting episode 2, To the Promised Resort. Vegeta goes on a family trip, question mark, exclamation mark. My thoughts exactly. But there's going to be some little, Saiyan pride out the window. This is what Vegeta says the whole Dragon Ball Z. Nothing matters more than your pride. You can invade my mind and your body, but there's one thing a Saiyan always keeps his pride. I would rather die than do a silly fusion dance. A true warrior would rather die than, forsake his pride. This is what Vegeta's all about. But, he's going to dance for Beerus and entertain Beerus. You'll say, it's because Beerus is more powerful, or, he loves Bulma. But it doesn't matter. Like, that's what he's all about. I'll fight to the death, or I'll win. I'm not going to fuck around. So, it's a real betrayal of your own writing that is really disappointing to me. Right? At least if somebody else does that, Goku does it, I can understand. To make Vegeta do that makes no sense. It's just not like him. He would die. He would just, I'll die fighting Beerus, and that's it. It's one thing you don't want to antagonize him, like, okay, fine, we don't have to fight, do what you want, but, I'm going to dance for you and distract you, like, really? You just picked the wrong character to do that. Have Krillin do that, have Yamcha do it. Vegeta just isn't the guy to do that. This is what you do with a series like this. Is it worth it to retcon and make another sequelitis just to make another series when you trample all over, Vegeta Saiyan Prime doesn't matter anymore, and the power levels don't matter anymore, and all these amazing things of the past kind of breakthrough power jumps and stuff don't matter anymore. It's all trivialized. Right, we're going to trample over our own material. It's like, how impactful is it now that Goku beats Frieza on Namek? Not at all, because apparently anybody could have done it in a little bit of time, and Trunks is actually the one who kills him, which trivialized it there. But then, he comes back again, and then, he's going to work with you. And, like, it's just bad storytelling. And I know people eat it right up because they're fanboys, but I can draw the line. Like, it's inspired when it's new. Like, Frieza was a new, fresh character. We don't know who he is. He's the strongest being in the universe, apparently, at that point. So it's a big deal. And it means something and it's valuable. But you diminish the value of that when you say, he didn't actually die, and now Trunks is going to kill him like it's nothing. And then, what about the fact that you're just bringing characters back. I guess the Majin Buu stuff I don't mind too much, because you're keeping him not as like an actual villain, but as an ongoing good character. Although I don't get the whole contradiction still. That seems like one of those things I almost didn't think of. Just, he's being rewarded, but for what exactly? Since you've forgotten everything bad Majin Buu did, then there wouldn't have been any threat that you're remembering to be saved from. Otherwise, you would know, it's Majin Buu. Otherwise, you wouldn't think there was any problem. So, which is it? So, it's going to be Dragon Ball Super Episode 2, Crunchyroll, English dub, starting in 3, 2, 1. I think that was delayed. I'll go back. Okay, starting in 3, 2, 1. We get the little bubbles or whatever it is, and then we get the cat Toei animation and skip intro, which I'm not going to do. So we get the same thing. Yeah, I don't know why this song is so familiar. So Dragon Ball Super, the king of stupid names, like Dragon Ball Super, Superhero, or Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan. So I'm deliberately trying not to watch the opening because I don't want to see what anything. I don't want to know. Right? I want to go in very. We get Hercule there. Oh yeah, like Vegeta has a brother or something. There's too many things that I know about it, which is my fault. Well, you'll see it in suggested anyway. Even if you're watching something totally different. Maybe I did try to watch an episode or two of this way back, but I don't remember it. I know the sequence of events because I think it's similar in the movie. Maybe not exactly, but like you're on the ship and then Beerus is going to appear, and that maybe is how the episode will end, like whatever. They don't all the destruction, but prevented what from ever happening? That doesn't make any sense. They prevented it from happening, but it would still have been caused by Boo. So, he stopped it from happening, which in a way he did with the befriending of Boo. See you soon. Okay, it's lagging. It's lagging like crazy. I can't do this. I don't know why, but it stuttered like 3 or 4 times. Something very strange and very troubling is happening. So I don't get where we get that scene of like him in the hot tub, like he just woke up. I guess maybe that won't be him waking up from the slumber. It'll be more like either there could be a flashback that'll show him coming out of the slumber like that he's been in for thousands of years, or it could be that he's in a situation where he's just kind of relaxing, and then he gets like a little recap of, oh, Goku killed Frieza, and like, why even bother watching the series? Like, I already fucking know everything from apparently clips, which is unfortunate. I mean, there should be some spoiler tags built in, like, don't show me anything from Super, even if I'm watching stuff from Z, or don't show me anything at all, like suggested shit. So I can't really do this right now. I'd have to sit through the whole intro again. Because thinking of timestamps is fine, but okay, we're going to start from the beginning of the episode in 3, 2, 1. No, it's lagging. It's really lagging. Yeah, I don't think I can do it. I'll have to go buy a new phone. I just can't do it. And it makes no sense, dude. Okay, we're starting from the beginning, episode 2, Dragon Ball Super, English dub, Crunchyroll, in 3, 2, 1. Okay, I'll try to. It was just lagging though, so if it lags, I can't watch it. I mean, that'll mess up the whole timestamp. We got the cat skip intro, created by Akira Toriyama, original author. Dragon Ball Super logo, the text at the bottom. Goku looking at a blue orb. Yeah, Whis and some chick who looks like him. Beerus, and I think Champa is the guy's name. So yeah, I always watch the intro. Goku goes Super Saiyan. Champion belt. Hercule. Jacko, I think. Gotenks. This is him like going red, Goku. But no, at some point a sequel is just for the sake of it. People are such big fans of it that you just want more and more, or you just exploit it. So the opening is over there, music stops. Go-10 flying in with the food. I'm just trying to give you a timestamp feeling. Through the power of the Dragon Balls, mankind no longer remembers the destruction caused by Majin Buu. Instead, they believe their beloved hero prevented it from ever happening. But prevented what from happening? Armageddon. Well, that's what it's for. Substantial. 100 million zenny. 100 million. I'm glad you like it. So I was wondering, now, yeah, sure. Literally bribing her. Basically like prostitution, but not for sex, but for fighting. But no, they could play this for a bit more ominous feel. Sharpening his claws. I'll take half. This is a pretty good scene, even though it's not an impressive feat at all to take half of a planet that anybody could do. Literally fucking Nappa could do that. Maybe not that easily with one finger, but... Oh, I guess that silhouette is always there. But once you know who Beerus is, you already do know who he is. How did he get his planet back after he blew it up in terms of the Cell games? I forget that. We comedians. He did use that as a test for Goku. I like King Kai, though. He has a good spirit about him. So, the thing is... he always fucks up his planet. Why do you need a car on a planet this small, first of all? Why else would he be here? But why does he have to train on his planet all the time? Wait, why isn't Goku even still dead? Oh, because the guy... Yeah, 10 times is really going to matter at this point. A better place. I can think of many good places to do it. 10 times is nothing, bro. That's like Saiyan Saga level. See, like the show becomes a parody of itself. 10 times gravity. As Vegeta said, I don't even feel it. But no, the Grand Kai gave up his life for this. Grand Kai died for this. You were just doing this shit on the field. Yeah, Trunks the most spoiled kid probably ever. He's just aura farming. Yeah, why would this be a challenge again? This is like Saiyan Saga level shit. Oh yeah, 10 times gravity. Wow. That's what Pui Pui says. That's what bro is just aura farming all day. This is literally Vegeta in the whole show. Aura farm count infinity. Just stand there and look badass like Piccolo. They always do this in the movies. They'll appear and then get fucked over in a second by the villain. because they're never strong enough to beat them. But the point is that he doesn't give a shit. Just buy another one. You're the richest family in the world. But no, like, I don't even feel it moment by Vegeta. He doesn't care. But no, 10 times gravity. And then Vegeta in the Buu Saga says, maybe it was 500 times gravity. Oh, we're getting a still montage. Why are we getting this in like a slideshow? Don't push him. Is that really why? But this was a long ass time ago, wasn't it? Is that really why? You kind of are, and you're going to become softer. Yeah, remember when he killed innocent civilians in the tournament arena? He's just like trying too hard to act tough at this point. Again, it becomes self-parody. You're a badass when you're the threat. You're not a threat. Now you're a fucking clown, Vegeta. Fuck you. You're ruining one of the greatest characters in fiction history. Oh yeah, it's hard for a literal Super Saiyan caliber kid to... I deserve a meal for putting up with your shit. And this is always the trope of the Saiyans that they eat so much. ASMR Mukbang Part 2. Toriyama's just obsessed with food. Like, you got a main character, Beerus, doing that. And she can afford the shit. That at least explains it. That's the one indulgence. I look at it like humans are almost... I'll eat your whole race. You know, he would have been able to sense that and dodge that because he's so fucking powerful, but... It's literally dead, dude. Lost to an inanimate fucking animal, sea creature. But no, it's like... Yeah, that he didn't even feel the gravity against Pui Pui, so why would it be, even in non-Super Saiyan form, why would it be a good place to train for Goku, who's Super Saiyan 3 quality? You know, why would that be a thing? Even if he doesn't go Super Saiyan 3, just he's become so much stronger in his base state, it doesn't make sense. There are many other places to train that are better. So now Beerus is going to appear somewhere. But what was the other thing I was saying? Yeah, isn't there like some big quiz type of thing? Everybody's in a good mood about Vegeta. You're giving away like some trivia prize or something. I don't know when that comes about, but what was the other thing? Oh yeah. Like, that's actually something I said about Goku or Vegeta earlier. Like, the entire human race should give Goku and Vegeta infinite food as if in tribute to like you're tributing all your food that they want to a god who protects the planet, right? It's like it's hard to explain. Like what people would do throughout history. You didn't defeat Majin Buu. Oh, he wants credit for one, so normally the power is enough. The experience of fighting. But no, Goku did it, but he also didn't get credit. Or he offered you the 100 million zeni. Losing ground, you're already behind. And bro still never gets Super Saiyan 3. Super Saiyan 3 is to Vegeta like Half-Life 3 is to Valve, or the number 3 is to Valve like Half-Life 3 or Portal 3 is as elusive as Vegeta Super Saiyan 3. And then you have that'd be something Piccolo would do because he's more sensitive to noise. Yeah, really hiding your identity there. Like, everybody should know this by now. They've been on the Cell Games TV. Grateful you lasted this long. He said no and laughed. So the whole point is that, again, the 10 times gravity moment was stupid. But yeah, they're like these godlike beings of destruction, almost is what it's funny because Beerus is going to be treated like that now. But you tribute all your food in the world to a lucid dream. ASMR lucid dreaming with Beerus. The Super Saiyan God plot contrivance. No, but what I was saying is, see, he calls him Lord, but he's stronger than he is, so I don't get why you choose that. My point is, if I can finish it without being interrupted, is the stupid-ass thing is going to be like you're tributing food to this god-like being to keep them happy, and so they keep saving your planet, or so they don't destroy it. So you should almost placate Goku and Vegeta, who are like these gods to you, by giving them infinite amounts of food, and they eat it like it's nothing, right? So now Beerus has taken that place, but that's something I literally said about the series. That's almost what it feels like. You're offering a tribute of food to this godlike creature who keeps saving your planet in return, or so that they don't blow it up. I don't know what the hell is going on here. Dinosaurs, alien blobs, chatter cheerfully. Beerus is going to make an appearance here, I guess. This is all they're doing. They're just bored. They don't know who he is. Just use a demonstration of power. Top 10 moments lost in translation. In Japanese, they do a certain accent that makes this make sense, according to the southern Japanese region of... But no, this is what bored, godlike beings do with their time. Just get the best delicacies and food because they have nothing better to do. Why didn't you do that before to take out this beast? Just like every other kind possible. But didn't he just say, I still have 2 minutes? Now he's saying he had 3 minutes, like at first. So the reference to waking up. If I can't have it, then nobody can. Destroy the rest of it. You would have been better off keeping it alive and then making a farm. Remember, make a farm out of them. Galactic pop star. Like, see, now this should be the most minimal effort thing ever. He shouldn't even have to, like, lift a finger to block it. That's the point. Right, like, that even that much effort at this power level disparity, unless this thing is actually really strong, which it probably isn't. See, these feats don't mean anything because what is the big deal, right? Whoever this thing is garbage. This is something, oh, Nappa could have done this, or anybody could have done this. Right? It's impossible to even value power scaling because you might think, oh, you're harping on that too much, but when a series goes on this long, this is what you have to account for. How strong was that character really? Was that stronger than Frieza? Because as strong as Beerus is, he's stronger than Super Saiyan 3. So nothing would... What's the difference between Nappa taking that guy out and Beerus taking that guy out? Right, they both could probably have done it pretty easily. What? At least try it if you went through all that trouble. What? That's so moronic. What if it was good? How do they not know what's happening when they're literally linked to him? He almost was born yesterday because Kibito and him fused, so in this form. Wait, 39 years? I thought it was much longer than that. Oh, that was a cool image. The animation on that's pretty good. So you're seeing an image of premonition of a Super Saiyan God, which this I find very contrived. That, like, oh, how convenient. Like, there's no real background or backstory or actual in-lore justification. One theory I came up with, though, that is just, obviously not accurate, but, like, when they talk about the Super Saiyan of legend from 1,000 years ago, or just the legend of a Super Saiyan, it could be that the Super Saiyan they're talking about is, like, the Super Saiyan God or something really far along, like Super Saiyan 4, rather than, Super Saiyan 1 was just the first part of it, but it's not the true Super Saiyan that they were talking about. The Super Saiyan legend was actually something way beyond that. Right, they're just all imperfect parts of the same form. How are they exerting themselves in these mundane ways, though? Yeah, he admitted that against Kid Buu, which is a big moment. But he doesn't give up, just like, I'm no warrior and I'll never fight again. After the Cell Saga, but then he still does it. I'm the only one strong enough to fathom your power. Oh, good luck with that when you're going to be introduced to Ultimate Number 1. That's like such an anime cliche line. But, yeah, good luck with being the strongest in the universe when you're about to be introduced to somebody that's way too strong. It is actually pretty beautifully animated, unlike what's going to happen. Helped you remember. Oh, you already remember it. The Ultimate Fighter who actually will bore the shit out of him, though, because he's holding back the whole time. This is like plot contrivance. We need an excuse for exposition. But then he's surprised when he hears treating him like he's his pet, like a cat. Oh wait, that's actually what he's based on. I like the dynamic between them, but I really wish Weiss wasn't more powerful. Wait, that's the end? Wait, we didn't even get the vacation shit at all. Maybe I'm just confusing something. See these kids walk to school. It's like colorful backpacks, fucking like Piccolo's about holding Whis' arm, and then is that from the movie or is that from an episode coming up? But why would they still be on that ship? Like if you have... Oh, no, I don't want to see this. Bulma's birthday. Oh, there's going to be another party. That'll be on the ship. I guess they did foreshadow that adequately where she said, oh, we should do this for my... You know, to Trunks, oh, that'd be so cool if we did that. Like the fucking... You know, it feels maybe like I'm talking too much, but I'm making a good point not to miss any lines. Like I'm catching everything they're saying. So basically, let's recap what happened this episode. It's probably also a B. Just all these little contradictions I'm finding too are a little bit silly, but the way that they're training at the levels that they're at, even if you say it's in their base form, I don't think you realize how strong their base form actually is now, where none of this shit should even be challenging them. 10 times gravity for base Goku at this point is probably fuck all, anything. Just like it's, you know, it was a big deal at the beginning of this Dragon Ball Z, which even that maybe doesn't make sense. It shouldn't be that big of a deal. But then by the time you get to the end of Z, there's no way that's a challenge at all. So let me recap some of the events here of the episode. So you go and you go on the trip. Vegeta gets mad at an octopus. He's eating. He gets mad at the party dance off. He's just fulfilling the promise of taking Trunks to the park, which I feel like that happened a long time ago. But so yeah, you have Vegeta at the thing, then you have Beerus destroying another planet with getting the dinosaur meat, and then you have the Kais being aware of it, and then you have Goku and Vegeta sort of training. So yeah, that one was solid. I guess I could give it also a B. The main issue is, again, the nonsensical lack of awareness of his own lore and material. The fact that we are getting a little filler-esque with some of this stuff, like the party, right? That it's just not giving us a ton of material to work with. You know, nothing really major is happening. You're setting up Beerus a little bit, but yeah, it's not terrible. But some of the contradictions of the internal lore and the ridiculosity of power scaling, and some of the elements of the exposition and almost like a filler scene. You might say like, oh, you know, it's okay to have that, but that was okay in the first episode. Now you had a party scene with Bulma and Trunks and Vegeta, and it's like, that's okay, but nothing happened there. See, now the next time, something is going to at least happen where Beerus is going to attack them or appear when they're having Bulma's birthday. Okay, so here let's look at an absolutist principle. An absolutist wouldn't value appearances at the expense of reality, so even if on the surface they would look negative by some subjective standard, it would be that they're sacrificing the appearance for the reality instead of sacrificing the reality for the appearance. I've used this expression before. And then what else? Just much of contrivance is just established structure flitting about, insisting upon itself, and coming up with the best way to maintain its artifice, but it's not addressing the larger process or the inherent process. As in, you know, something that's established, so it'll be, oh, now there's, you know, some technicality or something like that. You're still operating within the closed structure contrivance, not the larger process of something from an inherent standpoint. So it's always, oh, it's a contradiction within this outwards contrivance state, not an inherent reality informing something. So you can always do that. You can always go back and forth about some established contrivance, but there's like a certain credibility fallacy. Like all it takes is certain set of circumstances. Oh, establish this person for X amount of time, or have this performative aspect, put on a good show, and then you take what is merely arbitrary subjectivity and turn it into, oh no, now this is established contrivance to which we now must defer. So it creates a conflict there with respect to that. And then one other thing, like when it comes to appearances, it's hard to explain, but basically, like, you know, if you were truly efficient, oh, now that's rude. If you were truly, you know, goal focused only, so you have to split it between appearances and reality, and also you're caught within a dichotomy of like almost a ritualistic tendency, or if you take that away, it would achieve the same supposed end that you're valuing. That shows you don't truly value it, but then also you don't not value it at all. So it's always a contradiction and inconsistency. So it would never claim a measure like, okay, an absolutist is telling you what to do. No, it's more like whatever you do, first of all, don't outwardly insist it upon others, but also be consistent in it to have any sort of credibility, especially if you're going to do that, or even just in general, right? There's a lack of consistency. There's always appearance, pretense, just to rationalize an overextended state. And then there's also one other thing, which I forgot now what I was going to say. Valuing appearances, valuing kind of a low standard. There's a sense like people are both cynical and naive at the same time, to the degree that, on one hand, people don't understand the nature of a process. That's fine. You can just treat it at face value, appearances, performative aspects. But then you can be sure that many people in society take advantage of that they will understand the process and then use it to control you or to their advantage. So just because you don't, that's why ignorance is bliss, right? Understanding how something works versus just going along with it. But either way, it's the same process. So first acknowledge there is a process, then understand the nature of the process, and then decide what to do from there. But then the problem with that is there's a great amount of cognitive dissonance that people wouldn't want to then, right, do the process, or it would be hard to single it out as to, oh, this is the one process you must do, right, only, and even then not consistently. And so it's a situation where, right, there's tremendous contradiction with it. But even if there's not contradiction, the other problem is the fact that the other problem is the fact that, again, you would be, on one layer, let's look at it from the opposite perspective. You might be like, oh no, there is no process at work. Someone's just being genuine or not genuine. But it's within the context of a social contrivance state that in no way is natural. Again, language itself is not natural, right? And it's overextension, non-basis self to a collective, and something along the lines that you could understand that people, put so much effort and thought into it, and training, and whether, like sales training or pickup artist, whatever. Even if you say, oh no, those things are stupid, you don't realize that you're doing things like that anyway. You're always doing some process or technique or procedure or some amount of effort that you're going into it, not just sort of raw, direct, uninhibited. And see, that becomes the false, inherent, outward contrivance response, is that by simply being neutral, that's a negative, because, people are doing all these sort of ostentatious outward things, but then an absolutist would see it the same way. It's the same process. So, again, they wouldn't see that there is a process, or they would see that, the fact that there is a process is invalidating. Like, this happens if someone appears pensive, for example. Oh, somebody's thinking, or seems like the type to think a lot, especially in social contrivance, reductive structure, but we can't have that. So it's bad that person shows awareness of a process or is thinking in any way. Like, that means they're stupid because they have to think about it, assuming that would even be valid. Or assuming that they're even thinking about that. Or they have to, they're thinking because they have some ulterior motive or this or that. The problem with those perceptions is it's a layered example of the same thing. There is a process there anyway, so just because, people are more unaware of it themselves, that's a good thing. And it is on the initial level because, again, if they don't show awareness of the process, then you're not made aware of the process, and therefore the process doesn't exist because you have no understanding of reality or self-awareness, or you don't think or anything, or you're reduced to a very outwardly insisting, contrived state. And the other point is the fact that, you're put in a position where you... you won't acknowledge it, or again, the existence of a process is negative. Oh, look at this process. Like if somebody was just to tell you, right? Oh, they seem so genuine, but I was only doing that, so this and that process, which depended on overextended pretense, and you would know that with any amount of thought, but you would still overextend. So on one hand, you could say, well, it's patting something on the back, like it's still good that they were willing to contrive that much effort to do it. But then, even the appearance of effort is it's all about the surface layer. So let's try to practice the process while revealing the process as little as possible. But what you realize is that people are taking issue with the process itself. So you're just masking that and veiling it. So the process is the same, but if you overcompensate for it in a particular way, then we won't think about it. We'll bypass, emotion, etc. It's not a very sound situation because you are observing the same thing, just one, you're choosing not to observe it, or you're kind of rewarding the lack of clarity. It's sort of a deceptive aspect. Okay, so I was watching this video of how Gohan fumbles the bag against Super Boo, right? That he's playing with his food and he's toying around, right? It made me realize that this is my criticism of the series that I've mentioned before. Everybody toys with everybody all the time in Dragon Ball Z. And let me go through every single fight and see. Let me put it in game theory terms. Game theory would mean that a character is trying to win at any cost all the time, right? At least within set criteria. A good example is Death Note. Yes, Light is cocky, but whenever he gets a chance to win, he wins, right? He might brag about it, he might be a little ostentatious, but he'll win. He's not toying around with people, he more so just relishes in the gamesmanship of doing it. Same thing with L. So if L finds out that Light is Kira, right, actually proves it, he's going to get him. If execute him, get him caught. If Light finds out L's name, he's going to kill him. There is no other, that's it. It's direct. And so my point is that, are you actually trying to win or not, is the question. So that's a good example of series. Now, the one inhibition might be, but L doesn't just want to kill Light, he wants to prove he's Kira. Right, that's his one rule, but within that rule, he's not playing around, he's trying to do it. Same thing with Light. Okay, Light's willing to do anything besides murder L with his bare hands or get the Shinigami eyes, but anything outside of that, right, he's willing to do. So let's look at Dragon Ball Z from that perspective, that are you trying to win, or are you not sure of your intent, right? An absolutist would shame you I don't care, right? I don't care. All I want is to get the outcome, just win at any cost. So whoever tries to do that at any time. So we start from the beginning of the show, Raditz. Now, again, Piccolo and Goku are certainly doing everything that they can to win. The one disqualifier, I guess, for Piccolo is, Piccolo could have merged with Kami at some earlier point and won every fight. Maybe he would have even been able to beat Frieza, people hypothesize, right? There's even dialogue in the show, I think, that suggests that Nail says, if Piccolo did something, had merged with Kami earlier, maybe he'd be a match for Frieza, which is kind of believable because the fact that he was a match for second form Frieza by fusing with Nail means that if he had merged with Kami, he might be a match almost for final form Frieza. As we see, you might think, he beats up Imperfect Cell, but that's different because Piccolo at that point is much stronger too. He's already merged with Nail, but I guess in both cases he'd merged with Nail, but it's a stronger version of Piccolo also, as in that. You know what I mean? The one that's going to face the androids, right? And then he merges with Kami then. is much stronger than the one on Namek, who would have merged with Kami and, well, whatever. He'd still be strong enough probably to challenge Frieza, maybe to win, which is utterly ridiculous. So just, the whole series would have ended, everybody would have died, that's it. Just because, Piccolo doesn't like Kami, and I get why, and I get it, but actually I don't fully get why, but just the way that they treat each other would tell you how much they hate each other. Like, some of their dialogue is hilarious. They're just talking shit the whole time. Even when they're about to fuse, it's like, just don't hold me back, old man, or something like that. He just fucking hates him. So I get it, but my point is different. Like, okay, so Goku and Piccolo, I won't hold that against him too much, though. See, I can accept your intent. Like, okay, Piccolo doesn't want to merge with Kami, but outside of that, he wants to win at any cost. I can accept that. Here's my point. Piccolo and Goku are not necessarily holding back against Raditz, right? Raditz also isn't holding back against them, so that's kind of a good first encounter where it's not too much toying around. But there's always like one scene or one moment. Like, I'll just give you a few quick examples. Like, this guy saying, Gohan toyed with Super Buu, but he also toyed with Perfect Cell, right? That's how he was able to explode and do all that. And then that's one character who actually doesn't toy around. I'll give it to you there. When is a character going all out all the time, just trying to win, and then is challenged, and then you have an outcome? And the answer is Super Perfect Cell is a good example. Super Perfect Cell comes back. He immediately kills Trunks. He's about to kill Vegeta. Like, he's just about to kill them. That's it. He's not toying around. Like, that blast would have killed Vegeta after he just killed Trunks. And then he goes to kill Gohan. That's it. Like, he's going out for blood. And that whole beam struggle, he's not toying around. This is why it's one of the best moments in the whole show and a great moment in fiction. At what point is Super Perfect Cell toying around with Gohan? He's talking shit to him, but he's going all out all the time. This must be hard for you with all those wounds. I'm sure this makes them burn. It's not so much that he's holding back, it's that he's sort of pacing himself in a long beam struggle. That's one of the moments that I crown as a great, one of the few, really iconic moments to me, because at no point does it really feel like he's toying around. Right, he's going all out, he's trying to kill Gohan, that's it. He's doing, and he's about to do it too. He was about to win. Right, there's nothing about that suggests he's toying around. Then the other Z fighters distract him a little bit, then Vegeta distracts him. Like, see, that's why it's game theory. It's not that, he toys around and then eventually you get really mad and power up and then win. No, it's literally he cannot lose. He's not toying around. He's about to kill you. He's about to win. And then something unexpected or believable has to happen where, now Vegeta saves the day because he's that way. Like, he's a bit enough of an X factor to make the difference, where obviously Gohan is still very strong, but I think that's one of the few good examples. But almost every other fight you could point to something, either like a dumb moment or a cocky moment toying around. And so I'll give you an example. Like in the Raditz fight, first of all, if Raditz just wanted to kill everybody, he goes and meets Piccolo. He could have killed him, but he doesn't, right, in the wasteland. Then he goes and talks to Goku. He could have killed him right then in Kami House, but he doesn't. Right now, those I won't hold against you too much, because, okay, fine, you're giving them a chance, you're making a bargain, I get it, so I'll go easy on that. That's not my criticism. During the fight itself, that one actually isn't too bad, right? Goku and Piccolo are going all out. Gohan helps them, obviously, unexpectedly a little bit. And Raditz isn't holding back either, I don't think. I don't think there's much dialogue to suggest that. And so they are going all out. So that's one of the better fights, arguably, in the show, because it's very to the point. So my understanding now is that what is it? It's the fact that there's one stupid moment by Goku where Raditz is he's holding Raditz's tail, let's say, and he lets go because Raditz begs him, like, oh, please, I'll change my ways. So that's a dumb moment, like, okay, you could have won the fight then without sacrificing yourself. So it's really more of a draw. But then instead you get Instead, you get that, okay, you let go and then he beats you up again. So that's a dumb moment, like where you have the fight won, but you're not truly committed. You're not truly committed. You might think, oh, it's Goku being a good guy, like I don't want to kill Raditz. But it's really not that, because you end up killing him anyway. But I guess it is sort of like, I don't want to kill you unless I have to, and then you kind of force his hand where, okay, if you're going to still be a dick after that, I have to do it. So here's the whole thing. Okay, so that fight isn't too bad in the annals of that. There's one dumb moment that extends the fight, but... Okay, so I won't go too hard on the Raditz fight. Let me try to keep going throughout the rest of the series. The Nappa, yeah, here we go, bro. Here we go. Either one of two things. Either somebody's toying around. I think I already did a similar list, but somebody's either toying around and cocky or just dumb. Dumb or cocky or both. So Nappa and Vegeta arrive and like, oh, we're going to wait for Goku. So let's murder everybody while we wait, which they kind of still do. But like, forget about, okay, Nappa. Vegeta's like, okay, let's kill everybody right now. Like, he can do it himself, and nobody can do shit to him, because he's obviously, and let me go collect the Dragon Balls real quick, since that's what we came for. So even once Goku arrives, I'll already be immortal. Why wait? While Nappa's fighting the Z Fighters and toying with them or whatever, Vegeta could be collecting well, he wouldn't know where they are, and he has to figure out the radar and stuff, I guess, but like, he doesn't know there is a radar. So I get that part, but Vegeta could have easily killed everybody. So again, they're toying around and being cocky, like, oh, let's just play with them until Goku arrives. And then, you know, let's say, okay, it was an absolutist tendency. Vegeta comes in and murders everybody, and they're dead. Like, everybody, right? Piccolo's dead, which Piccolo ends up dead anyway. Or, I don't get it, because Piccolo ends up dead, but then he ends up on Namek. So how did they wish him back, right, fighting Frieza? They wish him back while they're on Namek, I guess? But, I don't know. Because then they summon the dragon again, like when Frieza's fighting Goku, so I don't understand. How was Piccolo there to fight Frieza if they couldn't wish him back because the Earth's Dragon Balls don't work when he's dead? I don't know. But, or maybe they do. Oh, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's Kami's death that does it. So, like, because they haven't fused yet, then it doesn't work like that? I don't know how it works, but... So yeah, Nappa toys with his food, plays with his food. He could have killed them easier, but he doesn't. The very act that Vegeta isn't killing them is also toying. There's no reason to do that. You could maybe say, oh, keep Piccolo alive because he's a first-hand Namek knowledge, but break his legs. That's always something I say in stories too, like, okay, you have somebody hostage, so break, and you want to toy with them or keep them alive. Okay, but break their legs. Break their arms and legs. Like, you know how they have, there's some good examples, but I can't remember, like Ethan Hunt or whatever, like Mission Impossible or something like that. Oh, we have him hostage and we're going to torture his girlfriend. Okay, but I'll break his legs and his arms. So now when he inevitably gets out of this because, oh, plot contrivance, he's not going to be able to do shit to me because he's a limp shell of himself, right? That's the thing absolutist villain would do. An absolutist villain, right? Again, within this game theory context, if they ever hold the hero hostage, that hero might get away somehow through a plot contrivance, but they're never going to be the same again. They're going to be missing eyeballs, they're going to be missing legs, they're going to be, their legs are going to be broken, their arms are going to be, like, they'll never be a threat again. So it doesn't matter, you get away, but what are you going to do, right? You can't do anything. So you see how that would put an end to that whole encounter. You're going to have to limp your way into freedom. I wouldn't leave you perfectly healthy, perfectly, like, think about the Red John situation, right? By the time Red John comes in there, Jane is already a cripple. He can't even walk, he can't move, his arms and legs are broken before you are even graced with the presence of Red John. I'll break one limb for every time I saved your fucking life. So season 2, I break one limb, you break your left arm. Season 6, on the roof, I break your right arm. And then the 6-6 when I spared your life against the bomb, fire and brimstone, I'd break one of your legs. And then, oh, I'll break your other leg too. Why? When else did he save his life? Oh, right, the whole fucking series. So it's for just not trying to kill you at all. I'm gonna break your other leg. So literally, I break one limb. I break one limb for every time I saved you. One limb for the end of season 2 finale, right? Where he saves them from those two kids. Then one for saving his life on the roof as McAllister, right, when Jane discovers the bird phobia, duck pond killer case. Then another one for saving his life from the bomb that you had planted in his house. And then another time for the whole series count, because you could have killed him arguably at any time when you choose not to. Right, you don't target him at all. You can kill him in his house. There's nothing stopping you. That's often the problem with those kind of stories is, oh, if you find the killer, you're going to kill them. But the killer chooses not to kill you. Why? They could kill you anytime you want, but they just don't. Like, so they don't really feel threatened by you. Like, you know, it's not like other series where, like, what's stopping Red John from killing Jane in his bed as he sleeps? Right? You need like some sort of protection or something. Like if you're both on the run, both in hiding, it works better that way. Maybe like what Monster is like, the anime, I assume is like that. But no, getting back to Dragon Ball Z, again, we did Raditz, we did that. So now Vegeta versus Goku. Well, here's one good example though. After, again, either Nappa's toying with everybody, they summon the Cybermen, so like, they're being cocky there where they could have ended it much easier, and then that would have guaranteed their success later. That's one of the key under points of this whole discussion. It's not about winning the fight then, because Goku's not even there, right? Although you could have just blown up the planet, but you want the Dragon Ball, so I get it, but it's not about winning the fight in front of you, right? It's about it's not about winning the fight in front of you. It's about setting up your success in the future. So again, I'm holding Ethan Hunt hostage or whatever, and I'm going to break his arms and legs, and then torture his girlfriend and try to get him to confess something that he won't confess, and then he'll inevitably escape. But now he no longer has working arms and legs, so he's no threat to me, so what's the problem? Right? And there's no reason not to do that. Like, oh, what, you won't cooperate then? But that puts him in a better position to be tortured. Like, you don't intend to let him get away, so you could kill him right there. But even if you don't want to kill him, break his arms and legs so he can't threaten you later. Like, it's not that hard. And then the same thing here. Like, you're setting the table. Like, you kill everybody else besides Goku, and then by the time Goku arrives, now he has no chance against Vegeta, because he needed everybody's help. He needed Krillin, he needed Yajirobe, he needed, I guess Yajirobe's not there, but against Nappa, but he needed Gohan and Krillin and I guess Yajirobe. So now it wouldn't have been enough no matter what he did. Right, if the fight progressed, he would have had no chance. So one thing I need you to understand is, yeah, again, they toy pretty badly there. Then Goku comes in and beats Nappa pretty quickly, so that's a good example of not really toying around too much. Right, so that I like. Right, that's a good fight in terms of not toying around. And then it leads to the other problem that is too one-sided of a fight, but obviously that one's fine because it's a precursor to this Vegeta fight. So now Vegeta versus Goku, it doesn't feel like either one is really toying around in the sense that, but then there's always some other bullshit like, oh, I had my final form, but I was just hiding it, like the ape transformation. Like why didn't Nappa do that against Goku then? Vegeta could have set up the thing and let Nappa transform, and he would have whooped Goku's ass, right, without Vegeta even having to get his hands dirty. Like, what happens with Nappa's tail? I don't even remember. I think they try to grab it and realize that's not a weakness for them, the way it is for Raditz, or Goku even, like the way in the past. But my point is that, okay, Vegeta doesn't toy against Goku necessarily, he's trying to win. Goku doesn't toy against Vegeta necessarily, he's trying to win, I think. Right, they're both kind of going all out. So, there's arguably a stupid moment at the end where, oh, I could have killed you, but I didn't. Now, that one works out well, but generally that could work out badly. Like letting Dr. Gero live, or letting Frieza live, or whatever. But if you didn't happen to conveniently get instant transmission, and if Trunks didn't happen to come back from the in a time machine, Earth would have been gone and you would have been fucked. Earth and Namek are gone. See, this shows you Goku's dumb shit brain. Goku didn't know he was going to get instant transmission. He didn't know he would even get off the planet. So, like, he lets Frieza... Oh, I guess he doesn't let Frieza live, though, at that point. But he was going to, like... He was going to leave Frieza, then Frieza attacks him again, then he hits Frieza again, but then Frieza still survives. So maybe he thought he was dead at that point. But... effectively, he would have let him live. Then Goku might have died too. Then... Or he would have escaped Namek but never gone back to Earth in time. Right? There's no way to guarantee that. And then Frieza goes to Earth, and then... What if Goku conveniently didn't get instant transmission? And what if Trunks didn't conveniently come back from the future? You would have lost the whole planet and everything. And then some of the other elements are... Some of the other elements are, let me think about some of the other fights. So the Vegeta fight, though, isn't too bad in terms of holding back. Vegeta's not the type to hold back, although he'll get cocky sometimes too, like Semi-Perfect Cell. We'll see later. So let's just go to Namek, where Vegeta on Namek doesn't really toy with anybody. He's out for blood. He kills Goldo. He kills Jace. Goku is a little bit dumb with sparing some of his opponents. Like, he could have killed... Well, first of all, Vegeta does something dumb, too. When Goku's bedridden in the hospital, I guess Vegeta's recovering, too, but there's nothing stopping Vegeta from just recovering a little bit and then coming back and killing everybody else, and even Goku, because he's not going to recover in time. Like, Goku's wounds were worse than even Vegeta, but he's just kind of out in space and fucking around, or he wants to go to Namek first, which is... I don't know, the Earth isn't kind of a vulnerable spot, so imagine if he had a Senzu Bean, Goku throws Vegeta a Senzu Bean, and then he just blows up the Earth right then. There's another time like that, too. When Vegeta's on the Earth after Namek's destroyed, why can't Vegeta just go and get the Dragon Balls now and kill everybody and just do whatever he wants? Why does he just hang around? Like, he could just kill everybody, take the Dragon Balls, and just become immortal now on Earth. What is he waiting for? I'm waiting for Goku to come back, or nobody's stopping him. Like, Piccolo seems to scare him a little bit, but he could have killed everybody and just won. And then, again, so we go to Namek. Goku fucks around a little bit in terms of letting the Ginyu Force live. Like, he lets Burter and Recoome live. But then Vegeta rightfully finishes them off. And then Ginyu versus Goku is pretty much, nobody's really toying around, I guess. But being a little cocky maybe lets Ginyu take over Goku's body, whereas he could have finished him off otherwise. Or like, oh no, I'm trying to be a good guy and not kill you, so I want to spare you kind of bitch ass. And then What else? What am I forgetting? But no, there's not a ton of toying around in those fights, so I'll give you some credit there. But then the worst culprit of all is Frieza. Frieza, by not transforming at any point, is toying around. Frieza also by... And it'll happen the other way, too. Like, Piccolo is bullying second form Frieza, let's say, and toying around with that, but doesn't realize that, you have more transformations to still do. Like, I'm toying around with you now, but you could easily transform, so technically you're toying around with me at the same time, like fucking... but no, Frieza's toying around with everybody all the time, where he could have ended it, once again, he could have ended it in a different way, like, kill everybody else first, and then I can kill Goku whenever I want, even if I want to toy with him. So Frieza toys with Vegeta, because he could have gone transformed anytime he wanted. He toys with Piccolo, he toys with Gohan, he toys with Krillin, he toys with everybody. Then he toys with Goku for a very long time, and then he's holding back, waits, Goku eventually transforms. And then, when Goku transforms, guess what happens? Frieza shows once again, I was holding back even more now because I power up to full. But then guess who toys with who? It goes from Frieza toying with Goku to now, Goku's toying with Frieza because, he's too strong for Frieza in the Super Saiyan form. So now all of a sudden, oh my goodness, that, it really is. The implication that, Goku's way stronger, and he even says that, like, I'm no longer afraid of you, you're not even worth my trouble. And so now Goku is able to... So again, Frieza has to toy with Goku for 20 episodes, whatever. Then Goku toys with Frieza in the final form, even because now he's Super Saiyan. And then he lets him live too stupidly. And then, let's go to the Android Saga, and we get to consider that... Android Saga, the very fact that Dr. Gero is alive is going to be a toying incident because you have, sparing somebody stupidly, so Goku lets that happen. And then you also have a simple dynamic of being able to consider the fact that... So you did that. One character who doesn't toy around is Trunks. So he goes in and kills Frieza right away. But again, the consequence of not finishing off Frieza when you clearly could have, it's not like, he could have easily done it. And so now my point is, you also make some boneheaded decisions even outside of combat. Like, Bulma comes up with the genius idea, and some of the dialogue here makes no sense. Or maybe Vegeta doesn't know about the Dragon Radar and they don't want to tell him because, he might try to steal it. Maybe that's the nuance of that scene. Because, he says, by the time we find the Dragon Balls, it'll be too late, even though we have 3 years to, find the location of Dr. Gero's lab. And Bulma apparently already knows it, or Dr. Briefs does, because they say it, they say it later. So, there's so much dumb dialogue there. I don't know if it's dubbing or just whatever. But, Bulma a few years later says, who's Dr. Gero? Or she's not in the forefront of her mind of who he is, even though they tell her before. So she comes up with this genius idea. Why don't we just get the Dragon Balls and wish for the location of the lab and then destroy it? Before the time skip, before they train. And then Goku and Vegeta stupidly say, oh no, let's just wait. I like the challenge, and it'll take too long to find the Dragon Balls, even though you could easily find them, right, as fast as you are now, flying around the planet, even without the Dragon radar. Like, fucking, with all of you looking for literally years, you're trying to tell me you wouldn't be able to find that shit? Like, you can literally move at fucking light speed, right? You got a Super Saiyan on the case, but you also have the Dragon radar. Like, come on, bro. This is why you don't sympathize with these characters. It's like, what the fuck are you people doing? You can say, oh, Saiyans love to fight, it's that kind of instinct. But, like, what am I looking at? Like, you have a chance to find out where the lab is, you don't. You have a chance to destroy the lab, you don't. You have a chance to... I don't know, like, to do anything you want. Then what does it come down to anyway? After the androids appear, you, I go to... You try to find his lab anyway, and then you try to, do the same thing anyway. So, like, what the fuck is that, dude? So, yeah, Android Saga, Vegeta doesn't really toy around with 19. He's just determined to show off. Although he does kind of toy around, but that's one of those that doesn't matter. Because as long as you get the job done, I'm not going to criticize it. Then Android 20 doesn't toy around, and nobody really toys around with him. No, but see, they do. Vegeta could have killed. Vegeta and Piccolo both are stronger than him, so they could have teamed up and killed him. But we want to fight 1v1, and then Piccolo kind of drags his feet a little bit, and then he keeps escaping from them in a stupid way that he shouldn't be able to. Like, you have him surrounded. Like, how many Saiyans Z fighters does it take to kill one android when two of them are stronger than him? And we just saw what happened with 19. So you have Piccolo who's stronger, you have Vegeta who's stronger, you have Krillin, you have Gohan, you have everybody, right? And somehow Dr. Gero gets away, which makes no sense, right? Under that circumstance, you have him surrounded. Then he goes to the lab, then he releases the androids. So there you're not really toying around, but Piccolo wants a piece of him, and Vegeta is letting him do it and doesn't finish him off, and it's like, why are you doing this? Vegeta could have just ended it, right, if you're really going all out. And then the other android element is the simple fact that you have the androids are released, and then they toy with everybody. They could have killed everybody right then. When they're fighting Trunks, Vegeta, she breaks his arm. Trunks, Vegeta, and stuff. They don't kill anybody. They could have killed everybody. It would have been just that simple. It would have been like the past. And then even when Goku came around, if he got better, it would have been wouldn't have been enough with him alone, right? To just magically buy enough time to use the hyperbolic time chamber or whatever. Like, that's always the best way to beat people in shows like this is by committee, right? So if you get rid of everybody else, like, okay, this one main character wants to challenge me, but I'm going to kill everybody else around them first, and then go ahead. If you can beat me, then good for you. But they always need help. They always need some sort of support, right? So you could have gotten rid of everybody else first, but they don't do that. And then Imperfect Cell is, okay, that's enough for now, but it's just to show that so many chances the series could just end, right? It could have been just like the future before. The androids. You should have known that wouldn't have been enough, because this Super Saiyan from the future, Trunks, right, comes in and warns you, and he kills Frieza, and he warns you that I'm not strong enough to beat the androids. And so Vegeta becomes a Super Saiyan, but you think you're strong enough to beat the androids, but you already saw that Trunks wasn't. So, like, how much stronger do you think you are than Trunks, right, that you'd be able to do this? It makes no sense, because it would be in the same ballpark, right, where if he couldn't do it, what makes you think you can do it? Here's one psychological effect that you can always look at is, it always is like an LCD dragging people down. Somebody could be just positive, happy, kind of a whatever situation or something, but I guess outwardly you have to insist upon it, but that'll be taken negatively, or people will get mad or treat it a negative way, because it's like, a positive state is being treated negatively out of like jealousy or spite or collective contrivance because of your own functional reduction. Imagine like a high standard, right? Ideal situation where, well, that should be the goal. So why is that, it's just the wrong thing. You're trying to hold everybody, drag everybody down. Well, let's go to the imperfect cell then. So the androids toyed with the Z fighters and they could have killed them. Then you get one of the most evenly matched fights, actually. 17 versus Piccolo, who feel like they're genuinely trying, and they just are very evenly matched, even if you think they're doing it in like a friendly way. That one seems actually good. That's the best fight in the whole series, actually, according to me. And then Imperfect Cell versus Piccolo. Piccolo sort of flexing on Imperfect Cell a bit. Is one of the most bizarre animation moments, too, ever. Like, where he goes backwards around Imperfect Cell and then kicks him in a way that looks so weird and nonsensical. And if he's that much stronger, then why doesn't he finish him off? But, right, he gets solar flared and fucking all this shit. But, yeah, so arguably Piccolo toys with him. Well, you have it twofold. Again, both sides being dumb. Imperfect Cell seems like he has Piccolo beat, with the arm being decayed, even though he has Piccolo cells, so he would know about the regenerative capabilities. But he's dumb, and he reveals his whole plan and his whole backstory, and then, he doesn't finish him off, and he wants to monologue, and then, no, he recovers the arm, and then you have, then Piccolo arguably toys back, because he could have finished him off maybe easier, and then he lets him get away. And then once he lets him get away, then you have a situation where once he gets away, then he sucks up some humans' energy. See, that's why it's a good game theory moment, too. It's not like, Imperfect Cell was too weak to be Piccolo, and then now he just magically is strong enough. No. He goes out and actually does something relevant to his abilities and his whole style. He absorbs a bunch of humans, and presumably a lot of them, right, in order to... So he's going out massacring town after town after town, and they can't catch up to him while that happens. And in the point being that now he draws upon all that energy that he gets from them that makes a difference in the fight. So it must be a lot of people he's sucking up to make a difference. In fact, frankly, it's not even really believable, even though I'm praising the idea behind it. But imagine how many millions you'd have to suck up 1 billion people, to get a meaningful power level, because every human's power level is only 25, 50 at most, and so you'd have to suck up millions of people, so whatever, and he'd already sucked up some before, but presumably he was using that or he was saving that. But my point is that, whatever, so now that's a good game theory explanation at least, but now Imperfect Cell faces off against, that's what happens in the meantime, is 17 fights Piccolo after Imperfect Cell and Piccolo have fought, and then Imperfect Cell catches up to them, so that in itself is an odd decision to make. When Cell's going around, why even do that? Why put yourself in that vulnerable position where you're fighting somebody else? Maybe you feel like you don't have a choice, but because he wants to hold off the androids from killing Goku. And the point is that now Imperfect Cell definitely isn't holding back. Piccolo isn't holding back. Android 16, I guess, has been holding back this whole time, but he's not holding back. He fights Imperfect Cell. 18 is holding back the whole Android saga, because after fighting Vegeta, she literally sits there and does fucking nothing at all, ever, and she's just a dumb bitch at that point. I don't know what the fuck kind of writing went into her. Like, you're trying to make her seem sympathetic and not so evil, but because, oh, she's going to end up with Krillin, but there's something really moronic and dumb about it, because it's like... See, I wonder if Toriyama planned that far ahead, that they would end up together. Like, when he's writing that Krillin chooses not to... Because that's written in a pretty good way, but it didn't have to necessarily be that they end up together. It could just be that she ends up not being bad, but... No, it's a case where... It's a case where... Again, holding back or not holding back. Imperfect Cell isn't holding back. Piccolo isn't holding back. Somebody else isn't holding back. I guess Goku's holding back because he just instant transmissions and saves everybody even after he becomes semi-perfect Cell, which doesn't make sense, because then why not do that when Imperfect Cell is killing everybody? Why wait until he transforms first and then do it when you're more vulnerable? It makes no sense at all that you'd be able to go in there and do that. But... Like, he's punching Gohan, telling him, oh, if we go there, we'll die. But let's let him transform first, and then if we go there, we'll be okay, and I can just save them. Like, what do you mean, dude? Also, it's a case where you... There's one thing, okay, so... Android 18 beats Vegeta, but doesn't kill him also. And what happens then is, what does she do after that point for the rest of the fucking show? Does she help Android 17, her twin brother, when he's gonna get sucked up by Imperfect Cell? Does she help him in any way at any point there? Does she help him? I can understand against Piccolo, there's like an honor code there, but does she help him against Piccolo? No. Does she help him against Imperfect Cell? No. Does she help Android 16? No. Like, what did she do? She does nothing. And then she's acting like a character who can't fight, who's just kind of sitting there. And then against Semi-Perfect Cell, what does she do? Does she try to fight? No. Does she run away when she's sitting on the island doing nothing? No. She sits with 16, like, oh, blame 16 for being injured. But does she do that? Does she go away? No. Trunks is yelling at her for an hour. Get away, and she doesn't. If I was Trunks, I would have just killed her, so it just removes the option. And suddenly Trunks becomes nice. As much as people say Trunks' goal focus, that was a fumble. While Vegeta's fighting Semi-Perfect Cell, I go up to 18 and I blow her fucking brains out. Like, that's it, dude. Then it doesn't matter what you do. Cell can't transform, even if your father, Vegeta, wants to be a fucking clown shithead. It doesn't matter. You still killed her. And then from there, Semi-Perfect Cell doesn't toy around necessarily. Android 18 is clowning around. Krillin is clowning it up by not deactivating her. Trunks is clowning up by not destroying her. She's clowning up by not leaving. Semi-Perfect Cell is looking for them. So these are more like stupid moments than anything. Then Vegeta comes in and Vegeta toys with Semi-Perfect Cell when he could have finished him off easily. So now that's a toying counter, and then it leads to a dumb counter of the particular thing here with respect to letting him transform, going out of his way to try to transform. So again, it's a one-sided fight, but it's extended only by toying around. Presumably, he could have done the one thing where... couldn't he have done the same thing in the semi-perfect form that he does against Gohan? Like, if it works against Super Saiyan 2 Gohan, why wouldn't it work against Super Vegeta, right? Presumably, he had that in his back pocket, so that could be a good game theory element. Like, if seducing Vegeta with the challenge of his new power in the perfect form wasn't enough, he would have fallen back on that and then tried to blow everything up. And then he would have apparently still come back. But it seems like he could have just done that any time he wanted, basically. But it's a situation where Okay, so now semi-perfect Cell, you toy around. Then perfect Cell has a chance to end the whole show. And what does he do? He says, oh, I want to declare the Cell game. So he toys around with Vegeta, but then he at least wins. But then doesn't kill him, doesn't finish him off. Then Trunks goes all out, but perfect Cell is toying with him as well. Also doesn't finish him off. Also waits a while when he could just win the whole show. And let's declare the Cell games and wait. And then after that, during the Cell games, he beats Goku, but doesn't kill him. Doesn't kill anybody else in the meantime, but waiting for the Cell games. Doesn't kill everybody there. And then, sort of is toying with Goku because he could power up more than what he does, right? He's hiding his full strength. And then Gohan, he toys with Gohan, waits for him to transform, right? It's like it's not happening organically. Even against Frieza, like, oh, Frieza has to toy with him. Why can't it be that Frieza's going all out and then he still transforms, but maybe the power disparity isn't that great or something? And then, okay, Perfect Cell toys with Gohan until he transforms. Then Gohan toys with Cell until he, blows himself up. And then finally nobody toys around at the end, where it seems like an even matchup, good matchup. Then in the Buu saga, Majin Vegeta, Goku's toying around with him because he's not revealing Super Saiyan 3. And then Vegeta's also toying around because, he knocks him out, but then he doesn't kill him, assuming that was his intent. And then, he doesn't toy around with Buu, but Buu seems to be toying around with him. And then, whatever, they both seem to die, but then actually it doesn't work, and then Buu's still alive, and then Evil Buu and Fat Buu fight, that's fine. Then it becomes Super Buu, and then Super Buu waits around too much stupidly. Like, let's wait for the kids to train. Like, why do I have to do that? Wait for them to fuse. And then even Goku first of all admits that, I could have beaten the Super Saiyan 3, beaten Fat Buu in Super Saiyan 3, but I didn't want to. I wanted to wait for everyone else to have a chance to save the world. Like, what are you, fucking stupid? And then when you fuse and stuff, then Majin Buu, I don't know, I guess Gotenks maybe toys around with Majin Buu when he has a chance to beat him, the Super Buu, I guess. And then he gets absorbed. Or I don't get, when does he get absorbed? Because he doesn't get absorbed in the time chamber. He gets absorbed later because I don't even understand. Like, literally, these fights later are dumb. Like, Ultimate Gohan, Mystic Gohan, is fighting Super Buu and beating him, and he's gonna win. So, he just wins. It's over. But then, apparently Gotenks shows up for no reason and doesn't need to, and then just gets absorbed. And then Piccolo also gets absorbed, but that doesn't matter. But literally, who cares about Piccolo right now? But no, he gets absorbed, so now he's stronger than Mystic Gohan. So, like, he showed up just to get absorbed. And then the same thing happens again, where Goku and Vegeta show up. Or, no, I guess Vegeta doesn't show up yet. Goku shows up, and they're about to fuse Goku and Gohan, and then they fumble the earring and whatever, fucking stupid shit. But then the fusion wears off of Gotenks anyway. Now Super Saiyan 3 Goku is all cocky and says, we don't even need to fuse anymore with the earrings, but so that's a dumb mistake right there. Why didn't you just fuse when you had the chance? But then now Ultimate Gohan should be strong enough to beat that Super Buu anyway with Piccolo. The way he was beating the shit out, Piccolo's strong, sure, but it wouldn't have made the difference. So he might have had a good even match fight. So now this absorption ability seems so good that he can just absorb anybody whenever he wants. So now that match would have again been fair and favorable, but now, Gohan just has to go and get absorbed when he doesn't even need to be there now, or he could have finished him off himself. And then everybody, and then Vegeta's about to win, and then, he gets absorbed too. Like, how does everybody get absorbed? So that's just the most OP ability ever. Super Buu is literally spamming that shit. He's beaten by Mystic Gohan, first of all. Then he absorbs Gotenks, who offers himself up and appears when he doesn't need to. Then Goku's there, everything's fine. But then, Gohan has to get absorbed. And then Vegeta's winning, and then, he has to get absorbed. Like, so as far as toying around, again, Goku is toying around with Fat Buu. Then Gotenks is toying around with Super Buu. Then Super Buu is waiting around unnecessarily. Then Super Buu, Ultimate Gohan toys around with Super Buu. Then Buu Tanks toys around probably with Mystic Gohan. Then Goku toys around with the idea, they both fuck around and are clowns that, he doesn't take the earring, he doesn't fuse right away, Gohan. And then even Goku tells him don't fuse because, the Buu Tank's fusion wore off. But then that leads to Gohan getting absorbed. So, like, in that moment alone, when his fusion runs out, well, I guess the one reservation is the fact that the earrings last forever. So that would be as far as they know, some reservation about, I can kind of sympathize with that a little bit. But it's like, why not just fuse? Why not just fuse when, like, it's Piccolo, Buu-Iccolo, however they say it, right? Piccolo absorbed Buu, right? Buu absorbed with the Piccolo absorption. Why not still fuse anyway, right, when you have the chance now, and then just destroy him? Instead, you wait around, and then, Gohan gets absorbed too, so now, by not being smart and doing it, fusing anyway, now you create the problem. And it's twofold, right? Number one, you didn't fuse, so you're not going to be way more powerful. But number two, he's more powerful too, because you left the ammunition out there that would have been fused already. And then again, this Buhan toys around arguably with Goku and Vegeta. Then Goku and Vegeta are also dumb that they're not fusing, and either with the dance or the earring. Arguably, they wouldn't have time to do the dance, let's say, but they've already introduced that as a mechanic here in the fucking, in the same saga. So now, Goku and Vegeta are being toyed around with Ultimate Buu, and then they fuse, and then they toy around with him right back, and then they get absorbed, and then they make him Kid Buu, then Kid Buu destroys the Earth, so he's not really toying around. But then once they meet on the Kai planet, he could just destroy that too, and Goku already said we can't stop that, so why couldn't we stop that now? And then they make a dumb decision too, to break the earring and we're not going to fuse again. Why? Because, we just don't feel like it. So you could have ended it right there, but I don't wanna. Well, that literally, again, is the stupid character behavior. Then they fight for a super long time. Goku's just charging up Super Saiyan 3 all day, right? And then Vegeta is getting the shit beat out of him. Then they fight for a long time, doesn't accomplish anything. So arguably Kid Buu is toying around because he could just destroy the planet anytime he wants. Like, what's stopping him from just doing that over and over? He destroyed Earth, and then he goes around destroying a bunch of planets, and Goku and Vegeta couldn't stop it. So that's one of the rare moments. Like, Goku says, Vegeta, we can't stop that. What do you mean you can't stop that? So then he can just do that. Why doesn't he do that everywhere he goes? He doesn't seem to get tired, Kid Buu, or Buu in any form. So, one thing I don't like as a trope is the regeneration. Like, oh, so Boo is actually pretty weak, that non-Super Saiyan, literally bullets can poke a hole in him from some guy, but also non-Super Saiyan Vegeta blows him up in half, blows off the bottom half of his body. You could say he's toying around or whatever, but like that makes a whole farce out of it. So it's without his regeneration ability, oh, he's not actually that strong. It's not that big of a deal. Just like Cell, you know, Final Flash would have beaten him, like if that was Frieza, because Frieza can't regenerate. So, you know, if that happened, Destructo Disc and stuff. So that makes it more authentic that Frieza actually has to earn what he gets, whereas, oh, the other ones are just plot devices that they're basically invincible and they'll just keep regenerating forever until, you know. And that becomes a trope probably in a lot of fights later on. Like Omega Shenron also does that. He has the ability to regenerate because of one of the dragons within him. And, you know, it just becomes such a contrived notion. I guess Baby can't do it. Well, Baby, the Essence can kind of do it, if not Vegeta. But then, again, so Kid Buu, they neither fuse nor do they fight him together. And then, you know, that's always a trope of the series. Like, nobody ever wants to do a 2v1 or something. I'm trying to think, the show literally starts out with the 2v1 of Goku and Piccolo versus Raditz, and then they forget how that mechanic works and never do it again. Right, even when it seems like, I don't know. But Kid Buu is going to be that he's toying around from the bases that he could just blow up the planet anywhere, but then, you know, Goku uses a Spirit Bomb, and that's the end. So what I'm saying is most fights feature somebody toying around or being dumb or both, and sometimes even flipping both ways. You toy around and you're dumb, then they get a transformation out of it, then they toy around and they're dumb, then you recover because of that. Like, what do you mean, dude? Okay, let's look at a concept here about the long-form postulate that if done long enough, which is intrinsic to, obviously, the term, when you, like, if you discuss something long enough, which these sessions even might indicate, then you get rid of all sort of fallacy discreditors or invalidation, because if you look at any one piece in a myopic framing, you can make some sort of claim that you want, but in the big picture, you can't do that because, oh, look, if it's hundreds of hours of something, you'll myopically pick something out and try to frame it or whatever, but it's too much to actually do that. So now it goes into every idea possible, every thought possible. You know, you're just, so you can't really marginalize it. And even beyond that, you have like labels to do with the person, like, oh, you're a blank because you talked about blank at blank point, but then you also talked about something contrary and something different, and you talked about thousands of different ideas. So you see how you can't pigeonhole and label that. So that's the strength of the long-form postulate, is it's not about the individual then. You're just seeing the nature of the infinite objective mind, that you can think anything at any time, and discuss it and consider it. So you're not defined or reduced to it because you can't be, because it's contradictory. Okay, you'll define and reduce somebody to what they talk about at one point, but then what about every other point? So it's more, again, it says more about the observer than what's being observed, that the observer has some need to marginalize everything in a way that oversimplifies it, in their unwillingness to be puzzled, in their need to reinforce their own contrivance state, outwardly insist upon it, etc. And then you also have a situation where let's look at one element to do with sort of base minimalism, if you were to try to go for it. The problem is there's certain advantages that, you know, you're born into a state and then indoctrinated by it, and then by the time you're old enough to think for yourself, now you're already ingrained into it so much, and there's this fallacy like you owe it something back because, oh, you know, at the point that you've been gotten to, oh, like you owe it for that. But you didn't choose any of that, so the stimuli acme basis, it would present this simply, like, parents shouldn't have, you know, people shouldn't have children unless it's a net positive that they're choosing to do, which obviously they are choosing to do it. So don't treat it like, oh, your children owe you something back for what you do, then if it's that way, then don't do it in the first place. Don't have children, or don't raise them in any particular way, or do the bare minimum, and then once they're old enough, they can do it themselves, right? But there's also an ingrained fallacy, like, oh, you owe society something back for this. But the problem with that is, before you're old enough to even do anything, right, you owe society back for what it's done for you, even in a non-consensual, social contract and all of this. And so the problem turns into that you can never win that then. Okay, so you're born, you didn't choose to be born, and it's not like entitlement, because again, you're even observing an inherent base state, but like, you're born, you didn't choose to be born. You're indoctrinated, you didn't choose to be indoctrinated at a young age. You are experiencing contrivance from a young age, right? Machination process from a young age. And then when you're finally old enough to think for yourself, guess what'll happen? That'll be used to validate the state, to say, oh, look, but you've gotten to this point because of it, when you didn't have any choice whatsoever in that. And then number two, it's used to also shut down your criticism. Like, how can you complain about that when you're a product of the process? But you see how that folds on itself. Well, evidently you didn't have a choice but to be a product of the process, and now even any attempt to exist outside of the process will be inhibited by the process, right? You go to live a minimalistic life, but that land is owned by a government, or that land is owned by a person, or there'll be like an outward insistence that prevents you from even doing that base minimalistic state outside of society. So it's a little bit, of a false premise. Like, oh, okay, if you don't want all the benefits of machination process, society, social contrivance, then okay, reject it, or be minimalistic and live outside of it. But then that even too is controlled, so you can find certain, Amish, commune, etc. But that base option is something that any sort of thinking, logical, supposedly free society should embrace. But the problem is it could remove the need for it altogether. Again, absolutist tendency, that's one of the core absolutist principles, is rather than struggle or sustain a contrivance state, right, or struggle against it or overcompensate for it, etc., you would remove the need for it altogether, right? And so now you're going to the origin of it, because see, you can always say that, like, oh, well, if you work really hard, you have enough money, and then you can buy your own land, and then you can run your own farm and live off the grid to some extent, like, but that's an overcompensated basis. In doing that, you still have to be beholden to contrivance, and you're sort of doing it backwards, right? If you're beholden to contrivance for much of your life, no, you're starting at the base state, and you're saying, okay, let's start at the minimalistic state, and then you can decide from there what to do, or you can at least have that option, right? So that's a very grave miscalculation, because again, society would say that, like, okay, well, it's not like a default position, or you'd have some other option, but then anytime you try to do that, it'll outwardly insist. So it's really enforcing that upon you. And then I had a better way to explain it, but I can't remember. But basically, just there is no real ability to do that, or you'd have to do that even like as contrivance allows it, or outwardly insists and prevents you from doing it. Okay, so here let's look at preconceived notions that can be very powerful and single-handedly dictate most behavior, whether it be based on dependent over extended pretense, assumption, again, identity aspects, etc. But on one hand, it's not entirely credible or complete, but on the other hand, it's you have to be careful how they're determined, because they could be determined by, again, not very credible sources, just vague things, but it all comes down to the initial basis and the unwillingness to be puzzled that people want. That's one of the few terms I use that isn't mine. Unwillingness to be puzzled is like an absurdist concept, but whatever. The point is, you would have a situation where people are looking for the most short form, simple, lowest common denominator answer, especially in a mass overextended state, which perhaps, that's the removal of the need aspect that to overextend is self-created and creates that supposed problem, or the non-credible basis, basically. But what it really comes down to is the fact that it comes down to the fact that it can be very not credible. But yeah, again, in overextension, people want to. That's why you think, first impressions are so important, not because they're actually credible or valuable, although people often contrive them in response. That's the problem with all these kind of theories too. People have all these psychological theories. If you use, Sullivan nod or hand movements or whatever, but if you're aware of them, that on the other side, then they won't work, right? So the whole premise of any technique like that is the basis that people aren't aware of it. So, like, if you're aware of the same thing, then of course it won't work, and so then it equalizes the process, and nothing like that is uniform, one size fits all either. And the other aspect is the fact that it's the fact that you're in a position to let's look at like a zero-sum basis, right? You make all these claims or observations, really, about the objective reality of existence, and then contrivance response will treat them negatively, but you realize the deeper meaning. So the initial basis will say, there's an afterlife, and there's a God, and everything's meant to be, and morality is absolute, and all these kind of things, right? Idyllic standards, just let life happen to you, like all this seemingly like optimistic, contrivance response. Whereas inherent reality would be, okay, there is no God, morality is a human construct, life is zero-sum, it's a zero-sum process, right? Human beings are just animals with slightly greater self-awareness. So if you take away all that idyllic nonsense, what happens is it actually leads to a clearer, more consistent life perspective in this sense that rather than like peasants working for heaven, promises of heaven and the afterlife, why not deal with what's in front of you, the here and now, right? It's just to control people. Or like zero-sum means, you see, like zero-sum means are just self-interest, so why would it be such a struggle to achieve them? If you can't handle it, then do something that you can, where it does seem worth it for you. And then also you have the ability to like, why would it be a struggle? It's just non-basic self, right? And then even when people have the zero-sum means, right, and accepts or something like that, they don't know what to do with them. They just, just to get more of them, and just to zero-sum convenience, machination process. But so you'll see it in observable practice that's actually true, that there is no actual process at work. And the reason why is because it's the fact that you have a basis where it's as if, and just on a basic level, like short form being valued over long form in all things, initial basis versus understanding nature of process. It seems favorable, right? But in the long term, it ends up being that, like, you're being controlled by a process that you don't understand, so you rather value how well it's overcompensated for, right, on surface level appearances rather than understanding the basis behind that, or even like you're always like focusing on the symptom, not the disease, stuff like that, but it seems appealing on a surface level. And then the other point is that you have life is just zero sum, so then you can decide how to best practice it within a finite existence. Like, what should your measure be? You should be a little more clear, you should think. So all of these things that seem like negatives, like, oh, life is just zero sum, there is no afterlife, there is no deeper meaning, might seem bad and undesirable, but once you actually realize it, then you can decide, right, how best to deal with that, instead of pretending something is true that isn't true, and then struggling with the conflict of contrivance, right? That's what the conflict of contrivance is about. An absolute is posed, but then it's not consistent with reality or observable practice or anything like that, and so you're constantly struggling to keep up the appearance of the absolute, even though the reality is something different. You're constantly struggling to uphold the supposed absolute state of it, even though you're constantly having conflicts with it. So it's not a question of whether you should do it or not, it's a question of whether it's absolute or not, and whether it can be outwardly imposed. See, this is the sort of fallacy that comes back to some origin of authority basis. That's not a term I use very much, actually. Origin of authority as in, like, well, it's not just a subjective human being saying to do it, no matter how many, 99.9%, it's still subjective. Oh, so it's just your word against theirs and you could easily subvert it. Right, there's no higher basis, because they can't assume your measure, like, according to this criteria, yes, maybe I should do that, but maybe my criteria is different. So the point is that now you say, oh no, it's a higher standard, elevated morality, absolute God, things like this. And so now it gives you some sort of supposed credibility that you can bypass the subjective versus subjective basis. Even though the source is still a subjective human being, you're somehow speaking the word of God. Like, how convenient is that? The emperor has no clothes fallacy. But the idea is that, like, if you disagree, you just don't get it. You're just a heretic. You're just, the fact that you don't agree with something discredits you from judging it. You see how that works? Like, if you are religious, you're credible. If you're not religious, you're discredited because you're not religious. Not like actually addressing some logical fallacy or claim you're making, right? Or more to the point, you'd just be countering claims that they're making because, again, the burden of proof is on them because they're outwardly insisting. But the point is this, that, yeah, you realize something isn't true so you can best deal with that, or you pretend it's true. But that's where the initial basis works so well, or is so necessary, or a contrivance state that it may serve some functional basis, or it may make people content with being controlled in a reductive collective contrivance overextended state, but any amount of thought would at least reveal the nature of the process. Then you could decide for yourself what to do with it, and it's very unlikely that you would deal with it in the way that we talk about, like, it's very unlikely you deal with it in the way that, like, the exact way that you are at right now. Right, that's a state of being, it's reactive. Like, how do we justify this reductive state? And then we fill in the blanks. It could be God in one era, it could be something else in another era, but it's not that we logically arrive upon it some other way. And the other, like, I don't see why that would be seen as so credible, right? Governments and things like that have, throughout history, have been so, tyrannical and things like that. So why would you trust something on a social contrivance level? Like, oh no, it's just in your best interest, it's just real, it's just meant to be. So the point with that simply being that would you rather pretend something is true that seems good on the surface, or would you rather see that it's not true and then decide how to act right after that? So that's really all it is. It's the inherent versus contrivance response. The fact that you're saying there's a heaven and an afterlife is because there isn't, just to give you comfort, right? And so now that might distort how you live. Now you'll live in a way that you hold stuff back, or you you don't live to the fullest in a finite zero-sum existence because, oh no, now you have to save it for the afterlife, or you have to behave in a certain way for promises of the afterlife. It may be an effective means of controlling people, but it's also very disingenuous because... But that's why it's it's easier to tell people that than, oh no, you're just doing this because it's easier to control people in an overextended state, like a mass state of being. And there is like a little bit of a fallacy with depopulation here that sometimes you could maybe bring up, like, oh, that sounds like an argument for depopulation because, absolutist minimalism, but it's really not. It's more intrinsic that you would choose the state that you're in, like if the world was a village of 100, etc., etc. So you wouldn't be so quick to mindlessly go along with and reinforce the state that currently exists. Like, it goes against the fallacy, things are the way they are because that's the way they should be. Like, so there's 8 billion people because it's all part of God's plan. And if there were 64 billion people, if there were 1 trillion people, it's just no matter what, you'll just reinforce the state. So that's the problem, is that you're losing credibility with that in terms of whatever is the case, you'll just try to reinforce it instead of self-actualizing it in terms of, like, this is actually your plan or your intention or your purpose. And the reason why is because, that comes back to, you would vouch for the state. So now you wouldn't complain or have any struggle with it, or you would be well aware of the struggle that's to come, because you would have intended it all along, people collectively, individually, whatever. So you would say, we have exactly this many people because this is exactly what we chose to do, and this is the exact result that we know is going to happen. And so now, to the extent, and you might think, oh, but that's what it is, that's, overextension, whatever, but based on people's behavior, right, it would be hard to say that that was arrived upon in any, that there is no clear thought being put into it, it's just reactive. And so now you have a situation where it's very telling, because it's a constant conflict between the appearance and the reality beneath it. And so the appearance is there just as a tool of collective overextension, by which self-interest is overextended to a collective. And so you have a situation where that's very valuable because, you're sort of appeasing others and the collective overall of people. You're appeasing them by making it seem like, okay, it's about something more than just non-basis self, even though that's a rational, logically consistent basis, depending on how you practice it. The only reason why it's not consistent is because of this contrivance process. So you're neither acknowledging the inherent basis fully, so that's the contradiction. So it's not a question of what the alternative is, it's a question of you're creating that conflict yourself and actively upholding, all of its corresponding structures. So now, observing the nature of the process is the whole point. So even if you vouch for the process, fine, okay, that's the sacrifice that comes with a societal contrivance state, but then you would at least understand the self-aware inherent base state where that would not be so forced upon, outwardly insisted that way. And then beyond that, you have, but again, no real thought is put into this. It's all reactive. How can we best reinforce the state that we're in? And that's just meant to be because we happen to be in that state. Like, and then the other basis is the fact that basically just realizing something isn't so you can best make it that way or achieve it, because if you assume it is, then you won't do anything towards that, and also you feel like feel like you're in a position to basically zero-sum element. So, and again, the problem with contrivance response is this, that it poses itself as a false inherent. So now you have that established in a way that, like, an objective observation of reality would be seen as a claim, or, right, it's like Bolshevik rhetoric. You're not making a claim, you're simply showing that the claim that is made or established in structure is either invalid or at least not absolute, and, just posing like an alternative measure or process or awareness of the process, or showing even that there is a process. So now you have this where you have a situation where, again, like a finite zero-sum existence, these wouldn't have to be claims. First of all, what would they be incentivized by? Like, what do you really get out of it? You get, promises of the afterlife. Oh, wow, isn't that comforting? Isn't that nice? Isn't that so convenient? Like, cui bono effect. But, what do you get for the opposite? Right, where you're just observing something objectively. But even beyond that, somehow if you were able to explain that, the problem is that it's not rooted in sort of external dogma. It would be proven by observable practice. Like, there's nothing to suggest anything else, or there's nothing to aside from our desire to believe it. And so now you're trying to sugarcoat reality basically so that you can control it and say, well, we're going to control what you do in your life, but don't worry, it's okay because there's this other life you get after where we won't restrict you. So you get to, use the bait of that, and if you behave exactly as we tell you to, then you'll get that. Otherwise you won't, or you'll get it in a more ideal situation. And, you can never doubt people's creativity with stuff like that, because you see how many different religions and faiths and spirituality there's been throughout history. So now it turns into, why would one of them be trusted and credible and the other one's not? Like, you'll discredit every single other one, or... So, Greek gods are invalid, this and that are invalid, Hinduism is invalid, but oh no, all of a sudden, Christianity or whatever, vice versa. How can yours be right, but everybody else's is wrong, like that? So... So there's great outward insistence, but again, the false inherent contrivance response is simply the fact that, you're taking an outward claim or, reaction to something, some inherent reality, and then you're framing that as though that's the inherent reality. So anybody who questions that, or just doesn't abide it, or just, is even neutral will, and again, objective reality, observation, etc., that'll be framed as, oh, that's like an outward thing to do, even though it's a case where you could just be doing that. So how would you really show that? The best way is just like, what do you really get out of it? Right. What would you get out of saying something that isn't really a claim at all? Like, oh, nothing happens. So that might seem like a claim. Or you could say, you can't say that with certainty. Maybe something does happen, but we wouldn't know. But at least you're not saying specifically. That's the difference. Like, okay, when you die, for example, nothing happens. Or what we can observe happens is, okay, your body decays depending where it is, etc. Right, just like animals do, and we can observe that very clearly. So you're not really making a claim because that can be observed right there. So that's it, right? What we see happens. Instead of, oh no, but there's this magical place called heaven, and then you go there, and then all of this other. So there's nothing to suggest that, so you would have to qualify it. Whereas here, you're not making a claim at all. You're not even saying nothing happens. You're observing what does happen or what is known. So like the same thing with God. You don't have to say, oh, there isn't a God for sure, and there could never be a God, and you don't have to say that. But based on what we can observe, even with science, etc., just because we can't explain certain phenomena or explain everything fully, or even very well, if it's not to your satisfaction, the point is that you can't do this to your satisfaction because, again, a contrivance state is it's very hard to focus doing this sometimes while driving. I don't know. Whatever. But the point is that you wouldn't have to make a claim about whether God exists or not. It would be like, you're observing what we can observe. And again, think about thousands of years ago, people would still have been saying this, like, with such certainty, the existence of God, etc., in various parts of the world, all with their different names and interpretations and specifics. So you could sort out that for yourself, like, how can they all be wrong and yours be right, etc., etc. But there's one bigger point that that you'd basically be able to, again, not so much that you're asserting for sure, right, making a claim that, oh, there is no God, but what is there to suggest it, and what you would say to suggest it will often just be dogmatic. Either we can't explain something, but that doesn't mean that it explains specifically, right? A question is not a claim, like, is not evidence for a claim. Like, oh, you say, oh, you can't explain this, can you? So it must be God. That's not an argument because you'd be making the claim. So it's God is the claim. So back up the claim. Right? Asking a question isn't anything. You're just saying human beings are ignorant. We don't have all the answers of the universe. The implication that we should, especially thousands of years ago, is a bit arrogant. Like, we might want them, but that doesn't, mean we have to have them. So ignorance is not an answer. So anytime you can't explain something, you can just make up whatever you want then, without having to qualify it as the answer. And the point with that is, too, that you have... that you have a contrivance state that is very closed and, again, reinforcing. So, again, your claims will often come from, oh, well, what makes this the case is just because it is, and then, attack possibly the person, or you'll just keep using the dogma to reinforce itself, like, oh, well, the Bible says it, so it must be true. And then, again, the Bible's written by people. You'll say transcribed by God, but like when you kind of underestimate human imagination and creativity, where you don't think that could be potentially made up or exaggerated or embellished or maybe even misunderstood, right? Could have been some magician doing, Jesus could have been the world's first magician in a certain way, or, trickster, or maybe not even, or they could have misunderstood something, like the fact that, he could have been in a coma and then he didn't come back to life. We just, at that time, people didn't have enough medical science to understand everything like that. So there's so many different things, and you might think, oh, these are theories, but I'm not saying any of that with certainty. You would be the one saying that there was actually a good moment in one of these debates with Cliff, whatever his name is, the guy who's always, I'm getting his suggested for some reason, where he even says... or maybe it was Charlie Kirk, like, well, what if they were making it up, like the Bible or certain of these stories? Well, then by that logic, you could make anything up. History could be made up. And my retort to that was basically that that might be true, but you don't have to worship history. It might shape how you live to a degree. It might... but our interpretation is almost the opposite. Like, learn from history so you don't repeat its mistakes. So you're treating it with like a negative connotation. Whereas with religion, it's more assertive. Like, it's telling you what to do. You should follow it and abide by it. So and worship it. That's the difference. So you don't have to worship history. So even if it was made up, okay, fine, disregard it and do whatever you want. And maybe learn from its mistakes. But even if you ignore them, that's fine too. So you're not worshiping history. There are certainly aspects of society that would be built around it, and there's no doubt there are some lies in there that people believe or never found out were lies or whatever, but history is written by the victors kind of a thing. But the whole idea is that you're in a position to you're in a position to like, again, you don't have to worship it, so it's a little bit different, right? One of them is like, okay, let's base our life around it and worship it. The other could be a little informative, a little bit useful, but then we move on. Learn from its mistakes or don't. Again, certain countries, you could say, well, your whole country and culture is based around history to a degree, which is true. So you can topple that and question that. Doesn't mean you have to worship it or do it blindly, though. Right, but... yeah, that's the main difference. So you make a good point, like, oh, if the Bible is made up, couldn't history be made up? Yes, but it's different because one of them it would be making outward claims and telling you exactly what to do and how to behave. The other doesn't necessarily tell you that. Like, if you don't know anything about history, just go about your life. Now, what you're doing might be certain things are set in motion by history, like, again, your government and systems and stuff like that, but it doesn't mean you have to follow it exactly, or you can certainly question it and break from it if you want, that kind of thing. Whereas religion would be a bit more empirical, like, oh no, you have to do it, and you have to do it exactly this way, or you have to worship it, which comes from a place of real contradiction, right? If God wanted to be worshipped, there wouldn't be a question about it, and if not, then, it doesn't make sense, right? If God wanted to be worshipped, it wouldn't be up to us whether we do it or not. And the other point is, you might say, oh, well, God wants to give you free will and then earn your worship or something like that. But again, this is the emperor has no close fallacy. You can never be wrong then. God is all powerful and God wants to be worshipped. Or you might even say, oh, he doesn't want to be worshipped, but we should still worship him anyway. And it doesn't serve a purpose. I don't know. It's just, you're sort of insisting upon something. Right, you're insisting upon something, and you're also doing it in a way that you're trying to contrive it in such a way that a religion is going to be outwardly insistent, but also closed structure, and also it's going to be this is one of the worst sessions just because the driving is so unpleasant that sometimes I just shouldn't even bother, but I keep thinking I'm going to react to something, but then I just don't. I guess I'm sort of reacting to his debate just from memory, but yeah, you don't have to worship it, and just again, the argument of well, we can't explain this, so here's a placeholder explanation. But then you'd have to qualify that one. You don't get to just say it. We can't explain it, therefore God created it. But then, where are you getting that from? How do you explain that, right? And oftentimes it is a non-explanation itself, because it doesn't tell you really how that happened. Oh, God created it. Okay, but then where did God come from? What created God? And how exactly did God create it? How does that work? Does that really answer anything? So we still can't explain God, so it doesn't really provide an answer, right? What is God's origin? And people might say, well, God doesn't need an origin. But then so your premise, again, this is my one logical razor that was very strong about religion, is that, well, I had a number of them actually, but this was the best one, that your logic, our human logic dictates, right, rather than just putting our hands up and saying, okay, we're ignorant, we don't know anything, whatever. Rather than that, or what we do know speaks for itself and we can look at it, but then this is a case where your logic and premise dictates that everything must be created, and your answer to that is that God created everything. So now you've claimed that God created everything to answer your premise, which is that everything needs to be created. So that's why God is the answer and why God must have created it, right? But now you have to hold that same claim, that same premise, which is everything must be created, and God created everything. So now God, too, needs to be created. So where did God come from, right? Who or what created God? And again, you might make the exemption and say, well, God is exempt from the need to be created. But if that's true, then you're making an exception to your original premise. So you're basically saying your whole premise for why God must exist is invalid and selective, that, oh, we're not going to apply it to God, though. He's the exception. And so now, why couldn't you apply that same exception to the universe or everything else? Or anything, basically. So if God doesn't need to be created, then why does the universe need to be created? Right? That's your own premise. So, you're still not answering anything because you're saying, well, God did it, but then you can't explain God or, how God came about or exactly any details. You would just kind of defer to it blindly, and you're supposed to just accept it as an absolute. But this sort of shows you in a very basic psychological sense how much people are suckers for sort of false certainty, and this is why performative aspects and undue emphasis and things like that work so well, because like somebody who's truly sure of themselves or something, right, wouldn't need performative aspects. They wouldn't need to act confident or act a certain way. It would just speak for itself, right? You're only doing that if you have to overcompensate or prove something, right? Like let's say somebody knows everything or is, really sure of something, then they just do it, or they just, they don't need to prove anything. They don't need to prove it or insist upon it outwardly or be validated for it. So they would just let it speak for itself. Whereas again, the outward insistence comes back around to the fact that you're doing that not because you're sure necessarily, but because you want to appear that way. So that's the initial level, right? Like somebody who's really sure, like, okay, you're very knowledgeable. Why do you need to show it off? Why do you need to place undue emphasis and things like that in terms of, right, you would have nothing to prove. So now you're reducing it to a lowest common denominator, and that's a whole nother aspect that, it's very, and the two aren't necessarily tied together. There's a certain insistence and overcompensation to it, indicating a lack of inherent value for the process, and then also, that's one of the great struggles or arts of anything is like, you gotta dumb something down for everybody else, and that's somehow valuable, or your unwillingness or inability to do that is a negative, even if the inherent process or practice or state is good objectively by some criteria. And then also the fallacy of just being smart in general, like the idea that you study a particular field for X amount of time, and now you seek the validation of others who don't even know anything about it to seem like, oh, look how smart you are, or just the fact that you studied that field, you might be smart in that field, knowledgeable in that field, but it's a case where somebody else will be knowledgeable in their field, so it's not really relevant because okay, they're good in their field, you're good in your field, it's because you've studied it for that long. So this inherent state of like, oh, look how smart you are, etc. Anybody can seem smart when they're just in a certain jargon, technical, functional area of expertise, thing like that. And then you also have the ability to understand, again, the performative aspects, undue emphasis, is only valuable on an initial level by acknowledgement, appearance, pretense, overcompensative in nature, not credible, not necessarily tied to the inherent reality, shouldn't be necessary if the process... That's really the underlying absolutist principle here, is that if something is a sound process, let's say a product or process or whatever, right? Something is sound, then you wouldn't need to overcompensate with undue emphasis. So what it means is, maybe you have other options that are just as good or better, and you're trying to cover them up or overcompensate and let that be the defining dictating factor. So it shouldn't come down to the actual quality of a process or based on criteria. It should come down to, some sort of a, but they were nicer, or they placed undue emphasis adequately. Again, the fact that that's the defining factor is arbitrary, because so they can serve you a worse product, but they were nice and appeal to my ego and irrational insistence upon the self of emotion and just appealing to my non-basis self on a superficial level. See, it's the self-insistence versus self-interest fallacy. Like, would you rather, based on a particular criteria, have your self-interest be achieved at the highest level, or any sort of standard achieved at the highest level? Like, you're going to eat food, so you want the best possible food by whatever metric criteria, your subjective taste, but still. Do you want that to be the criteria? And it shows you sort of the lack of criteria for which social contrivance is a glue that holds arbitrary reactionary tendencies together. But, nearness postulate as well in that. But would you rather have it come down to that? So I can give you a subpar product, but because of social contrivance it's okay. Or I could give you a better product, a perfect product, but because performative aspects, etc., is lacking, therefore, so it's the principle. It's not an individual basis, personalization, specification. It's the larger process, like which process is actually more sound. You can subvert meritocracy or quality or any standard being valued by overcompensating undue emphasis of performative aspects, or it can be redundant like an icing on the cake, but you can do that, or you can obviously let it speak for itself. So there's a certain insistence there that shouldn't be necessary, and it's wildly projected too, right? So if you're more neutral, then that would be assumed as well. So it's a situation where there's like a pre-con self-fulfilling aspect too. This is the nature of contrivance, that it'll have certain strong structured perspectives that it has maintained or it has to maintain, and so everything it looks at will be within that confines, even if that's not accurate at all, even if in contrast it doesn't matter, right? So you'll see it the way you have to see it to maintain your worldview, as pressured onto you by non-consensual indoctrination and a contrived state. So you also have it come down to the prostitution of, the self-functionalism for zero-sum means, and a lot of things here that are very inconsistent with respect to an overall nature of a contrived state. So religion is just such a good example, right? I don't mean to pick on that too much, but it's such an good example of so many fallacies and inconsistencies. Okay, so let's look at a concept here. Like, an absolutist doesn't deal in half-mast elements. So, like, if they have something like a position or whatever, they wouldn't seek reinforcement through externality. So it would just be a redundancy or a statement of, matter of fact statement of something, and it would be a case where you have, no need for external reinforcement or expression or anything like that. So the way that an absolutist would handle social contrivance, for example, is they would either expose and reveal its nature, or they just wouldn't practice it at all. But the way they'd expose and reveal its nature, in part, would be the amalgam theory, where you would toss aside all other elements. Like, if social contrivance is valuable, then it's valuable for itself. So like, it's just, you don't need the fact that who the person is doesn't matter. So you talk to everybody like they're your family, and like them, like the topical basis, right? The problem is that you have a situation where, and you wouldn't use performative aspects, etc., so you'd be exposing the nature of the process rather than trying to overcompensate for it or subvert it. And the way that you would also do that is by, you're not trying to hide from it, you're not trying to glorify it. And one of the ways you can know that is, I haven't uploaded these in a while, but I've been doing less sessions, and I've been mostly just streaming them. And I was thinking about doing something later today, because it's actually Super Bowl Sunday. I kind of forgot that it was today, but I might do one where I go live and I record it like, Film Critic reacts to the Super Bowl, because I was thinking about doing that maybe at some time in the past, and then I never bothered, with like maybe last year's or something. Although I don't think I was even doing, whatever, maybe in some other capacity, but I could just give a running commentary, whatever. I'm known for like more in-depth takes, like even about the one sport that I actually did talk about a little bit, like sort of in a week I did in my debate format, let's talk about sports, and I mostly talked about basketball, and I do know quite a bit about it. So I did have some very good takes. Like, for example, here's a good one. Like, I've already talked about these in these sessions before, but the NBA bubble didn't count the championship, right? And I'm certainly not a Lakers fan. I'm not really a fan of anybody, any team. Certain players I respect, like Kawhi, and I feel bad that he's always injured. But like, the point is that if the NBA bubble didn't count, right, then it wouldn't have counted for anybody. So no matter who won, let's say it wasn't the Lakers, let's say the Bucks had won, right, or somebody else had won, the Clippers, I'd pick the Clippers to win, right, and they weren't injured for once, actually, so that was actually just a choke and a failure, and they should have been able to, like, Kawhi was healthy, George was healthy, that was the one year the only year, really, the Clippers had where they were both healthy the whole way. So, well, as far as we knew, maybe they would have gotten hurt later, but they choked the 3-1 lead. My point is that if it didn't count, then no matter who won, it wouldn't have counted. So I think people are being selective and using a fallacy here, right? If it didn't count, then no matter who won, it wouldn't have counted. If the Bucks won, it wouldn't have counted. If the Clippers won, it wouldn't have counted. So, okay, so it just doesn't matter. But the reason why I don't agree with that is because everybody played in the bubble. Everybody played in the same circumstance. And so, if it made it easier for the Lakers, why didn't it make it easier for everybody else? And there's a few notes, like, yes, it gave, the Lakers, who obviously LeBron's getting older at that point, although we've seen it doesn't really matter that much, but it gave him some extra time to rest. It certainly gave Anthony Davis more time to rest, so it didn't come down to them being injured, possibly. So that part, to some extent, yes, but that also helped other teams. Maybe it helped the Clippers, who have injury issues. The other point is, if it doesn't count for them, then it shouldn't count for anybody. So the point is that it didn't make it easier necessarily for the Lakers compared to anybody else, right? Everyone else is playing under that same circumstance. It's like the era argument. Oh, this player is only so good, or this team did so well, like the Celtics with Russell and Sam Jones and all. They only did so well because of the era, but then why didn't any other team take advantage of that era, right? The fact that they took advantage of it, right, and stood above everyone else in their era is the whole point, right? Oh, the era's weak, so why didn't the Hawks win? Why didn't other teams win? Why didn't, Will Chamberlain win more, right? If the era's so weak, it's obviously because their team was that good and just better. So you have to give credit to them. You can't attack the era because the era applies to everyone, but the result only applies to them. So same thing, everybody played in the bubble, but only one team won in the bubble. It'd be one thing if the Lakers played in the bubble and everybody else played somewhere else, right? But here's one point, is that you have, not only did it not necessarily help the Lakers, again, because it applies to everybody, but it arguably hurt them, and here's why. Because I picked the Bucks to win the East, and Giannis, for the most part, was healthy in that series, and he lost to the Heat, who were like the 5th seed, I think, that year. The 5th seed, yeah, the 5th seed, and they made the finals. So what that shows you is, while the Heat have upset other teams in other years, too, that shows you that it arguably hurt the home court advantage of higher ranked teams. So like the Lakers were the 1 seed, if I'm not mistaken, in the West, and so they lost home court advantage for the entire playoffs that they would have otherwise pretty much had, because there's no longer any home court advantage. So not only did it not help them necessarily, it arguably even hurt them, because now this applies to them more so than other teams. See, because it favors a 5th seed like the Heat, how they were able to make it to the finals, because now they don't have to worry about home court advantage at all. So that's partly why the Bucks might have struggled and lost, because they didn't really have home court advantage, or why other teams lost to the Heat, right, the 5th seed. It carved a path for them because, now they don't have to worry about home court advantage, and they can just play, and they can just, may the best team win, and home court doesn't factor in. So it arguably hurts the higher seeds more, but at the very least, it's an equalizing factor where you don't have to worry about it. Like, again, either it wouldn't have counted no matter who won, so that whole season just doesn't matter, or it counts equally, right? I don't see how it uniquely benefited the Lakers, because that's my point. I predicted the Clippers would win, knowing the bubble was happening, knowing the general idea of it. And so I made that prediction. It didn't come down to injuries, at least, so I can accept that I was wrong, and I can accept that the Lakers won. So under that same condition, I knew. I'm not going to say, it's because of the bubble. I knew it was the bubble, going in, right when that was announced. So clearly the Clippers, I picked and I was wrong, and I can accept I was wrong, and so I have to give Lakers the same credit I would have given them if they had won, right? I can't just say, well, it would have been good if they won, but then if anybody else wins. So that's one of those things. I don't care about the Lakers one way or the other, but I'm not going to be blindly hateful towards it. It doesn't make sense because, again, it applied to everybody. Everybody played in the bubble. It didn't uniquely help one team more so than another. Arguably, it gave some older players, injury-prone players, time to rest a little more. That I could certainly make that argument, but that I almost don't care too much because, like, just let everybody be healthy and let's see who wins at their best. So in a way, that's arguably a good thing. That, like, the Clippers and the Lakers were both healthy when they might not have been otherwise, giving, AD and LeBron and older LeBron, and Kawhi and PG time to rest, and so everybody was healthy. There's no excuses, right? The Clippers have no excuses. When the Lakers win, you have no excuses. So I'm going to give that one a moderate amount of credit because, again, the circumstance is the same for everybody. So I don't understand. I wonder what the reaction would have been if somebody else won that, like the Bucks won. Would you still be saying it's a Mickey Mouse ring? And probably not, because people would want to be, oh no, good for Giannis and good for, it is one of those excuses to hate, but I don't really buy it. Right, what argument could you make that uniquely benefits the Lakers only, aside from possibly the little extra rest, which, frankly, I don't even care about because that's good, right? Let everybody be healthy, let everybody play at their best and see what happens. And I would have at least liked to see that matchup. Like, if the Clippers faced the Lakers and lost that, I would have been fine with it. But I just don't understand how you lose to the Nuggets, and again, everybody's healthy. Right, that's the only real black mark in Kawhi's career because the knock is always he's never healthy. But then when he is healthy, that one chance you get, you don't realize how precious that is. In a way, though, it's kind of unfair because, like, think about if LeBron and the Miami Heat were like that. He goes to Miami in 2011 and chokes away the finals. Imagine if 2012 Dwayne Wade is hurt the whole year and can't play. Then 2013, LeBron's hurt and can't play. And then 2014, Chris Bosh and Dwayne Wade are both hurt or something. So now, and then, oh wow, so you were in Miami for 4 years and what a failure. But technically that would have been the same exact circumstance that happened and it wouldn't have been anybody's fault. Like, you see how injuries paint the picture. Because everybody happened to be generally healthy, you got 4 chances. What if the first year you choked it and then you never got another chance because everybody was hurt all the time, right? That wouldn't have been your fault. You might have won the next year if everybody was healthy. Right, you see how that could derail the whole storyline of what if Dwayne Wade was just gone, 2012, 2013, 14, he's just completely can't play anymore, and he was declining a bit too, but, what if he just can't play? What if he's just hurt completely every year? What if, Bosh is out, all this kind of stuff? You would lose then, and then you'd be like, well, it's injuries, but we'd look back on that and say, wow, what a failure that was. Right, we're sort of unfair to teams that way, like, the Lakers with Steve Nash and Dwight and stuff. Maybe they wouldn't have been that bad, but they were hurt constantly. And even, I love that one moment of Nash yelling at Howard, like, and people correctly say, like, if Nash can't get you the ball, nobody can. Like, I don't hate Dwight Howard, but he's definitely underwhelming from a perspective that, I don't know, just... he's overrated in a certain context. Like, if you want to give me a player who's really going to win... See, he's one of those, I won't say stat patterns, but he's one of those, like, window dressing great players. He's great, he's talented, he's a great defender, but is he really going to put you, like... is he going to be that guy who puts you over the top? And I know I hate to say that. You might say, oh, he didn't have always the teams or the talent, although, you did play with... James Harden at that point. You played with Kobe briefly. Like, you got to find some opportunity sometime. I'm not saying he's bad or anything. I just think you need that little extra. See, someone like that needs that. Whatever Shaq had, even if you want to say, okay, Shaq's not as good of a defender, Shaq would do what he needs to do when he needed to do it. He understood. Like, in the playoffs, he would just go nuts. And, it's sometimes not even indicative of your talent, right? Like, Shaq averaged 38, 33, and 36 in 3 separate finals. He wasn't doing that in the regular season, those kind of numbers. Like, you rise to the moment. You might say, oh, it's a mismatch, it's this or that, but there's a certain extra gear that, like, Dwight just didn't have that, and so it's a high-level criticism. It doesn't mean he's a bad player, but he's not going to be the guy to take you home, right? Nobody's going to, like, bank on Dwight Howard. He's very good. He'll be a good, he'd be a great second option. Like, you give me Kobe, you give me Harden, and then you have Howard in the back. I got no problem with it. He'll be a defender. He'll give you 10, 15 rebounds. He'll give you 20 points on 60% shooting. Like, I got no problem. But don't try to tell me that he's the franchise player who's gonna. He's a franchise player like Dirk. And I'm a Dirk hater or whatever. Like, he'll be your franchise player for 20 years and you'll never win a championship, or you'll win like maybe 1 in 20 years. Like, if that's what you want, fine. No, I want to win every year. So, like, who could be somebody who could win every year? Like Michael Jordan or Shaq or somebody. And even they still don't win every year, but it makes you at least think. Like, even when Shaq lost to Hakeem and got swept, he shot better percentage than Hakeem. He was, playing him pretty well. I wouldn't even say it's his fault, but whatever. And then 2004, he was also the leading scorer, 26 a game on 60% shooting, even though you lost badly. Kobe was actually choking. So you need to understand, like, even when you lose with those players, there's never a question about their ability. That's actually the criticism I could levy of Steph Curry. Steph Curry, when you lose, it's not pretty, like 2016, right? What if his shot's just off? What if this? What if that? Right? Whereas, like, LeBron or other players, like, even when LeBron wins, he plays great. When he loses, typically, aside from 2011, he typically plays great. So you're not really looking at him like, oh, it's his fault that you lost. Whereas with Curry, you'd always have to wonder about that. Like, a game for my life on the line, I would never pick Curry, all due respect, as great as he is, because he, what if his shot's just not there that day? And that can't happen even to the best shooter. So, whereas Shaq's always going to be big and strong and just beat everybody up. And so, it might sound like simplistic thinking, but again, I'm not saying you have to dictate a whole career based on that, but I do say that you can rely on that. Shaq's going to be big and strong and not afraid to use it every single game, every single year, right? Even if you think he's going to wear out a little bit, it's not like Curry and players like that don't have injury issues anyway, but no, I was thinking I could react to that maybe. I kind of want to, but I don't know if I'll have time now. What else was I talking about at the beginning? I kind of forgot even. But yeah, that's like the one sports segment that I did for like a week on the debate format back in the day. And I have a whole bunch of good sports takes. And I can't remember if I uploaded that where I was talking about sports. I can't remember. Because I did a lot of those, like Wilt Chamberlain, the era fallacy. There's so many, that kind of applies to chess too. Like, oh, he was good for his era, like Paul Morphy. But, how come he was so good and everybody else wasn't? Like, whatever made the era weak would apply to him too. So why is that? Like, why, like, pretend the only reason why, he was so good, like Paul Morphy or Wilt Chamberlain, is because of the era he played in, because the era was weak. But whatever made the era weak, lack of, knowledge of the game or health or the human body or techniques in the sport and, all of the shooting form, whatever, workout regimen, nutrition being better, in chess, the whole theory being established, the engine being available, all this kind of stuff, it would apply to everybody. And because it would apply to everybody, you would have, so how come that held everybody else back but not you? So that says more about you than them. If it was just the era, then everybody would be inflated by the era, which relatively you could still say they are, but then how come they stood above it? So you can't separate the two. And there's so many fallacies that people say openly, like, oh, well, I even see this, like Stephen A. Smith, he was a foot taller than everybody. Not only is that not true, like, it's just disingenuous. Like, he had a couple inches on the league. I did a whole spreadsheet on this, like, maybe 3 to 4 inch average at position, at most, a little more. So Yao Ming had about the same height advantage on the league average, right, than Will did. So did he average 50 points? A lot of the rule changes that people say weren't there were actually there, like lane violations and stuff were still there, goaltending was still there, right, at a point. So, like, I don't know. he wasn't the only guy who was that tall. There were other players that you've never even heard about. But there's a reason why you've heard about him, and also, again, his height advantage wasn't that massive, so it's all fallacies. But so what? If all it takes is a few inches, we've seen that not be the case. Then why isn't George Marathon better? What about the modern NBA is so competitive where Draymond Green can play center, but you're trying to tell me, a couple inches is going to make a difference? Like, what do you mean? It's not that simple. Like, George Marathon wasn't that good. Manute Bol wasn't that good. Like, Yao Ming was obviously very good, but not like 50 points a game. So what would make that happen? It's just that Wilt was that good. Why can't you just acknowledge that? Even Shaq, he's so big and strong, but that doesn't mean you average 50 a game and do all this kind of crazy crap. Okay, so today let's look at a concept like an absolutist would have no conflict inherently, let's say, but they would have conflict only of those they expose that feel threatened by the contrivance they're exposing, so how they would try to come after you in that sense. And then, you have this as like a daily dose of wisdom from the absolutist, but even in that, right, you realize what absolutism is about, because it's not a specific creed saying, you should do this, you should do that. Rather, it's an acknowledgement of an objective, self-aware, self-actualizing state where you would simply define what you believe or what you're really about or what your measure of standard in life is. Right, so define it, not saying what it should be, but that you should define it, or by not defining it, you lack any credibility in your arbitrary, reactionary, etc., mindless, half-assed, state. But what it also tells you is that it's a case where, you're in a position to. This is like my filler thing it's really distracting sometimes doing this while driving. But my point is just that you would first define the measure and then be consistent in the measure. So it's a consistency issue, right? So it's not saying, you should do this or you should do that. It's that whatever you do or whatever you claim to be doing or why ever you claim to be doing it, however you claim to be doing it, right? If that's worth doing, then it's worth doing fully, and you would, again, require and hold accountable consistency. So it's interesting when two absolutists would clash, like in a story of mine, let's say, that it would be, what would happen, or just in real life or hypothetical sense, whatever. If two absolutists met, they would respect one another's commitment to their creed. Like, it's very impressive, whatever, that you're consistent and you hold that accountable, and they'd be highly capable. So they would disagree in the measure and purpose of what they're doing, right, because they have different measures, of course, but they would absolutely, and likely they might not even meet in that situation. There'd have to be some game theory explanation, but it's a situation where, they wouldn't give any sign of their intent to attack the other or kill the other. They might do it in their sleep or, in some way they couldn't possibly prevent, which, that might seem cowardly. But again, if the goal is to just do that, then that's the goal. It's not about how you do it. You don't get caught up on that. But the other point is that if they met, they would respect one another's commitment to their measure while having a different measure themselves. That's the difference. It's not just like, how could you possibly do such a thing? They would realize all of that is just, irrational self-insistence. Of course, you're going to insist upon your measure because it's your measure, and that's why you have it. And if you thought about it deeply, you might invalidate it or consider other things or, be more open-minded. But of course you're going to be committed to it because that's the reason why you're doing it in the first place. That's why people don't realize throughout history all the terrible things that you'd say people have done, right? Leaders in certain countries and etc. They didn't think that it was evil as they were doing it, otherwise they wouldn't have done it. They even thought it was heroic, or maybe they just felt like they didn't care about that, or whatever the explanation. But normally people believe what they're doing is good. That's why they're doing it, right? However they might rationalize it. The white man's burden is a good example of that, where, what they're doing is obviously terrible, as we would say and see now, but this is like a rationalization. It's almost like they realize what they're doing is wrong and they have trouble justifying it, right, even within their own morality or standards, but that's why they do it. They dehumanize a group of people, in that case based on their race, but throughout other instances in history based on other things. But so they have to dehumanize people to justify treating them that way. And that's an important connotation because, see, that means that even the most evil, terrible people and terrible things that have happened throughout history, they still have to sort of justify it in their own mind somehow. So, it would be wrong to enslave another human being, but, they're not humans, they're somehow less than that because of insert blank here, like some reason, some identity, etc. in that case. So, that's what you see, the H-man from Germany did that. He's dehumanizing a group of people based on a certain factor, and then, it's okay to do it in their mind because they're not really people, right? Or they're worse than that, they're less than that, somehow you're doing that. So when you do that, now you realize the thought process that goes into it, because of the simple fact that, I don't know, that's basically the core point. I want to react to something here like a loyalty test thing, or like To Catch a Cheater was always like that, because I love to watch it from the, like a girl will flirt with a guy and you're trying to see if they'll go for it, and like 99% of the time they do. They don't know they're being watched or tested, and so it's like, or the whole funny thing with that is they only wouldn't do it because they're afraid of still getting caught out, like, it's their friend, so even though you don't know it's a trap, you still think, this could come back on me badly later if I do something they don't like. But 99% of guys will go for that, and so it exposes a certain thing that's how down bad men are, or that's how easy it is to do something. And so it's so stupid because, right, like you'd like to believe, look how loyal, look how good, look how whatever, but that's all it would take. Like literally just a subjectively, conventionally attractive person comes up to them, propositions them, they'll just go for it, and you never know, and that's it. And I like the possessive nature of the stimuli acme too, right? Like an absolutist would at least acknowledge they wouldn't be beholden to that false absolute structure in the first place, right? They would say, okay, I want an open relationship, I want uninhibited, sort of practice, so they wouldn't be having that conflict because they would understand their intent, which is not what half-mast human functions do in the first place, because it's like, you would be in a position to, you don't know what you want, so you're posing a false absolute, like, I'm going to be with one person only, and it's meant to be, and it's love, and it's absolute, but then you struggle with that because it's not absolute. You struggle keeping up the appearance of it, right? You struggle maintaining the illusion and the structure, and so, now you go out and cheat, so it shows you don't know what you really want. Right? Rather, you would say, okay, I want an open relationship, so now you're not cheating, and it's fine because your intent is clear. So it's that. I love that too when people condemn stuff like that, an open relationship or whatever else. They'll condemn it, but they won't realize what they're actually saying. So, it's meant to be that one person is with only one person, but then look at all the conflict that exists within that. That doesn't mean you shouldn't do it, but that means you can't validate it as like an absolute outward insisted state and say, that's what everyone else should do, or that's the right thing to do. Well, then why do you have 50+% divorce rate, or why do you have so many breakups and so much conflict and so much fighting and so much abuse? And that, again, people would point to that ironically in the other way, like, look at Destiny was in an open relationship or some highly conspicuous figure and it didn't work out, or they never work out. So not working out at a high rate is a validation to say you shouldn't have those relationships ever, not just an indictment against that particular one. So that means, you shouldn't be with a single partner then, because there's so much cheating and so much abuse and so much conflict and so many divorces and so much breakups, right? That would mean that, they're terrible and they never work, so you shouldn't do them. Like, even the ones that do work, that just means you haven't found out about it. Like, you have to realize what an insane restriction that is putting on somebody, especially when people are like very wealthy and successful or whatever, right? There's always an expression like it would be a waste if you weren't cheating or if you weren't single and a bachelor, because you're like Elon Musk or somebody. It's like, man, or Leonardo DiCaprio, like if you're not doing that sort of thing, taking advantage of it, then who is? Like Bill Belichick with a young girl, or the Jerry Seinfeld with Shoshana, or Leo with all these 20-year-old chicks or whatever. I'm not defending it, but I'm just saying if that's not the reason why you become a millionaire, then what is? You know what I mean? Like, to people, this is how they would perceive it, at least. Like, they want that sort of privilege, or they're enjoying and indulging it. So it also exposes some cognitive dissonance in society. Like, the only reason why we condemn that is because we can't have it necessarily, or it's harder to control and it creates, some problems in society, or, So on an individual level, if you're a multimillionaire and it's consensual and everybody's happy, then what's the problem? But society has this need to outwardly insist, like, oh no, it's not just a matter of opportunity that we don't want to acknowledge, that we just don't have, that we ultimately would want something similar, let's say. But oh no, it's actually inherently wrong, because we see, when you have to deal with a certain non-choice reaction state, you'll pretend like you like it, right? Like, oh, being poor is a good thing, and struggling and working 5 jobs is a good thing, and look how gratifying and look how hardworking, right? It's the idea that you're glorifying things that you're sort of forced into or forced to do, as if to justify or motivate yourself to do them, even when you obviously don't want to. Or you always see that, like, with the machination process. Like, a previous generation will say, oh, back in my day we did this and that, now everybody's lazy. But you benefit from and still use the same technology yourself, right? Like, oh, if you value hard work, then don't use a snowblower, go back to using a shovel. Or, oh no, even the era before shovels, then use your bare hands. Or, like, everybody will jump on the bandwagon of convenience, so you realize, oh, the hard work and this and that was always a farce just to justify whatever was necessary at the time. So you should value the zero-sum outcome and how you can best most efficiently get there, not like some pretense about, oh, look how impressive or hard we worked to get there, because that's only valued as it's dependent, overextended pretense on the outcome. And then the other thing is that it shows you the sort of lack of certainty of a measure or value of life for the half-mass human functionalism state, where why would it be a struggle if you're doing something in your own zero-sum self-interest, which is, what most of your work, etc., is going to be? Why would that be a struggle? You're doing it in your own zero-sum self-interest, so what's the problem? It's almost like you're not valuing your state then, right? Why would you need to feel gratified, like, oh, look how impressive it is that I practice my zero-sum self-interest effectively, right? It's the fact that it's overextended, it's the fact that it's a half-mass state, contriving state, and then it's also the fact that people, like, don't know what to do with money when they have it, that kind of thing. They're aimless, they're reactionary, they're zero-sum. There's a lot of overcompensation, appearance, pretense. If you forego all of that, forego the entertainment industry, forego makeup, forego clothing, forego all these things that are not immediately impactful to your life, then imagine what society would look like. This is the absolutist minimalist state that I've talked about, like, all things that you don't need, that don't have any impact. You'll point to the psychological impact, but therein lies the conflict of contrivance that is necessary. So you're overcompensating for the half-mass state and using it to justify the half-mass state by saying, well, these things are actually impactful because they help to overcompensate for the state that we've been reduced to, but they're only necessary because of the state you've been reduced to. So, and it's a circular argument. You're not actually saying anything because you're just doing it in such a way that, I don't know, but yeah, maybe I'll look at some of these loyalty test ones. So I did the first 2 episodes of Dragon Ball Super. I have a really hard time right now focusing on one thing to keep watching, so I don't really care, but yeah, the Eagles blew out the Chiefs pretty badly. So yeah, that was very pleasing to a lot of fans, I guess, who just hate, and more like less that they're fans and more that they're just haters of the Chiefs, which is fine, but whatever. Certainly the refs couldn't save them this time, as people are always accusing that being the case. And so now you have a situation where I would like to consider that whatever. So, like, the three-peat dream is dead, but it's still an impressive run, and they could be back here soon. So they've already won like 3, right? Because, like, they won 1, then they lost, then they won like 2 in a row. But this would have been like their 4th one that they would have won. So what else do we have? Yeah, the loyalty test. And again, that's almost something I would want to do myself. Like, I'll pay somebody to proposition somebody and, like, set up a scenario like that. Because it's so easy. Like, it's literally, you could break up any relationship. Like, this is what you would want to do if you're a millionaire. Pay some chick a couple $1,000 to do that. Not to actually have sex with them, but to create the situation and be recording it somehow the whole time. And then literally you can do that, and you might be like, oh, that's your fault. That's you being bad. But in a hypothetical sense, right, like, that's all it would have taken, so they didn't know. So it's culpability in a manner of speaking. So that's all it would take. So, like, you're actually doing them a favor, that you're making them aware of something that they would have discovered eventually, or maybe never discovered, but it's very artificial. But no, the fact that such things are a struggle kind of should tell you something. You might think, oh, well, a process doesn't need to be easy or effortless to be valued, but rather to be outwardly insisted or overextended or treated as absolute. Like, why would you need to struggle so much with your zero-sum means if you actually value your life? Why would you need? It shows you a lack of peace with your state or measure, or lack of a measure altogether. You need to overcompensate in some way that you're not even aware of yourself, not defining measure, not self-aware inherent base, constant distraction and reinforcement either from or of contrivance state. And then the other point is the fact that you have, you're not aware of anything because you're just doing it in a reactive way. And so you're not... you're not at peace with it. Like, why would it be such a struggle? Even the stimuli acme, like, oh, it's meant to be, and it's an absolute, supposedly. But what happens is the fact that why is it such a struggle then? And you certainly don't have the credibility then to outwardly insist, even if on your subjective anecdotal level you would point to something else. The fact that it's such a struggle and you need all these ritualistic things, right? I don't think people know what those three words mean. I'm realizing absolute, inherent, or objective, right? It would be something like within the laws of nature, so that would just be, people need oxygen to survive, or people grow old and die at, various points, but like these are just natural things that just happen that are parts of the laws of nature. You could say that as one of those words, or you could say, like, with the religion, if God created you in a certain way, that's the way it is, like, the way reality is, so it would speak for itself. Or even like he would strike you down with a bolt of lightning if you did something that he didn't want you to do, if it was absolute morality. And then those are two of the most triggering things: the Charlie Kirk one and the what is the other one? Cliff something. His last name starts with a K. Right, because that's the problem. Their logic is insular. Like, there's nothing you could say to them. You cannot dissuade with reason what came about by desire. So I could debate him, I could talk about it, but it would be the same thing. Like, it doesn't matter what you say. They'll always just insist upon it no matter what. Right, whereas my sort of questioning of it would be objective. Like, if you give a satisfactory answer, but it's unlikely the answer that you give will justify an absolute, because then there'd be no need to have this discussion on a subjective level in the first place, right? If it comes down to your subjective selective awareness or understanding or acknowledgement or something like that. And then you have this... you had some awareness of, it's supposed absolute, but the problem with the absolute is, like, on a functional level, like how everything is controlled. Like, let's say, I always pose this example. Okay, let's say you want to be a minimalist and live off the grid and you don't want anything. You just want to not be inhibited by society. One of the absolutist quotes, I had like the top 5 absolutist quotes that I can never remember, but I think it's in one of these, but I hate to say that. Like, I should know these off the top of my head. Right? These are like my 5 most important or valuable or greatest absolutist quotes. One of them is that, whatever would you do? It's like somebody else saying it to you, like a character saying it to another character. Whatever would you do without society's benefits? You're spoiled by technology and all this. But then the absolutist would respond, what would I do without its inhibition? So, so I can go in the woods and just pick berries and live on that. And sure, if it's poisoned, I'll deal with it. Or if, whatever, I get killed by an animal, I'll deal with it. That's fine. But you don't realize that by having modern specific society, you create a problem of everything is controlled. Oh, that land happens to belong to the government or a person, or that, it's the same problem over and over, that it's not simply that contrivance exists, because you could just, I'm not going to do it. But it's that it outwardly insists to such an extreme degree that, it's very difficult to not abide that. So you could go to certain parts of the world and fare a little better, but or potentially worse, depending on how you look at it. But no, it's just, I don't know. Even that shows you, even being a minimalist and just non and neutral is outwardly aggressively insisted upon and against. And you look at the slavery to this machination process that you glorify that as the absolute measure, like zero-sum convenience and technology is all that you worship as like a, you know, as a state of value that really there's no higher measure than that. The best you're going to hope for is, just to sustain our existence, which I like terraforming as that potential idea, that you're using that to, you know, that could be the difference between the species carrying on or not, whether you have a second or third outpost to live on. Okay, so for whatever reason, let's just watch some of these loyalty tests because they can be kind of funny, but a lot of them seem to be fake. But that one dude who's Devin or something, that channel seems to be pretty fake. I mean, they're probably all fake. And I won't even be able to tell you the names of these, so let's just look at it. I have a boyfriend. They both have boyfriends. We're sisters. Netflix and chill. I don't know how much. Let me call you back. He doesn't know how to respond. Or he's going to try to make plans. Or he's going to tell her. It just seems so fake. Or if it's not fake, then show the whole thing. Like, why do you cut it off? Or, I don't know. I hate to be one of those people like, everything online is always fake. But it kind of is. There's such an incentive behind it. 3-year loyalty test. Even the comments will say, like, paid actors. Gaslighting is crazy. Or maybe some people believe it. But doesn't that reflect badly on your judgment or your expectations and the whole contrivance state that, like, you would be so stupid? Like, don't blame the, I don't know, like, you're the one who chooses to do that and everything. Making couples switch phone loyalty test finale. This is good, at least it's a 29-minute video, so I could give you the whole title and stuff, but I don't know what it's going to be, actually. So this is Making Couples Switch Phones Loyalty Test Finale Public Interview, and it's by something Unghetto, something like that, 29 minutes, 1 second, starting in 3, 2, 1. Is y'all a couple? We're married. Unghetto Matt. You gain so much credibility when you have a camera. Like, if you walk up to a person randomly and do this, they'll say, fuck you, what are you doing? But, because it's on a camera, you can appeal to people's vanity. See, this probably is real, though, if it's this much commitment. Like, a 30-minute video. Is that cultural appropriation? That somebody who's black is named China? I don't see this proves anything. Like, guess who I'm with? Imagine being friends with the opposite gender, which consists of 4 billion people. Couldn't be the stimuli activate. Like, how will you explain that, too? Like, why are you asking in such a stupid way? Why does it matter? I don't see what that really proves at all. I just use, like, a hidden camera. You could have gotten more information if... You could play it off like, oh, it's my brother or something. You know, show them crying and having a big fight because they just broke up a relationship. And getting mad at the guy and not wanting to be on camera. Some random dude walking up to you in the mall and doing this is what it takes to reveal the truth. If he's just smart enough to have a burner phone. She's planning a surprise birthday party for him. He can't see my phone because of that. Or, yeah, people are so self-important to think that you really care about their random shit. But, so, like, okay, now we have an ad which fucks up the timestamp. But my point is that I have a situation where, what was I saying? Oh yeah, if you're smart, you just have a burner phone and do all your stuff on there. So you have your clean phone that you keep with you. So they won't find anything on there. So we're at like 5 minutes, 7 seconds, starting in 3, 2, 1. 5, 10. You would think you wouldn't agree to be on camera if... I guess refusal is an admission of guilt. it's censoring it. Like she sent nudes or something, but she probably just was discussing something private, personal. Like, how are you showing somebody's private messages like this to everybody? It's been longer than 60 seconds. I love how any guy, you automatically assume that. Especially in terms of... like... Wait, what I was saying is, what was I saying? The fact that, oh yeah, like, imagine treating the entire opposite gender on the whole planet that way. This is really how people think. But also, like, pretend somebody's bisexual, right? This is where it completely turns everything on its head. So, somebody's bi, so do you look at every message they send to both sexes the same way? Imagine doing that. So, you're with somebody, right? Like, you're a guy and you're with a girl, but you know she's into women too. So now, do you question every time she's out with a girlfriend or vice versa? Like, every time a guy is talking to a guy, the same way that if he was talking to a girl, would you be jealous of that? So, like, being bi exposes the whole fallacy of looking at things this way. So we're at 7 minutes, 31 seconds, starting in 3, 2, 1. This is going on for like 10 minutes. How is this a minute? And they're skipping parts too. They're editing it down. You need to breathe, call me, scream, cry. Well, now this wouldn't matter for anything a week. So she was prepared with a bunch of excuses for that. Another ad. That's what kind of ruins us doing this. Subscribe to YouTube Premium today because you get to, you get to deal with it in such a way that, you'd have to do that if you're doing this, which I guess I've been doing enough YouTube to almost justify it, but I'm still subscribed to Crunchyroll. I don't like to subscribe to multiple things at the same time, otherwise it starts to feel like too much, because you're able to, it feels kind of boring then, or like you're gonna end up subscribing to 50 different things and never using any of them. So let me look for maybe some other ones. These seem sort of fake, but it could just be that, oh, they're happy to be on camera, so everybody's fake in front of a camera to a degree. Oh, I should react to like the takes on the, like first, I don't care, but like first take on the thing, on the Super Bowl, where I don't know, the screen orientation of this always fucks up, where okay, you have to like close it out to reset it. Yeah, it was mostly the story was their defense. I love seeing my suggested too, because you watch like one clip of something and then it gives you 100 suggestions like that. Doug, Deacon, and Arthur hang out. Right, you watch like one clip of King of Queens. The comments on those videos are so loving though and positive. Like everybody loved the show. Everybody's like such a fan of it. I guess I didn't think it was that great, but I mean, it's okay. Like it's good. Just marriage drama. I think my problem is there's so many fat jokes that are like, they kind of beat that like a dead horse. Or like that's how most comedies are though. They're very archetypal, or they're very like predictable. It'll be like the same kind of humor over and over with, it's like every joke to do with Deacon is going to be about the fact that he's black, and not necessarily, but a lot of them. Or, if there's a gay character, every joke's to do with them being gay. If there's a fat character, every joke's to do with them being fat. Like, I get it, but... Or even like Seinfeld, like they pick like a topic for the episode and then they'll keep beating like a dead horse. Like, oh, Nikki, the blonde, gets whatever she wants, so every scene to do with her is just her getting what she wants, using her looks. Like it's pretty basic. So it'll be like very obvious and very template and very surface level, and you just sort of again beat the gimmick like a dead horse. Doesn't mean it's bad, but making couples switch phones. But the reason why is because like you wouldn't even understand the nuance of it. Like I like playing around with that idea too. Like from a psychological standpoint, pretend somebody has like a very specific fetish or something like that. Like, oh, you're into something else, but it's like you'll overextend and assume like, oh, everything has to have a monopoly over stimuli acme basis. Because you're able to consider the fact that like, oh, your whole life has to be around that, your finances, like, it's the whole irony of the repression leads to obsession, right? On one hand, you'd act like, oh, look how, I don't know, you sort of stigmatize it and say like, oh, I'm not obsessed with sex, or I'm so cool and hip, look, I have sex all the time. But also, you'll be controlled by it in the sense that, oh, I have sex with only one person, and I'm going to base my whole finances and whole life around it, so you are obsessed with it and fixated on it. Kind of like, there's that weird duality, like, oh, if you have sex all the time and orgies and whatever, that's bad, but that means you're obsessed. But it could actually mean the opposite, that you're at peace with it, so you do whatever you want with it uninhibited. And it's a situation where, the person who's really obsessed will restrict it, will sort of do it in a very specific, controlled way, will sort of obsess over it, make such a big deal out of it. And then you're able to, from there, realize that the real fixation comes with that, the restriction, and then you obsess over it because of how much you're controlled with it. Like, oh, you can't do it freely, you have to do it only in this way, right, this way, specify the conflict. So you see a lot of outward insistence with that, like a lot of projection, right? You could be a neutral blank slate, but people will project that. So now what happens is you have pre-con is a very strong basis. There's a reduction to structure that's self-fulfilling, right, and limiting. And you also have some like with the stimuli-acme basis, let me try to explain it a little bit. You have a situation where you're not really valuing it, so you look at opposite interpretation would tell you that you're not obsessed with it. That's why you're not sleeping around or having orgies and things like that. But you also are so obsessed with it that you'll make your whole life around it, base your whole life around it, your finances, your life goals. What is the best stimuli-acme proof, I guess? I had a whole list of things, like most profanity is to do with sex. Most music is to do with romance or sex. Most, fiction or, life goals and finances are split down the middle. Most, humor, music, profanity, all of those things, majority of it is to do with sex. So it's like the highest measure that is sexual in nature. But that shows you, again, like it doesn't show you that you're above it. Like I like this analogy too. You look at show this image next to another, like an orgy versus a high-class sophisticated. You could have both in one, eyes wide shut. But no, you have like a sophisticated party versus an orgy, and you realize, oh, they're based in the same thing, the same larger process. Like, oh, look at the couple in a suit and a dress dancing. They're literally dancing around the fact that the whole basis of their situation is, oh, it's based around sex, and the fact that we're together, and the fact that we have sex, and the fact that, we have kids based on the sex that we had, and like, you're overextending and making it out to be so much more than what it is. Like, so the people who are having the orgy are actually more at peace with their state, and more in control, and less obsessed with it than you are, who goes to such lengths, like, oh, we have suits and we have dresses and we got to dress just the right way and we got to behave the right way and we got to say the right thing at the right time and we have to, do all these ritualistic things and money and finances and rings and constantly remind ourselves, and you got to obsess over it so much and restrict ourselves and constantly be insecure, like cheating and this and that. You got to constantly do that, all of that effort, which you might say, oh, well, that's, if it's worth it in your perception, fine, but you're putting so much effort just based on what is ultimately the same larger process of work, which is ultimately, to have sex. That you take away the sex or the prospect of sex, and all that other stuff goes away. So it's undeniable. So you're really obsessed with it and fixating on it and not at peace with it and controlled by it rather than in control of it. And the orgy example wouldn't have to be there. It could be like, you could just not do it at all. You don't care. But there's a lot of assuming intent and projection, which comes back to the fallacy of ability versus will, where, you're assuming intent, but do you really want everything that goes along with it? Like a stimuli-acme basis, okay. I guess the way kids would say it these days, you lack riz or something. But it's a question of you have to decide what you really want. Do you really want this societal, indoctrinated, social contrivance structure to be reduced to a half-mast state that can be easily controlled by it? Do you want that? And specify the stimuli-acme creating the conflict of contrivance and cognitive dissonance. Do you want that? Or do you just want sex? So if you look at it like, you just want sex, so you're direct about it and you're to the point and you're free to do that, right? Then there's no conflict because it's just a matter of, yes or no, move on to the next person, you have plenty of options. Like, you'd be direct and to the point, so it'd be very clear, and if you have a different measure, then so be it. But instead, what you have is like this sort of half-mast struggle, where it's like, you have this half-mast struggle where you, you have this half-mast struggle with it where you're able to Kanye West X account deleted. The half-mast standard is that you sort of dance around the same point and just put so much effort to dress it up, almost like you have to overcompensate for it. Right, but again, assuming intent is like, you assume that everybody wants the same thing in the same way, or every part of it. Like, that's the real conflict. It's that you want one part of it without the other part of it. So the only struggle is not one of ability, it's one of will. Like, oh, you just don't care. You just don't want that other part. Even if society or other people or whatever might try to expect that or require that of you, fine. But, you're assuming what they want or how exactly they want it. Maybe you don't want to obsess over it. Maybe you don't want all these other things, so... But no, let's look at this, censorship fallacy then, since we just saw that. Arguably, nothing should be censored, and every word is okay, every idea is okay to simply exist and be out there, whether it's expressed or not. And the reason why that's okay, aside from just redundancy, is the fact that the redundancy, this is what my logical razor on being offended that I always would use is, if something is true, then it's not offensive because it's redundant at best. Like, you already know it, right? Either it's just a statement of fact, so now you're enlightened to that, or you already knew it and it's self-evident, so it's just redundant at worst. Or if it's false or inaccurate, or just a difference of opinion, then it also wouldn't be offensive because it's it's also it's also a case where you would have let me think. It's a case where if it's true, it's just redundant and you would already know it. If it's false, then you wouldn't give it any mind. Like, an idea deserves only as much thought that's put into it. Right, like... Right, an idea deserves only as much thought as was put into it in the first place, which in that case it would be none. If it's just something that's not true, or again, it could be a difference of opinion, but... Right, somebody could just say some random thing that has no basis in reality, so... It shows you either you have to censor reality for some contrived state, like something that is true but you just want to hide, so you're constantly lying and living in a false state, artificial contrivance, right? Or it's secondary that you require constant reinforcement through externality, like you want some sort of validation that, like, oh, how is my artwork, is it good, and you want to be complimented and you're offended by the lack of that. So you're always requiring like undue emphasis, special treatment, that kind of thing. So the real point of it is that you would have some awareness here of a point. Like, so any idea in existence, anybody's capable to think any idea, so you can't ban that. So the mere expression of it shouldn't be a threat, shouldn't matter. Whereas you can express the idea as much as you want, or you can say a certain word as much as you want, the same way that you can think it. Like, that word exists, right? Whether you use it or not, or how you use it, is giving too much power to people. It doesn't matter. The word exists, right? Like a bad word, whatever. The idea exists, whatever the bad idea. So really what you can't do is you can't censor reality or the infinite objective mind. What you can do is let social Darwinism run its course and say, you can say whatever you want, right? You can repeat that idea, you can say that word if you really want to, but 99.9% of people won't agree, so the act of you saying it won't really do anything, right? If it's really so bad, then 99.9% of people won't agree and won't be changed by it, or won't be convinced by it, or won't agree. So, like, not only that, but it can be an opposite interpretation idea too, that you can look at something. I always use this example with, like, influence fallacy, video game violence, or the news, or whatever. You could see an act of violence, and you could do one of three things, right? Whether in the media, whether in the news, whether in real life, whether in fiction, whatever. You could either be encouraged by it, like, oh, a person kind of likes that, and they want to do it themselves, like a copycat crime, right? That could be one possibility. But in that case, it still says more about the observer than what is observed, because then millions of people might consume that same content and not have the same reaction, but whatever. That's one option. The other option is you might be repulsed by it. So, see, it says more about you, because you could see that act of violence and be encouraged, like, oh, I want to do it myself. Or you could see it and say, oh, I'm repulsed by it, now I don't want to do it even more. I hate it even more. Or now I even want to actively try to stop other people from doing it and try to help people and save people. And the other side is the neutral side, like, oh, it's just fiction, it's just a movie, it's just a game, so I'm going to separate it from reality and it doesn't matter. So it neither has to reinforce nor, encourage the behavior. It could just be indifferent and neutral to it. But the point is that the neutral point is basically that like, again, it would be following favoritism, it wouldn't matter. So, again, not only would a depiction of that not encourage the behavior necessarily, it could also discourage it. So it says more about you than it does about the influence. The main difference with that is a young age, you can be impressionable, I get that. So, but that notwithstanding, everything else is up to you. Like, if all it takes is you see something depicted to do it yourself, then it, again, millions of people might see the same thing. You see it all the time, you see it on the news, right? Like, how much can you censor things to blame that? So it ultimately says more about you. And then opposite interpretation can be taken to a base state, like, growing up your parents were abusive, so now it's one of two things. You could either become abusive yourself because of that, out of bitterness or spite, or opposite interpretation, you could be you could basically do the opposite. You'll be like, oh, I never want to be like them. I want to be, as different, as far away from them as possible, kind of. I'll be the opposite. So either way, see, this is the thing. That's why influences can't control people, because they can see either the same thing or the opposite. So, like, right, that's the thing. You couldn't control them by, oh, you're being abusive, but then they're encouraged not to be abusive themselves, but to be the opposite, because they were so bothered by it, right, that it affected them the other way. So it shows you that your interpretation is defining, not the experience, where you could take out of it something completely different, right, than what was either intended or what was present, and the impact that it could have. So you would have no other reasoning to betray that. So you would be in a position to basically understand that that again, it could have opposite effects. So this is the concept where I say all that people can do and experiences can do is illuminate one part of reality and reveal it to you. So they can just human beings' behavior, experience, treatment, structure, everything you go through, whether positive or negative, it can only do one of two things, where it can either reflect the nature of human nature or reality, right, or it can reveal certain aspects of reality to you. So don't blame that as like, oh, it's the influence's fault or it's the trauma's fault. It could just be, oh, that experience that's supposedly traumatic or whatever, all it did is reveal an aspect of reality to you, maybe in an extreme degree or form, but so like, oh, it shows you that human beings are potentially very violent and terrible and whatever, might do something bad, just like history would tell you that, so you would be aware of it from history too. So it's not to diminish trauma, but it's to say all that they're doing, so don't blame the influence. All it's doing is revealing some aspect of reality that is true, or some aspect of human nature. So it's not really about that, because it's like, right, that's reality is what it is. The human mind, infinite objective mind, is what it is. So all you can do is reflect or reveal the nature of existence or parts of it, right? You can't like create some new experience that like, oh, by doing this you changed reality. No, that would still be part of the larger process of like human nature or the nature of existence, etc., right? The nature of reality. So you're really just becoming acutely aware and having something revealed to you that otherwise you weren't aware of. So even then it's like, oh, trauma shaped you or this or that, but it just revealed something to you that you weren't aware of, or you were in denial of, or you didn't acknowledge. So now it just is giving you an aspect of reality that you're now aware of. So again, the infinite objective mind is capable of that too. Like you can imagine any experience and any circumstance in great vivid detail. Not quite the same quality as necessarily experiencing it yourself, but to a degree you would have to think that way, because otherwise you're limiting yourself to your nearness postulate, reactionary contrivance response state, physical state. Now, one other thing that you need to understand is that, again, all that a person can do, so it's not about them, like, oh, that's your fault, or you did that. No, all you can do is reflect or reveal to me, to a person, the nature of existence, one piece at a time. Just like the infinite objective mind, an idea can't be personalizing or defining or specifying to you like it's your idea, and you're defined by that one idea that you had at one time. What about every other idea that you had at every other time? So kind of depersonalize thoughts and realize their infinite objective state, and like nobody owns them, even if you're the first to come up with it or the first to write about it or be known for it, right? People might have had the idea before, people have the idea after, the idea is not personalized to you. Anybody can have it, nobody can have it, you don't have to have it, you don't have to abide by it. So people are variables. The human mind is, of course, infinite and objective, which I keep saying, but so you wouldn't personalize an idea and say, oh, this is that guy who had that idea. They probably had a million other ideas, but you only know them by that. But you can't reduce that, and you can also have a contrary fallacy, like, oh, you talked about this one idea at one time, so you're defined by that. Then the next minute, you talk about a different idea that's completely contrary. Oh, now you're defined by that. So you're defined by two contrary things back to back. See, that's where it doesn't work as a defining element. You can consider them, they're just, let the idea speak for itself. Doesn't matter who it's been associated with, doesn't matter, about anything. It could be an original idea, it could be something else. So like, again, the mind is not, it's not you. Like that perception is always very damaging to thought. Like, oh, that's your idea, or that defines you, or that's weird, to think that. But it's one of the countless infinite things that your mind is capable of thinking that anybody could possibly think, right? So it's one thing to act on something or otherwise, but I don't know, it's just like normalize thinking objectively, etc., instead of stigmatizing thought when it doesn't fit with your contrivance state or something like that, where you feel like you feel like you're contrived in a way that is contrived in a way that anybody can think anything at any time. Everybody can think everything possible to think in the human mind. So to personalize or specify it is very ignorant, but that's kind of, again, the unwillingness to be puzzled because people don't have all the time in the world. So if people live forever, then, they might consider that. But now it's not useful to do that. But, it's a case where you're trying to oversimplify everything. That's why based on identity, pre-con, other performative aspects and stuff, you would define a lot by that because you have the ability to there's some better way of saying it that I had before, but I can't remember. Like, you would have the infinite objective mind, and you would have everybody's capable of thinking anything, contrary to their physical state, contrary to anything. Doesn't mean that they have to vouch for an idea just to consider or discuss it. Doesn't mean that they, disagree with an idea just in a vacuum, whether considering it or not. Right, you'd have to vouch for everything ever that you do, and oftentimes that's what perception is reduced to. The human mind and perception is reduced to a tool, nothing more than a tool to reinforce whatever reactionary state is in front of you, right? So to try to justify it or to try to reinforce it, whatever it is, arbitrarily, not with a standard, non-based of self, right? You're using yourself as a standard, like what criteria would justify, what standard would justify the exact life you've lived or the exact process that you've undertaken. The fact that you live in this particular area, or the fact that you did this particular job, or the fact that you went to this particular school, or ended up with this particular person. What would explain that? What standard could explain it? There is no standard that could consistently explain it, where there wouldn't be other options, but the only standard is the non-choice reaction that, you just happen to be born there, you happen to live there, and the basis is actually just yourself, as in, that's why it's the non-basis of self, which means you don't really have a standard, but just whatever it is that you're experiencing, you'll just reinforce and just act like it's actually a value. So everything's valuable, but just because it happens to you, and you define value based on nearness. Like, I use the hierarchy here with respect to, like, if somebody's dying on the street next to you, you care about that. But somebody, all the time, somebody's dying halfway across the world and starving, but you'll still eat your expensive food and 3 meals a day. So even to the extent that you can influence it, but so in other words, your priority is, I care about this guy in front of me because he's in front of me, not a person because they're dying just because they're dying, because that's happening all the time and you can be aware of that and you can do more to influence it or whatever. So you see that the perception isn't based on the standard, it's based on the self. Because you happen to be there, value dictates and exudes from you. Right? So that which is closest to you, the nearness postulate, of course, that which is closest to you is value. Right, it's valuable because it's near you, it's not valuable because it's not, or familiar to you, things like that. So you have this understanding that that was a pretty good session, actually, where I didn't really react to anything, but I haven't uploaded one of these actually in a while, so I'm probably a little bit behind, but I'm also doing these sessions less now, so but no, I should have almost done that on stream. We're reacting to the Super Bowl yesterday, but I could react to some of these dumb shit takes that have come out of it in retrospect. Stephen A. Smith and Max Kellerman, or he's not even there anymore, whoever's there. So I don't think anybody predicted them to win quite like that, right, in the dominating fashion that they had, but obviously a lot of people were rooting for that or happy about it. The Taylor Swift hysteria is dead, but, they only won 2 in a row, so it's not like, and like 3 in probably 4 or 5 years, so it's not as though that's really a failure. Now there'll come out some rumor like, Mahomes was actually injured or something, because he played so bad. But yeah, you're in a position where I think I discussed enough concepts there, but that was a good session. Again, the nearness postulate, non-basis of self. So the observational basis would be that there's a missing mode of value, which means that, there's a lack of consistency, so it becomes arbitrary. Which again, a lot of objective observation is more going to not really make a claim or tell you what to do or give you an easy answer. Like I say, objectivity isn't useful, but it's more that it's going to cut down or shut down certain contrivance states and claims like, well, now you can't outwardly insist upon this particular state because you're not actually operating under a standard or a premise. You're operating under non-basis of self, so if you were consistent with that, you wouldn't be reduced to it in the first place, or, you're seeing what the actual basis is, but then you're doing something else. So there's some sort of gratification that comes with like, oh, look how honorable it is to reduce yourself to a collective contrivance state. But okay, you can do it, but be aware and objective about the nature of the process, and then decide for yourself, okay, what you want to do if you still want to do it. Because that's the point, is like, you can do it if you want, right? Nobody's telling you what to do or what not to do, although society is heavily pressuring and indoctrinating you to do that. But it's the case where you are basically in a position to see that there's no standard, so it's arbitrary, and so it's actually a case where no credibility, no consistency, any standard posed is not consistent, there's no premise, non-basis of self is the only criteria, which is not really a criteria at all. So you're not consistent in that, either the contrivance pretense or the basis of actually valuing yourself, and then you overextend it to a collective mass, and then you also are not credible to be able to outwardly insist it upon other people the way that obviously is done, very much so. But that's like the hidden subliminal layer, even though it's not really all that hidden of social contrivance. So as much as people would insist like, oh, something is inherent or absolute, they would just as much have to uphold it and enforce it. So in the same discussion, like going back to the morality is subjective or not, in the same discussion where somebody would say morality is objective, the very asking of the question and the having of the conversation shows you it's not objective, that you even would be able to discuss it, or that it would matter what you think, or what you're saying wouldn't have any impact on it. But even to the extent that that might be true, right, what are you doing in that very same moment? You're posing that, and then if somebody disagrees, not that, again, their disagreement would make something objective or not objective, as if your acknowledgement, would change the objective reality. Like, oh, it's not objectively true that people need oxygen to survive, and by my opinion on that, I'm changing reality, which would prove that it's not objective. But no, it's like, you have, you have objective reality, like, the very act of having that discussion and asking that question, and also the response to it, shows you that it's not objective. You know how I know? Because you're actively upholding it even in that moment by stigmatizing somebody who dares disagree with you. Like if somebody says, oh no, morality isn't objective, then you hear everybody booing and ridiculing and, all of this, or cheering for Charlie Kirk or whatever. And by doing that, you're creating social stigma, so you're trying to reinforce on a subjective level the subjective contrivance state that, like, oh, we disagree with. So it's one of those immaturity things, like, just because you want something to be true doesn't mean that it is, but just because you want something to be true doesn't mean that it is. And again, that social stigma in that moment tells you look how upset and emotional everybody's getting and how much they're stigmatizing you for daring to say that morality isn't objective. Why would there be a need to have that reaction? Or what is the purpose of that reaction or the whole discussion? Oh, it's to reinforce on a subjective level through social stigma that you want to believe morality is absolute. But you're showing that it's subjective and it's coming down to the social stigma, that this is how you try to reinforce and uphold it. So, to avoid that stigma, most people will give into it, because people are weak-minded, so they'll go around and be herded like sheep, but then they'll complain about it and have conflict of contrivance, so, they won't acknowledge the pen that they're in, the cage that they're in, but they'll struggle and complain about it constantly. Right? They'll complain like, oh, these bars are too tight, but they won't realize that they're in something like that. They'll complain about, the quality of food in this cell isn't good enough, but they won't acknowledge the cell or that they're in there in the first place. So they'll pick on the symptom, not the disease, right? And so now you have a conflict of contrivance, cognitive dissonance, a lot of inconsistency that goes along with this as well, that I've discussed obviously in the past. So the problem with it is that you're not able to really figure it out because let me see if I can react to something now since I haven't done it the whole time. Richard Sherman rips Michael Crabtree in Aaron Andrews' interview. Oh yeah, let's discuss that as a stimuli-acme basis. Do reporters get chosen based on their attractiveness? How many really large, overweight kind of reporters do you really see? Maybe some, but it's less common. So stimuli-acme gives you advantage in many areas of life. Just in general, on that level, you could say at least it's operative in some way. For example, it's operative to the extent that you have you're looking at the person and it's part of media and entertainment, so okay, that's part of it. We'll get more views like that or whatever. So it's part of that kind of, but you can say that in any field, but it's if you're a model or something, is that discrimination that you can't have models of a certain look? But it depends what you're trying to do for modeling. So it's fair to say okay, we have a 6-foot character or a 6-foot kind of thing we're going for, so if you're not 6 feet, you can't do it, right? It's the same fallacy with races in movies, or just in general, look at storytelling, it shouldn't be a quota, as Seinfeld said, it's not the census, where, if you make a movie with only white characters and white actors, does that matter? Is that discriminatory against, that could just be the story that you're telling, and it might make sense given the area that you're in, The Departed is about the Italian mob, so it's a bunch of white people, Irish mob, whatever, so it only makes sense that it's going to be mostly that or only that. So, depending on the story that you're telling, right, why does it have to be that, you're picking favorites? You could do that with anything. So, based on what country is making it, where it's shot, the actors available, the actors that you want to be in it, based on the setting, based on the story, right, it might be very justified to have that. Or again, even hiring practices, you'll say, this company only has such and such, only a few women compared to men or whatever, but what if in the area that your company exists, there aren't enough qualified people of each race or gender or whatever applying? So that's not up to you. So, but then you live in a town that's 100% white people, and your company is 100% white people, and then people say, look at you, you're racist for not having mixed races. But if those people aren't living there and they're not applying there, how? And those people, I mean, any identity that you're looking for here, this sort of quota. But that's the point, is if they don't live there and they're not applying, where are you supposed to go, to do that? It makes no sense. So it's definitely very questionable in that way, and you feel like it's very limiting. and it's very kind of selective. But in storytelling, especially, that makes very little sense. Or again, even if you portray like, oh, the villain in a movie is a particular race, right? The part doesn't define the whole doesn't define the part. Like, by having one villain of one race doesn't mean, oh, everyone of that race is bad or evil, right? It's like that. No, it's just that character. Just like if somebody's good, it doesn't mean the whole race is good. So don't take it as a representation of the entire identity group that you happen to be a part of. It's just an individual. And then also, a portrayal is not an endorsement, is one of my old expressions too. Like, a portrayal is not an endorsement, as in, you know, just because you write a story about something, or you discuss an idea, or you consider it, or you, again, portray like an evil character, or a character doing something nuanced or different, doesn't mean that you agree and vouch for everything that they do, right? Just because you're a historian doesn't mean you agree with everything, agree on a subjective level with everything that everyone ever did. You're just kind of saying what they did and why they did it, or what you know about it, right? So again, that's where critiquing comes in. Like, oh, you can't criticize a movie about this subject unless you disagree with it. No, you can do it well, you can do it poorly, right? The same subject. It's not like, oh, you agree with the Holocaust was bad, and so therefore you can't criticize a movie about the Holocaust, or something like that. You can't frame it like that. Oh, does that mean you're not sympathetic to it? No, it's like, is the story itself good, the way they show it? Is it effective on that level? Now you have the ability to consider that there's so many subjective elements to it that you can always pick a hole in anything, but that could just happen to be the story that you happen to be telling, right, with the actors or the people that you happen to have available within the setting that you happen to be writing about. Like, that shouldn't be a thought on your mind, but it infiltrates a lot of things. Or when you do have characters of a certain identity, then they sort of become a caricature sometimes. Like, that's historically true. Like, they just fit into a box of like, oh, well, the gay character is always going to be making jokes just because. Like Woody Harrelson in Friends with Benefits. Like, he's not just a character who happens to be gay. He, like, reminds you every scene and every line of dialogue that he is gay. Right? They're constantly making that the joke. Like, the joke is that he's gay. I guess you could say it's some version of expectation. Like, it's uncomfortable for the main character that he's gay, or that he keeps talking about it, because he's not gay. There's a difference of opinion. But it would be the same way the other way. Like, oh, talking about something straight with a gay person would make them uncomfortable, which it doesn't necessarily do that.